between the Temple of Kings and the Soul Society. So I guess Temple of Kings is on the blue side. Soul Society have picked the red side. So let's just see. They have banned Heimerdinger, the very first champ to be banned. Is he still being played as support, by the way?
Yeah, Hyperdinger support is picking up quite a bit of traction these days, and I think Soul Society is known to play a fair bit of Heimerdinger. Ganja himself, quite the Heimerdinger connoisseur, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, it has been a very annoying champ down at bot lane. And quickly we get two bans from the red team, the Wyvern and Talon. I'm guessing that's a Talon jungle ban, and I guess Talon is more towards jungle and almost never played at mid these days.
Possibly. Back in the day, I do remember Catbot used to play a fair bit of Talon in the mid lane, and the Ivan jungle does seem to be targeted DK Canyon. It seems like they are going to be fielding DK Canyon in this game. Angel Lotus seems to be running a bit late, but yeah, so that could possibly give an advantage to Soul Society in this game.
So
TOK
what do
not
you
having their star
think?
ADC.
Yeah, what do you think would be the champ that's contested by both of these teams? Do you think they'll play more towards the jungle pick, or do you think they will prioritize their bot lane picks? And Aatrox ban as well. That's a good ban.
Jungle might be interesting to look at. There are quite a few power picks in the jungle while we are in the preseason. Farming junglers have been fairly strong with the new jungle changes with Smite. With the jungle item not upgrading of the number of times you cast Smite, but rather the number of camps you take. So Hecarim is a champion that has gained quite a lot of traction in the recent years, and we can see that TOK right away goes
Picks
for
up
the
Hecarim.
Hecarim pick.
Yeah, the tier stacking one, right? If I'm not wrong, it's
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one.
So it's usually lethality plus mana immune. So
Okay, we
okay,
have a
so
DC.
looks like somebody has disconnected.
So I'm guessing the first few picks are gonna be remaining the same. So what do you think would complement the Hecarim here? Like, what do you think? I already saw sorry guys, we are having some kind of a technical difficulty here. We will be quickly restarting the lobby once all of the players have reconnected. Hello guys, I think we're back. We're just waiting for one more player to join.
A fair bit, as is customary for the South Asian team. It is it is considered unlucky if we start a game without some sort of technical hassle. So here we are.
Yep, the lobby is started once again. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the same two bans coming up, and then Hecarim pick as well, right?
We had seen the initial three bans leading into the first ping Hecarim. Interesting that people have chosen to go for the comfort picks of TOK
Mhm.
instead of taking away the Hecarim, because the Hecarim has been quite the priority pick in the past few recent games, and which makes sense considering how strong Hecarim is right now.
Yeah, he is pretty, running rampant in the jungle, if I should say so myself. I'm also kind of interested in saying, usually in TOK, Death Corporal and Back Infinity sometimes do switch roles. So I'm interested to see if they're gonna stick to their, regular roles, or they're gonna switch up the top and the jungle.
My guess is it's going to be DK. Oh, Angel Lotus is
Okay, so I guess
interesting.
Angel. All right, so that's going to be a Hecarim pick here. So, what do you think would be an answer to the Hecarim? What kind of champion can actually farm up and be, I mean, Hecarim do have a certain, timeline to, come online. So maybe they could capitalize on, initial farming stages. Maybe they could go with a very aggressive jungle, maybe an Udyr. What do you think would be an answer for Hecarim?
Maybe Udyr is also very strong right now with the mixed percentage health damage on his Tiger stance. Udyr can deal an absolutely absurd amount of damage if going for a lethality slash full AD kind of build. But I think right now the way the jungle is that it is pretty hard to punish these junglers that focus on farming all the time, because with the changes to the smite and the jungle and the new items, it is quite advantageous to just clear camp after camp and get your jungle item as soon as you can for the smite upgrade.
Okay, immediately a Pantheon and a Diana is picked. Do you think Pantheon is going to be played as a support here, or do you think it's going to be?
My guess is this is going to go to Nero in the mid lane. Nero is known to be a Pantheon one trick slash main. So interesting that TOK didn't choose to ban
And
the Pantheon. So
Katarina.
I assume that they're
I
feeling
mean,
confident that Catbot on his signature Katarina will be able to take this Pantheon down.
they do have a good combo coming up with Diana and the jungle and Pantheon. You can line up your stun and then, dash in with Diana and then follow up with your ultimate as well. So it's gonna be quite interesting. I mean, it technically you could counter Katarina with Pantheon because you have the stun. As soon as she starts spinning, you can just stun her. So I guess that was the thought
You have the
process.
stun and the shield, that's true. So if Katrina starts spinning preemptively, you can block it. But there's also the aspect where Katrina has a lot of mobility, so it's fairly easy for Katrina to get around the shield. And depending on what builds he is going for, he might not be completely reliant on just dealing spell damage with
Mm.
Bruiser Katrina and stuff like that. But we do see the Alistair pick coming out, which will provide them a fair amount of peel over here, which they might need with that Hecarim and the Katrina diving in.
True. I mean, it's also going to be a very different kind of an approach, right? Because like I've seen a lot of priority going towards healing and shielding supports recently because it is a strong, kind of support when you can heal and shield your allies. But they have gone and they already have an initiator with the Pantheon, and they just want more engage with Alistair, I guess.
Yeah,
So
I guess they've gone for the Alistair for no more peel.
the Yumi
They
back.
choose to ban out the Yumi. Interesting.
Yeah, of course. Like if you pair Yumi with Hecarim, it's gonna be
Yeah, it's going to be
unstoppable combo.
absolutely insane. And with the Ezreal, now since they have shown the Alistar, it's going to be pretty hard to pressure the Ezreal in bottom lane. So if they pick a Yumi here, it could possibly just be a very free lane for the Ezreal Yumi where they can just farm up safely, and later on the Yumi just sits on the Hecarim, and then you have a whole new bucket of problems to deal with in the mid late game.
Definitely here. Uh, I am guessing it could be a Sivir in the ADC. What other ADCs are left that are playable against? Okay,
Few ADCs
Kai'Sa.
left. Goes for the Kai'Sa. Pretty Kai'Sa pretty strong right now. Does well. Should be able to. Is fairly hard to catch. So decent versus the all of the backline axes that TOK has already drafted, so Alistair Kaisa should be able to, in theory, survive against that. But it seems that we are going to have a Renata
Renata.
Glass support. So double range champions in the bot lane. We could see quite a bit of harass coming towards the Kaisa Alistair, who honestly are not particularly great in the early few levels.
And I have been wondering what do they have for engage. If they lock in the Camille, they have a decent engage with Camille. But then again, it's gonna be all reliant on your flanks, right? If Hecarim could get a flank, I mean he can't be the primary source of engage here since like he's gonna go towards the lethality build. So it has to be the Camille who comes in, comes with a good flank and stuns the Kaisa or probably locks down any of the. I see a lot of squishy champions on the other side. I mean they don't really have tanks. That is surprising because the tanks have been buffed recently and with the new items. Okay. Camille versus Darius. What do you think?
Camille versus Darius. I'm honestly not sure whether matches. I think Camille is just fine to poke about, but I am not exactly sure how that matchup goes up. But yeah, speaking of tanks, yes, tank items have been reworked recently, but the general sentiment across the board is that tanks aren't too great. Maybe except Shen. Shen seems to be doing fairly well, but no Shens in this game. It seems that it's going to be the Darius in the top lane. So it
I mean,
seems
I would
like
have liked a Shen instead of a Camille. Now that you say it, like it could be a really good engage with Hecarim going in and Shen ulting on top of him to keep him, alive during his ultimate duration, and then he comes in and like taunts someone, stuns. That's a very good combo right there. I wonder why, they. I think they wanted side lane pressure as well.
yeah, silent pressure. Plus, I think what TOK is going for is a more pick style comp where their goal is not necessarily to 5v5, just run it down mid lane. Rather just try to get some picks with the Heka ult, Camille ult, just catching people off. And the Katarina is obviously much better in smaller skirmishes compared to just a full blown 5 versus 5 fight where it's much easier to interrupt her. And with Renata, Glask, and Ezreal, those two champions can just comfortably sit in the middle and disengage quite easily with the Renata ult. And Ezreal has a lot of range, and with the Serylda slows, it can be quite hard to get on top of that Ezreal. So it seems like they're going to play a more split comp where they try to fight in different places in the map, take those small fights with the Hecarim, Katarina, Camille, get picks off. Whereas for the other side, for Soul Society, I see that they have the Darius, they have the Diana, they have the Alistair Pantheon. They really want to, jump into one place and run down the enemy comp with all of, like, if you look at those champions, almost every single champion except the Kaisa has CC, and that's what you want for the Kaisa. Every single person on that team has CC, and you have Pantheon and Kaisa who can follow up. Pantheon with his ult and Kaisa with her own ult, respectively. So let's see how the game goes. But
Yeah,
y-
it does depend. Like we said, like Darius has good pressure on Camille in the early game, so it depends on how the jungle is going to be pathing. Are they going to be pathing towards the top side and favor them, or I mean, honestly, I think that's where it comes down to, right? Like these two top laners are going to be trading blow for blow, and whoever tries to capitalize on them early would probably try to change the tides of the game.
my only concern is with the Darius pick over here. It seems as Darius, what you want to do is run people down, get those resets on your ult. But with the composition TOK has drafted, I'm not exactly sure if the Darius is going to be able to do that.
Hmm. I mean, they do have an engage on Alistar, right? A reliant engage, even if Darius doesn't get his apprehend, or if Diana even misses her ultimate to stun them, they still have that good engage. But then on the other end, Renata is a very good champion to disengage. So if you jump on their team, there's a high chance that she's just gonna use her ultimate, and you're gonna get uh
Yeah, and with that, if the Kaisa gets clipped by the ultimate, that's probably not going to be very good for their team. But
okay.
yeah,
So I think we will be looking forward to any level one plays. So
level
they
one
do
plays
have fair
interesting.
fair amount, yeah. Because Alistair, I mean, he's quite strong early, and also with Darius, it's a level 1. There's a good chance that if, snooze on him, he could get a kill at level 1.
Yeah, if he gets his passive stacked up at level 1, quite a bit of stats that he gets over there. So that
Mhm.
could be something that they would have to watch out for.
Yes. And also, I'm pretty sure Camille is going to start with an Ignite and a TP, right? Okay, with a Flash. Interesting.
Oh, very standard stuff. We have the teleport on Camille. Crow instead choosing to go for the ghost. So he is playing this for lane. So that tells me that he is feeling confident that he's going to be able to run down the Camille and get some kills over there.
And truly said that we have a pause here. Once again, we have some players disconnecting.
As is customary for games in our region. The game starts always starts with a pause. For good luck.
True. I think we can talk some more about the rune choices here. Like Camille deciding to go for a grasp while Darius is going for a conqueror. Hmm.
I
Wait,
think that makes sense because
does Aerie work with Hecarim? I don't know. I don't know about the recent. Like, can you say more about how Aerie works with Hecarim now?
I mean it's I have mostly seen Hekarims go for the Conqueror build. I haven't been super up to date with the meta as of recently, but I would assume that Hecarim would go for the Conqueror because that's part of what makes us. He has this really amazing damage output and really high sustain with his passive aura healing, which is quite annoying.
Or maybe the Aerie gives
Interesting to
him
see the Aerie.
faster stacks on his Manamune, maybe? I don't know.
I don't believe that's how Aerie works. I don't get it. I don't know why he's taking Aerie.
Okay. And it would be nice if the observer could show us the scoreboard as well and probably align the champions so we can follow them easier. Okay.
A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected.
So right now the jungle
A
timers
summoner
are
has disconnected.
shown, right? So you can figure out like if you take a camp of them and then we can just figure out when it's going to spawn next, right?
Yeah, that has been around for a while now. So that does. I mean that it's more of a quality of life change. You would expect higher level players to be, looking out
Okay,
for that
maybe we
anyway.
have
So
an
we
initial invade coming in. I'm interested to see
30
if it's
seconds
gonna
until minions
grant them
spawn.
any advantages. There's a small poke on the Hecarim, so just a small ward there to identify where he's starting. But Hecarim quickly backs off. Maybe he'll come back with a sweeper and sweep the ward and gets it. And look at the position of Darius. He's so aggressively, placed, so he can catch the Camille off guard. Or maybe I don't know. He's in a very very dangerous spot right now. Do they realize that there's a Darius hiding in the bush?
no, because they did see him going in, but they probably expected him to recall. Level 1 fight starts up, so
But
this
Hecarim is
probably
already
goes in
coming.
favor of the Darius, but the Hecarim is here to face him. Katrina moving as well. Level 1 shenanigans. Dead Corporal being chucked
Couldn't
down to
he get the
200
kill before he
HP.
dies? There, the flash being used, but he's been blocked by two of them. And Katarina gets the first blood. And on the bot side, there's another skirmish going on. Renata gets some considerable poke on the jungler and Ezreal as well. Okay, it's already a really, really bad start here for okay, they get a okay, that's I don't know what's gonna happen here. There's a flash coming in from Alistair. Can he get a stun on the Renata? No. But they're still chasing it. He's ignited and the kill secured by Kaisa. They could potentially get a double kill right here.
Double kill.
Okay, they
So
just
that
as
is
I
less
said, they
than
just
ideal.
yeah, they got a good lead at the top side, but then they decided to throw everything just because they wanted to get a couple of pokes on the jungler. But like, yeah,
I would say very, very questionable decision by Crow. He identified that he's stronger in the all-in, so we have another fight breaking up. Dead Corporal has level 2, but it seems that Crow is going to be able to bully him out anyway.
Yeah,
But
he is very confident because he still has his flash, while he knows that Camille doesn't have a flash. So any time now, it could be a kill.
yeah,
So he is being very aggressive.
my concern although is the bot lane. So like I talked about, a major point to capitalize on for the Ezreal Renata lane would be those early few levels, level 1 to 3, where 1 to 2 rather, where the Kai'Sa, Alistar don't really have a lot of pressure. Because as Alistar, you really want all. But
Okay,
let's cut
Camille
that
tells
short.
her.
And the top lane, we have Dead Corporal going on Crow, but it seems that Crow is going to be escaping with a sliver of life.
Yeah,
Another
he
fight in
needs
the
to
mid
flash
lane,
it.
and summoner spells are burned there as well.
Okay, now Kaisa did go back and buy, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, he does do long swords. Okay, the Pantheon showing his supremacy down in mid lane. Early game, you cannot contest this champ. And down goes Katarina.
Catbot just kind of disrespecting the Pantheon that chooses to stay in lane at really low HP, just gets completely caught off guard by the flash stun one shot. But he does have the teleport. He's going to be able to come back to lane.
Okay,
But is he going to be caught up? The
Katarina
Hecarim
comes
here
back.
is for the counter and a pause. Interesting.
Yes, the Diana did use her flash. I mean, possibly if they could cast a Diana again, I think that would be another kill. We were just applauding how, strong Pantheon was early game, but then unfortunately he overstayed his welcome. As soon as you saw the teleport channel, you should have backed off. I guess he had the false safety of, my jungler is nearby. I'm pretty, sorted. Even if he comes, I can stun. Probably we can take another kill. They did not, however, expect the Hecarim to also be coming down mid. So I guess
Yeah.
it's just an overextension.
If I do say so myself, classic mistake.
Yep, and as you can see, even though Kaisa has the lead, like you said, it's a ranged bot lane, and you can see the difference in just the CS, like 17 to 10. Even though he had the early double kills, he's still struggling in lane. So I guess
I think it should be fine because there's a big wave pushing into the tower because Renata and Ezreal are pushing right now. So once that wave crashes into the tower and those waves even out, Kaisa should be fairly even in CS. And
But
he
once-
gets to keep the advantage with the double longsword for now.
yeah,
Because
and
now
you
they
can
have to
see that-
respect the all-in. And that's a double kill for the Katrina. So that's a 3-1 Katrina in the early game. Not what you want to see.
Yeah, especially on his signature champion, like you cannot disrespect like that. But anyways, false sense of security, and top lane is already knows that Hecarim is gonna be pathing that way, but he's still playing so aggressively, and you can see the Hecarim trying to loop around and get the Darius as well. Will he be able to run away from this? He is absolutely
Could be pretty
fearless.
disastrous.
Yeah, there is still the Camille stun left, and he does use his Q, but that still doesn't matter. He is just gonna go down at this point.
Absolutely no chance for the Darius there. He hasn't got his level 6 yet. He was down a level. And this is starting to look... This is kind of starting to fall apart for Soul Society. They have both of their solo lanes losing right now. And we have another pause.
Yep. I mean, it's just this shows like a kind of like a communication disconnect, right? Darius should have known that Hecarim was mid and he's gonna path up top. And we should probably respect that and play. And you can just see that, like, he could have backed off. It was pinged, in fact, that the jungler is around top side, but I think he was just greedy for those minions. He's already down bad, so he was like, you know what, let me just get some minions myself, and then he just still goes down. Bot lane
Sides
is,
to greed.
yeah, bot lane is doing fairly well though. I mean, if at all they do have an opportunity to come back into the game, it is most likely from bot side of the map. So I guess the jungler should focus more there instead of
Yeah, the
like,
bot
trying-
lane is doing fairly well. Even in the jungle, we see that Hecarim has got himself quite a CS lead, 34 CS to 21 of the Diana, and he still has his topside jungle to take, and He's going to be able to pick up that scuttle because of the gank that he successfully had on the
Yeah,
top
and
lane,
there's
and now
another gang coming down in the mid lane. I don't think Pantheon can survive this, but he's trying his best. He could not hold on longer. He just goes down.
it seems like in this early game, Soul Society is just has no idea where the heck him is to some extent, and we can see the disparity in vision right now. Look at the amount of wards that TOK has on the map.
Yeah.
They know where the jungler is going pretty much throughout. Like there is all the wards that have been put out by Soul Society. You can see a ward near the top side Krugs, red side Krugs up top. Like that ward doesn't really do a lot. And now Crow is pushing up blind again, and the
it's
Hecarim
very
is pathing
clever.
top side.
Yeah, it's very clever play by the Camille, I would say. She has like very patiently freezed the lane and is waiting for the jungler to come. And at this point, the Darius is very desperate. Like he just needs some kind of farm, some kind of gold, but again ends up overextending and just goes down. And you can already see the 300 gold bounty down in the mid lane with the Katarina. It's just going horribly wrong.
It's extremely bad for Crow. He does not have teleport, so he cannot return to the lane immediately. The wave was already pushing towards his side, and we see that it continues to push.
It's just like, oh my god, Alistair is just gonna go down. And Renata just flashes in, ignites him, and he takes down the kill. It's like at this point they should give some respect to the ranged laners. They just like, you know what, I'm pretty tanky, but he still doesn't have his items to be tanky enough. He just goes down.
Yeah, just all around. Down that bot lane was the one lane that was ahead for
Yes.
Soul Society, and that seems to be falling behind. So now we could quickly be looking at a situation where every single role
Diana
is
is
behind
looking
their
around,
counterpart.
and could they possibly get this arcane shift is still available to the Ezreal? They are very confident that they can take the kill, but Alistair is coming here quite quickly. Did the Diana just flash in for the kill? No. It was the
Also
Alistair
heading
who-
bot, and the Diana, remember, does not have a level 6 yet.
Yeah, that is a really unfortunate incident. The Pantheon comes in with his ultimate. Will they get hold of the Renata? They could. There goes one. And could they possibly get another? No. Alistair does. I mean, he's still level
Managed to
4.
get one kill, and this is the power of the Pantheon in the middle lane, being able to, just ult anywhere and
Easily
have that
get the
kind
kill.
of global pressure. Even though he is behind, he will be able to help his team out with those ultimates, and that might be just what's needed, because right now the lanes seem to be kind of falling apart.
Yes, absolutely. Like, I mean, with the lethality build as well, it is a good chance that even if you fall behind, there are absolutely no tanks for them to tank. Like, it's just gonna be straight up damage coming out of your Pantheon. So it's still a good stun and a knock up, and then follow up by the Kaisa, and a kill is secured. So let's just see if they could. At this point, I don't think they want to go and lane. They just want to, get as much kills as possible, catch them on the rotations, and that's what they did down bot lane. I mean, good for the Temple of Kings there. Katarina still holds the bounty, and it was just the Renata that went down. But okay, he is just gonna go 1v1 down mid lane. Flash used by the Pantheon. Will he get away? Yeah, he does.
So that's fine. The Pantheon gets to take the farm, and he gets the flash of the Katarina without giving up a kill, which is fine in this lane because he's really, really behind right now. The only person who is ahead for Soul Society is the Kaisa.
Yep, and as you can see that Ezreal decided to back off, they utilize that window very, very smartly and are going to go take this dragon. Is there going to be a fight breaking up? Smite secured by red team, and once again Renata overextends, and no, he just escapes with the sliver. Nope. Darius says nope. His passive gets the kill, but look at the top lane. Camille is way ahead of this Darius. 32 to 83. I think Darius has absolutely nothing to lose, and that's why he
I
just
think top
decided-
lane is over. Top lane is
Yeah.
over, and with this choice that Pro made, going down to the bot lane, contesting Dragon when he does not have teleport, means that Dead Goblins look at that. He got 3 plates.
And
He is
the
insanely
entire
far
wave
ahead.
died to the to the tower as well. Like it's gonna push back to him now, and it's gonna be once again a hard lane for Darius. I think Darius is gonna be like, you know what? Look at his items. He's already gone with the
Darius
ninja
is
tag.
2k gold behind right now. Camille sitting on 4.2k gold earned. Darius on 2.4k. That's almost 2k gold behind. At this stage of the game, that is not recoverable.
Yeah,
And with a
that's
player
like
of
already
DC's
a
caliber,
divine, yeah, and Divine Thunder are completed for the Camille, and Darius is nowhere
there's
near
another
this
gank
first.
heading up to the top lane, and the wave is pushing it. This might be lights out for the Darius. Because at this
Okay.
point, I think that's
There's
two
an easy kill.
levels. 2k gold and 2 levels up on the Darius. That lane is not playable anymore.
I think they should just wait for the top tower to fall and then probably catch up since he is down, you know, his second tier turret. And as you said, Katarina tried to go in for the kill, but there is a good thing though. Pantheon, I guess, got the bounty on the Katarina, so maybe he could get some items to support his team. They really do need it.
Yeah, with that shutdown, he's actually ahead in gold compared to the Katrina right now, and they have a fight in the bot
been
lane.
exhausted and then the kill pressure is gone. But they still could dive, and there is no point contesting top side. I think they should obviously give it up, but they still decide to go in. Camille stuns the jungler and then quickly 2 kills taken. Renata ult being used to disengage. It's a 1-for-1. Will Dominic get this kill? This is one hit away and he does, but he escapes with a sliver of his health.
Managed to balance, and that's a 5-0 Kaisa, and that seems to be the only thing that they can play around. They chose to fight in the mid lane, but
And look
you
at
really
that, the
can't
guy
fight
coming
around this
in.
Camille.
Yep. Okay, is it gonna
Oh
be?
my god, what the hell?
That's the dive gone wrong.
What a
That's
throw.
the dive gone wrong. Yeah.
So now we are moving away from a situation where at some point in time the gold in the bot lane had gotten fairly close, but a bunch of throws in this mid lane. Nero gets a bunch of shutdowns and then Pantheon gets that kill when he roams down to the bot lane. And now Pantheon is actually ahead.
Yeah. He is.
Just by 100 gold, but he's still ahead.
And Eclipse coming in as well. It's gonna help balance out the burst coming in from the Katarina. It's all good for the Pantheon. And you can see that Darius has absolutely nothing to do. So he is just grouping with his team, trying to get something done somewhere. Maybe give some numbers advantage to them. Top lane is unplayable for him at this point.
Yeah, and this is just a consolation play because DC has the wave frozen up there. The Darius has nothing to do, and while he is sitting in his bot lane, he is also going to,
Oh, they might
He's
go in
not
for
really
the
getting
dive.
anything.
Alistair does use his ultimate and secures that kill. And there's no chance. They just like 5 people down bot. Take the they couldn't secure the turret though, but they're happy with the double kill that they got. On the Kaisa also is 6-0 now. It's on Dominic to carry this game.
game definitely looks to be on Dominic's shoulder. He's the man with the most gold on the map right now, and the gold difference has kind of evened out. So early in the game, it looked like this was TOK's game to lose because they were about like 3 or 4k gold ahead.
Might be extending here, but Vikram comes to support her. Does get the Raptor camps taken down, and as you can see, I think it was the first turret goal to the Kaisa as well. So she is like funneled up right now. So he already has completed the mortal reminder as well. I guess against the Hecarim's healing. So potential to carry. It's all set up, and Darius is now an additional minion in the jungle.
Interesting that he chooses to go for the mortal reminder over here, but yeah, the healing reduction definitely would come in handy. Right now, my concern is that top lane though, because the top lane is really it's really not playable.
Down to the second turret as well. I guess they might switch out their bot lane now to top and try to secure at least the top tier 1 turret here. But instead they choose to put their bot lane on mid and match the other lane as well. So Camille is way ahead. You cannot catch this champion. Already, okay, unfortunate mistake by Kranko trying to go in for the ward contest. He does not even care about the Alistair, but like, he should be worried at
Classic
this point.
support mistake. Cranko chooses to go on a solo warding mission and dies solo for it. Which is less than ideal because now they just. This is just. The Kaisa is just kind of snowballing. Crow has managed to find some farm in the bot lane, but he's also super behind right now. This
Yeah,
Darius is useless.
it is absolutely. That's why he is, I guess, going in for those, tankier items to support, to be that beefy guy in the front for the team. Is just like, throw everything at me, leave my Kaisa alone. The only play that he has to make. Or maybe, you never know, if you snooze on this Darius once again, it's just gonna be hemorrhage and guillotines coming down on.
Even so, that's not a difference that you could just overcome with Darius's base style, because right now he's super. Do not forget that he's super duper behind on levels.
Yes, he is.
Level 8. The bot laner Kaisa is level 10 right now. So we have the Darius at level 8, so he's absolutely been
And look
destroyed.
at that 1Q damage coming in from Camille. Almost a quarter of his health is gone. You cannot lane against this Camille anymore. They do have to. I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna answer this Camille. It's already, knocking on their tier 2 turrets.
I think there's an answer. They're going to constantly have to send another person to deal with this Camille. And we do see that right now with multiple people moving up to the top lane to make sure that Camille does not actually get this tower. Nero
And the mid
chugging
lane speed
potions over there.
Yeah. And now they're gonna be losing the mid lane turret and also the pressure mounts. Lucky for them, they already got the first 2 drakes. So they don't have to worry about a soul point right away, but still there's Baron on the menu and your vision is already compromised. Look at the vision, how far it has been pushed by the TTK. And your vision is just like safeguarding your jungle.
Yeah,
So
kind of feels like a bunch of solo queue wards being tossed around the map.
Yep. And constantly Diana tries to hover around Darius, and Darius cannot even go near the river to farm. He is just like, please push under my turret so I can just get 1 or 2 minions, catch up on some levels at least, if not gold. You can see how much of a pressure it is for the Darius alone.
Yeah, the Darius cannot lane against the Camille, and with the 1-3-1 split that they have right now, somebody has to lane against the Camille, and the reality
Darius
is nobody
already
actually
deciding
can.
to group, and they're deciding to go in for the Herald as well. But the Camille does have a teleport. She could potentially, flank. There are good amounts
Basically, the
of
teleport, if the Camille is free to split push on the opposite side of the map, whereas the
Maybe
Darius just has to
Katarina-
kind of make something happen.
I don't know why Katarina was pushing up without any vision around where the team is, but I guess Camille got some damage on the bot lane tier 2 turret, so that's some consolation, I guess. But once again, it's a 7-0 Kaisa now. How are you gonna answer? Team fight, yeah, they're good. But I don't think Camille ever came for a team fight. So
I mean, it makes sense because his goal is just to. Okay, that. Hello, Angel Lotus. What was that flash?
yeah, and they just getting caught snoozing, and the Camille is gonna go down. Okay, maybe not. Just
Camille going down here would be disastrous.
yes, and she has a bounty as well on.
They were able to get the Rift Herald up top, but getting the Katrina was kind of just a consolation prize because they were like, we can't really contest this.
Yes,
Contest
but the
this
other
Herald
team
up
has
here, so let's just get the Katrina. But then they
Yeah.
get caught out on the bottom side of the map. Kranko dies yet again, and Angel Lotus decides to follow him to the grave, which is
classic water.
interesting.
Yes,
Very
and
interesting.
they just they think they're strong, and that they have to understand that their Camille needs a good flank to even win a team fight, right? Even though you have a Camille, there is still a lot of disengage on the other side, like your Alistar could knock you up, push you away from the Kaisa, and Kaisa could also, ult towards your backline. So they do have the power, but it's all focused in on the Camille, getting a good engage on the
It's
other.
basically for blue side we have most of the gold focused into that Camille. Rather the difference in gold, who's sitting on 9,000 gold versus the Darius is 5,000. So he's 3,000 gold ahead on his counterpart, which is the same as their bot lane. Ezreal on 6.6k versus the Kai'Sa's 9.7k. So a 3k gold difference there. So other
It's in
positions, everything is relatively even. Black Infinity has managed to scrounge up a bit of lead over HD Crusher, so that's primarily why there's a bit of the goal difference over there. But across the board, everything else is even, bar the top laner and the bot laner.
Yeah, even though they have like 16 kills and 3 objectives taken, they're still kind of like 1k gold down, and already you can see the Baron being started by just 3 members. Do they realize it? Okay, there's a ward going down. They do have an idea that this Baron is being targeted, but Pantheon might get caught here off the rotation. Yes, he does get ulted, and okay, the Hecarim being ignited. Does he go down? Yes, the Kai'Sa comes in clutch and takes the kill. Kranko is already on the menu. Next comes your Camille, the one fed member. That 500 gold goes down to Kai'Sa. On the other end, Darius manages to survive with just Q. And like, could he possibly escape? No, Katarina also goes down. Like, what is happening at this point? Like, why start the Baron without any vision? They just...
So I assume the goal here was to kind of use the teleport that they had. They're running double teleport. So they wanted to use the teleport on the Katarina to kind of create a man advantage. But what they didn't realize was that everybody else was already there. They thought they could catch out the Pantheon and take him down fast enough. But with the Kai'Sa ult and everyone else was already there. Red team moves really fast to collapse.
Yeah, I think they didn't have much pressure on the other lanes. They could have pressured bot lane before even going for the Baron, but look at where the minions are in the bot lane. They're
Simply
not even
backed
pushed.
off the Baron and let Katarina continue pushing that bot lane.
Yeah, they should just
As the
kept the
teleport
pressure.
advantage, because Red team can't really start the Baron because they weren't super ahead at that point. And
Now it's just disaster. It's a 10-0 Kai'Sa. And look at that, the Diana also has a bounty on her right now. They lost the 5k bounty on the Camille, and the Rift Hero doesn't even use the mid tier. That's sad everywhere.
also, if it's possible, can we switch people in the scorecard to their actual roles? And here's a fight starts up in the top lane, but I don't think anything is going to come out of it. So now Baron buffs on Soul Society, and they look to siege down this mid tower with the lead they have. And for the first time in a long time, now Soul Society is looking at a 2k gold lead right now. At 22 minutes in the game, that's not huge. It's like 1.2k gold lead, but they do have the Baron buff right now.
Yeah, exactly. And not just the Baron buff, you should have to take into account the couple of kills that went their way as soon as the Baron, before the Baron was contested. And all the other side really has is their Camille, who can split push and pressure the other lane and make them to push to the other end. But really though,
While this Baron is up, they do have that bit. They have a bit of breathing room where it's really hard for the Camille to split push because of the Baron buff minions around. But that pressure is going to knock on their doors once again as soon as this Baron buff goes on. It seems like while they do have the Baron buff, oddly enough, it seems that TOK are the ones pushing these lanes up, and they don't seem to be really able to get a lot with this Baron buff. And now we see that the Pantheon is kind of falling off. By yes, he does have the gold, he does have items. Both champions sitting at 2 items right now, but this is kind of the classic Pantheon weakness. That Pantheon is starting to fall off. The Darius never got a chance to abuse that early game strength, and my concern is just that a lot of these champions that Soul Society have, they're going to fall off, and with the exception of the Kai'Sa.
Okay, there's a flash apprehend already. The Renat once again. What's up with Kranko? He always gets this duty to ward, and then he just gives up his life for a ward. And this is a soul dragon as well. I mean, That's a tough luck right there.
Not really a bit of an issue. Like we see TOK for the most part has the better vision, but they somehow seem to have issues with the vision right around these objectives. Cranko dies for free. Luckily, he's the only person who dies, and they get another dragon, and that will be soul point for Soul Society.
Yep. It's a little bit unfortunate right here. Now you can see the call coming into group along with the team. The Camille just abandons the side lane and tries to group. Katarina, however, is still pushing top. They have taken the top tier 2 turrets. Now they still have to break down the mid tier 1. You can see it's still standing and it's gonna be a problem later on in the game. Like, you can't even contest the Iron Vision right there without taking that turret. Like and you can see the power of sticking together comes right there while the Hecarim Hull flashes forward to get her ultimate off, and on the other end, 1v1 easy kill. Almost.
Nero gets very, very close to taking down the Camille, but it's not happening. That Camille is super duper ahead.
Yeah,
Even with the gold shift, but it seems that Darius has been caught out in the top lane, or has he? Because Diana is moving up top here.
Yeah, at this point it's just, I don't know what's happening with the TTK. They're playing like it's a solo queue map. Like everybody getting caught. As I say that, it's being, okay, aggressive flash in by the Kaisa. Good stoppers coming in for her, but look at that, 1,000 gold going in for the Camille. That is just gonna be bad, but they do get one kill back, however, and they can't catch this Camille at this point. I think it's gonna be Zeus. I don't follow her, but they do wanna give the kills down to Camille. Hecarim comes in to bail her out. Will they get the kill? But Death Corpus flashes right in time. The Diana follows up. Can he get the kill though? Oh no, that shield! And a good stopwatch by the Diana. This fight is going on for long. Like Camille just gets 3 kills out of nowhere.
What a disaster! And this was the Camille issue, the top gap that has been brewing for so long. That Camille being so far ahead, 40 stacks on that Ravenous Hydra, so hard to take down, constantly just healing, kiting the Diana, flashes over the wall to not get
And the
insta
last
killed, and
minute
buys enough time for the Hecarim to respawn and come back and turn the fight. And that's a 1.7k gold, like 2,000 gold that went to the Camille just there. And
Yeah,
again, TOK is ahead, and the Camille split push is starting to look as deadly as ever. He has his 2 items completed now, moving on to his 3rd item.
it's just like ridiculous. Like they should have just let him go. He was already planning to run away from the fight, but they following him, thinking that they could get the kill. But like, why? You could see the power of the Camille's passive shield coming in. You cannot break through that, and before that shield goes down, she heals a bunch, and it's impossible to even 1v2 this Camille right now.
That being said, the threat of the Kaisa is still very real. 4 items on that Kaisa right now. Kraken Slayer completed, Blade of the completed. So this Kaisa just shreds right now, and we
you
see
can
a
see a
Baron
Gale
being
also
started up
coming.
by blue side.
Okay, this could potentially be the last fight after this Baron. This push is gonna be very important because the Kaisa also has the Guardian Angel up. And now I understand why she went immediately for that mortal reminder. I mean, it's like, look at that death dance. Already healing just with the Hydra, and on top of that, it's gonna be impossible to kill this Camille unless your Kaisa gets to exceptionally kite. You can see
We
that
have some
fine.
exquisite cheese fondue brewing in the bot side jungle of the blue team.
I'm pretty sure Tranko is gonna walk there toward it. Okay.
They
He's
get
got his
checked by
lesson,
the
yeah.
Mystic Shot. So Angel Lotus decides to check the brush himself instead of letting Franco die, and fight starts in the top lane. Ouch, that's a lot of damage. But
Yep.
Ignite gets blown and gets nothing in return, to be honest.
And at this point, like, I think Franco's had enough. He's not gonna go ward the other jungle without his jungler or anyone backing him up. So that was a clever choice. Or else he would have just been blown up, followed by the Ezreal as well. But it's gonna be a hard match. from this point on because your Pantheon's already gone. It's just a stun bot right now. That's all he can do. Just he gets on the primary targets of LD, and look at that. Kamil is completely disregarding his damage. Just
Oh my
casually,
god, look at that damage.
casually, 1Q and half the health is gone. Diana's getting caught in the 3v2, but Kaiser comes in from a good angle. Does he get the kill? No, the Renata comes in being cleansed. And the Katarina still survives. Renata still survives. There's a whole chaos brewing in this team fight, and absolutely unimaginable damage coming in from the Katarina. Still survives and gets the Kaisa as well on the back of it. But I mean, at this point, like, how much can you kite?
Red team's turret.
How much?
Oh my
That
god.
Camille, he
Well,
probably
that's
gave it as a consolation kill.
consolation prizes.
Just kill
But
me.
the issue there was that on the bot lane you saw the Darius getting caught out. Why do you start a fight there immediately?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Darius didn't expect that 1Q to blow him, like blow the entire health bar off. Like, what was that? Like,
Were
I
you
didn't
expecting that? Darius has the same amount of HP as that Ezreal.
yeah, but still, that damage is like insane. But he still tries to defend it. I think they should have just given. I mean, they were trying to back off anyway, so they should have. But it's an Elder Drake, so I guess that's what they were fearing.
It's going to be a problem.
It is like they have absolutely no answer. I would say
Elder Drake, as it always is always a problem. You can. This is one objective that if you get Elder Drake, you pretty much cannot really win team fights. It's extremely hard to win those team fights with the
And look at that
burn
Drago
damage.
aggressively positioning. Maybe he could get his ultimate off. He gets off in Alistair alone, but the Diana's also got a good ult by the Camille to escape from the Diana's ultimate. But look at that. Kaisa has no place to kite. That's a very, very, very narrow corridor and just blown off. Everybody is like so low on health. Maybe the Darius has a chance to come back. I don't know. Like, he just spawned. Like, maybe he does have his ultimate. Maybe. I'm just reaching for
14 Darius is going to try and defend. I don't think it matters though, as Dead Corporal is going to run him down. He's going to get collapsed upon, and it looks like game 1 is going to go over to Temple of Kings.
I think they really have to address the problem on the top side. Like, you can't, play that cocky. They're gonna have some answers to that. Like, it was a good bot lane, however, like, the Kaisa couldn't really, carry through all of that. Like, look at the scoreboard. Look at that. The Camille is.
Sarito, please buff ADC. ADC is autofill roll now.
Look at the amount of gold Camille had. He had almost, the same amount of gold Kaisa had as well. So, yeah. And look at that damage. Equal amount of damage. In a solo lane, mind you, he was not there for team fights. I'm pretty sure most of the Kaisa's damage came from team fights, while that damage, that was just the last 2 team fights that they had. And Camille was not even like.
Camille was fighting. I find the damage has to mostly be fairly irrelevant in games because people think that, oh my god, I did the most damage. Did I carry the game? A lot of other things go into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the big issue here in this game was primarily the top lane. The top lane just completely folded. Darius goes for the ghost instead of the teleport. Wants to play for lane, dies level 1 in the jungle, not a good look. Dies level 3 to a gank, then dies level 6 to a gank, and then after that it just completely snowballs out of control because there was that big wave in the top lane, and there was no jungle support for him to actually break the freeze because Dragon was up and they chose to go bot side. And then at that point, the Darius was so behind that even he couldn't probably fight the bot lane Ezreal, who was suffering the most on the other side of the team. So that for me was the reason why they lost, because they were kind of winning these team fights because of how ahead the Kaisa had in all those really scrappy fights. The Kaisa was able to get a lot of kills, but the Camille was
Just wait
completely
for
unchecked throughout this game.
It's impossible. Look at that, level 18 to your Kaisa is just level 15. It's just no match, I guess. So they might have some answers down in the second game. I'm really interested to see what they come up with. Maybe a stronger jungle, but Diana really didn't, shine for them. Maybe they might try to go in for the Udir or something. And we will be having our game 2 in another 10 minutes. So I guess we can all take a short break, take a breather from that Camille Q damage, and
Oh
then
my
come back.
god.
Darius had a reality check. So, anyways, guys, we'll be back in 10 minutes with the next game. We'll take a short break. to game 2 of the Soul Society versus Temple of Kings. I guess they have decided to stick to their sides. So, what do you think would be the focus here for Soul Society? How can they get the series from Temple of Kings?
Oh wow, another Heimer ban.
And I guess it's gonna be the same. First 4 bans at least. I'm hoping for a Lucian ban. Okay, Zinzao.
Zinzao ban targeted at Nero yet again. One of his, I believe, Zinzao was the first champion that Nero used to rise to prominence. The Zinzao mid player.
Is it gonna be a Lucian ban or are they gonna keep Lucian Nami open and ban something completely wild like Hecarim maybe? No, they're gonna ban the Talon. And
Not want to deal with Mr. Wall Jumper.
yeah, that is, and also his quick clears as well. It's gonna be really scary. So
It's really annoying with that new reworked Hydra, honestly.
yes, I mean you could see the Katarina also building the Hydra and just going berserk, clearing the waves that quickly. And
That was an interesting build. Hydra into Heartsteel Katarina.
and there you see it, Lucian ban. They do not want to deal with the Lucian Nami combo, and that's just off the table right now. So this has to be the important ban right here. Are they gonna leave the strong jungles open, or what could be the answer here? There you see it.
Go
Hecarim
for the
ban.
Hecarim back.
So are they gonna go pick a jungler this time and then? Okay, that's a Twitch coming up.
That's a interesting. However, I don't think they're going to first pick a Twitch.
It would be interesting if it was a first pick, but no, that's.
Oh, it seems that they're going for a Lee Sin, not the most meta jungle right now, but has been pretty much a staple in the jungle ever since he was released. But while we're at that, guys, do remember to like the stream and do subscribe if you haven't already, because we are going to bring more such tournaments for you all throughout the next year.
Yes, guys, show some love to SMG as well. Thank you for hosting the tournament, and there you have it. They just still decide to go with the Pantheon. I mean, it was working for them.
Yeah, the Pantheon worked fine, and Nero is pretty comfortable on that champion, and he does have a bit of an issue with his champ pool, so probably don't want to have it yoinked away later. So good to have him on a comfort pick. And is that going to be a Vayne? Vayne, that's pretty early for a Vayne.
That's pretty ballsy to pick a Vayne on second pick. Oh no, that's
No, go for the Varus instead. A bit safer, still pretty immobile, but way more ballsy, way less ballsy than Vayne for second pick Vayne.
At least they have a faster scaling path than the Vayne.
Yeah, Varus pretty strong. Varus can get online way faster than a Vayne would, but now we already see quite a few deviations in the draft, and
there
it's
you
going
have it,
to
they
be the
just-
Caitlyn.
They just decide to say that nope, you're not gonna play the lane comfortably this time around. We're gonna challenge you. Is it gonna be a Caitlyn Morgana? I mean, they did.
It could be a
tease the
Caitlyn.
Morgana.
Honestly, I think Varus just fine
And there
into
you have it.
Caitlyn. It's going to be the Caitlyn Morgana, but I think Varus does fine into Caitlyn.
So are they really gonna go for an engage support, or are they gonna go for a shielding support this time around? I mean,
I think engage supports would not be too amazing. I would like to see a poke sort of support being
maybe
picked
a
here.
Karma.
Maybe a
Maybe.
karma would be good here. So they just to
Nami's
go.
also good.
I mean, so pretty strong trades over here.
Yep, at least
I
now
think-
we
I
have a
think the lane is
range
fine.
bot lane. Yeah.
Yeah.
So far, the pick seems to be, pretty good. Depends on what they would have for the jungle.
Another thing to kind of remember is that the Varus does have a fair bit of magic damage in his kit along with the Nami. So Morgana might have to put 2 points into her black shield in order to make sure that the shield doesn't just go down to the damage.
And there you have it, the scary Camille out of the picture. They do not want to deal with it once more, and they have been, put down the thing, and then they said like, okay, this time around, let's just get a fair enough Okay, that's a
It's a
Lilia
Lilia
ban.
ban in the jungle, which is kind of interesting. They do already have Morgana, Caitlyn range champions to deal with the Lilia, but
But I
fairly
guess,
obnoxious champion.
yeah, it's more towards like, what goes with Pantheon. Since you're gonna be playing Pantheon mid, it's pretty obvious that you want to go for an AP jungler, right? Like, Diana didn't work out. Maybe Lilia does have a huge potential in terms of like clear, faster clear, and move speed and all of that. And
Diana, so they are taking the AP junglers off the board. So topic still fairly open, but we do see that the Camille and Gangplank have been banned targeted at Dead Corporal, and it's going to be the Echo pick.
yep, Echo does go well with Pantheon. You can layer up your stuns and do not forget that this time around Silas is open as well. That's a really strong pick considering all of the ultimates. Quite, disruptive in a team fight, and there you have it. Katarina bot's gonna go for the Silas this time around.
Silesh shall descend upon the rifts once again to
Yeah,
steal your money and your ults.
it's just gonna be wild. I'm interested to see what kind of an ultimate
Is
it
it
gonna
going to be Black Infinity Renga?
Is it gonna be a Rengar top? Or is it gonna be a Rengar jungle?
It is going to be the Rengar. So, is this a Lee Sin top? Oh, don't tell me this is a Lee Sin top. Dead Corporal stop.
Now all that's left is to pick the top lane. What does Crow go for? I think a good tank would be a good answer right here, Garen. Yes, finally.
Very classic pick, Garen.
I mean, if you can't play, for your side lane pressures, at least you can help out your team with a good, reliable tank. So I guess Crow deserves it. Any other?
Interesting draft. It seems that most people have just pretty much gravitated towards their comfort picks, and people have exchanged champions. It does seem like it's going to be the Lee Sin top, which is Lee Sin top can be pretty good, depending
Yes.
on the matchup. I'm not quite sure how he does into Garen. I don't think that matchup is super amazing for him, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, anything like if you come melee range to Garen, you get silenced, and it's like kind of an awkward spot to be in. You just have to take that spin damage after your silence. You can't even jump back to the minion. So I guess you will have to. I mean, it's gonna be Death Corporal again. He's probably gonna wait for his jungler, be patient and not be trigger happy, and try to go in for those aggressive trades.
Yeah,
It
this time
depends.
although we're looking at junglers who aren't really all that amazing. Like these like the Rengar ideally wants to get his level 6, and the question is where does that level 6 rank go? Can can Soul Society track him adequately? Can they figure out where that level 6 Rengar gang is going to be, or do they get blindsided by it? Because a lot of these lanes have the potential to snowball out of control. Lee Sin snowballs extremely hard. Caitlyn Morgana, if you give them an advantage early game, that lane becomes quite
Unplayable.
unplayable, honestly. And it's the same with the Silas. Like this man, Silas gets advantages early. This champion is going to snowball out of control. So that level 6 gank could make or break the game here. On the other side, the bot lane is a Varasnami, so they're going to have the advantage in short range. I kind of expect the Varas and Nami to be able to kind of push the Caitlyn Morgana in the early game. And as far as not push, rather win short trades in the early game, but with the Morgana Caitlyn, they do have a lot of push power. So the bot lane matchup is going to be something to watch out for.
And this time around, you should also have to keep in mind that Varus is a pretty much an immobile ADC, and like if the Rengar gets to jump on the Varus and you don't have a Nami bubble or a tidal wave coming in to save him, is pretty much bye bye Varus, and your
It's
majority of your
matter.
damages goes there.
But that being said, Varus also tends to go towards the Immortal Shield bow, and there's also more HP that you have to go through in general. And remember that Varus,
Mhm.
if you don't one-shot the Varus is going to toss out those chains and could get you rooted. Rengar does have the CC removal, but then again, it's going to be layers upon layers of CC. There's going to be the knock-up from Nami, which you cannot remove, obviously, and the bubble that follows, again, cannot be removed, cleanse, because they're both knock-ups. So we
Pretty
could see
much
how it
like
goes.
depends on how the bot lane is gonna play around this comp, because I feel that it has always been the question, right? Like the previous game as well, you saw the Kaisa being extremely fed. However, she just could not, escape from the amount of people jumping on her with the Camille flying from all the way across the map with her stun, and the Katarina jumping here and there, and the amount of heals coming in to save him. Hekarim running around with his horse. It was like impossible, even though she had good amount of peel for her. And once again, it seems like they just want to pick off this ADC. They just want to get that deleted off the map.
Yeah,
Would
that seems. I think a lot of how this game goes will be pretty dependent on how the ADCs play out, because the way we see these two compositions, a lot of it is going to depend on those ADCs. So I guess we'll have to see which bot lane gets ahead in the early game, early mid game, because that might matter a lot in this kind of composition, because both of these comps are going to be relying on their ADCs for damage.
A summoner
It's
has
also very
disconnected.
gonna
A
be
summoner
very
has
hard to break
disconnected.
through the Garens, tankiness without your ADC. I mean, Tyler does do a fair amount of damage, but he is still, not a ranged carry, and he has to get close in range to Garen. And do not forget the power of silence.
Yeah,
It's
and the way Silas is played these days compared to how he used to play a while back is that you do tend to see Silas is building more tanky items, not going for like a one-shot Silas build. So, of course, if you feed the guy, he is going to one-shot you, but that's just League of Legends.
it would be great if he could align the champs as well. I wonder if Crow is gonna be as ballsy as like he was last game and just gonna go in for the invade, or if he gonna be very defensive point. Look at the great team already pinging their entry points. They just wanna go get a ward across and like figure out where the Rengar is gonna start. Classic early game coming in from either teams, and seems like Nami, Varys. I think Varys is probably disconnected. I think he's not in the yet. Would expect a pause to know, but I guess he can't. What do you think of the corrupting
30
potion
seconds
starts for the
until minions
Pantheon?
spawn.
Okay, look at that. This time around, they decide to invade, thinking that, let's just capitalize on Crow's mistake from last game, but Echo has to blow his flash just to stay alive. And they've already figured out, they've pushed him out of his own jungle now that they can easily take the red buff. Is Catbot gonna do the same mistake as Crow
This is
last game?
this, and it seems that the recall from Morgana was cancelled. The flash on Echo is nice, but I'm not sure if it's going to really matter a lot, because remember that Echo is going to be in the jungle. So
Yeah.
maybe he doesn't get a kill during a gank, but what I think is like this early into the game, it's probably going to be more like the Echo just gets his
And you
flashback
could see the
eventually. It
amount of
doesn't
wards
matter.
going in, right? Garen used his ward, pretty sure, like, Morgana immediately going in for the sweeper instead of the ward. Ward timing also, will play out, I guess. Have to be mindful of that. And look at that, Garen gets 2 wards. Pretty sure he's
Well,
gonna get
it-
level 1 easily.
Yeah, so a 10 gold big advantage in the top lane, borderline unplayable honestly, and some cheese fondue. These guys tried to get some free poke, but I think might have backfired a bit because they didn't realize how strong that Caitlyn is going to be at level 1 with the extra. Because Varys and Nami, that lane kind of does want to get a few levels. Fairly decent at the first level, and now the heals from Nami are going to come into play over there.
Yeah, and Crow should honestly just stop trading with the Lee Sin early, because he does have a lifesteal in his kit. However, he has to go out of combat to even heal up. And look at Lee Sin, he's playing very cleverly. Not letting the Garen get his passive up, not letting. And immediately Neglect goes up. Can he get a silence? Nope.
So again, Crow chooses not to go for the teleport, so he is playing for the lane yet again. The teleport Lee Sin is interesting to say the least, but I think it's fine for Crow to take, because yes, Lee Sin has that lifesteal on his kit, but it's very limited, whereas Garen has Garen passive.
Yeah,
So-
that's exactly what Crow was trying, to like just going in for shorter trades so that he does not get his passive off and keep him right on the low health bar. And you can see that Crow is already backing off from, even a little bit. Okay, this could potentially be a gank. Immediately flash utilized, an easy kill for the Echo. Will Cranko use his flash as well? No, he
I
decides
think
to hold
Cranko
on.
gets out here, but I think this is a case of Angel Lotus just didn't respect the Nami support because Varus has his.
Okay, Black Infinity coming in. Finally, Cranko is supposed to flash. The Rengar does get a kill on to the jungler. Goes down 1 for 1. But
That is not even remotely close to being worth.
Yep.
Another kill on the Varus, and that he's going to push that wave into the. He's going to get the reset. Does Cranko die here?
Oh my
No,
god.
he just manages to survive.
Yeah, that Black Shield saving his life right there. Just giving him a sliver of health to just get away from it. And look at that, they don't even have to back, they just keep healing and they just keep pushing this wave, and Caitlyn is all alone in the bot lane. Like, there's again more pressure towards the Caitlyn to play very safe, and she's already
Nami is out of mana, so not too much pressure there, and the Varus is a bit low on HP.
He does have a red buff to heal up from, and look at this. Top lane is absolutely being dominated by Death Portal. He does not give an easy time for Crow to even come up and farm, and Pantheon Resides is a good time to go in, ignites, but the Echoes stun misses. This is exactly where your flash would have helped.
That being said, the enemy jungler was also there, so it might have been a flashy.
Could be. Like, it could still be.
And kind of you expect this. Lee Sin is extremely strong in the early game, really high base damages, so.
And he also has this passive to heal up from, like not his passive, like this safeguard to heal up from, and Garen just has to rely on passive. He has to definitely go out of combat for that, and look at that, Death Corporal is absolutely not letting him. He's just constantly on his face trading, like you will not heal, and he did not even have to Q there, and he takes
Was that
two
worth?
targets.
He takes 2 turret shots for the 1 Q, but
Yeah,
so
but,
that should give Crow the breathing room he needs.
But look at that, he could. This is exactly what he did.
And,
You get silenced. You should respect the silence. Could not queue back to the minion, and he just died.
Yeah, I think the idea was that he had his jungler there to back up, but he just dies immediately. Would have been better if he would have let Black Infinity tank the tower
Yep.
and then gone for the kill. But still, that's a Garen. He has that damage reduction spell,
And
but
look
it
at
seems
that,
that they're
they
going to
just
collapse on Crow over here.
Cornering him like you are not gonna get away from this time. And Silas comes in. Does he? Oh my god! It would have
Silas
been a
dies.
disaster. Yes, it is a okay.
But he did not get the damager, so it's an execute. So
Okay, the Silas was
smart by
the
Dead Corporator to head to the mid lane and cover that lane.
He just used to teleport to go in there, and once again, it's just disaster up in the top lane.
Interestingly, the Varus has not recalled yet.
He's been constantly been pressured by this lane, like either the Caitlyn or the Morgana was always, coming back and forth. He is comfortable, he has the key, he has his, a long sword for damage as of now. I mean, against
That longsword, but Caitlyn is sitting on a Cull and a Doran's blade. So, yes, Varus is ahead, but is he? Because he hasn't recalled, so he hasn't spent his gold. And gold in your pocket doesn't give you damage.
And look
oh,
at that
multiple.
continuous CC from the disgusting bot lane, I would say.
So this is against a Morgana Caitlyn, then you really do not want to step into traps, and that's why, because you just get rooted, and once you get rooted, you just get another trap placed under you. It's really brutal, and Irwin gets it. So that means that Dominic doesn't get to recall once again, and another tower dive in the mid lane, and does Katarina bot pay with his life? Yes, he does, but I suppose that
cleverly being taken a sneaky dragon, but no Rengar could go down. But Echo is gonna tank it. He still doesn't have his level 6. He does not flash, but traded by the virus, but it's not worth it. He's gonna lose his life for that, and Caitlyn gets Morgana gets it, but I guess that's a little bit of consolation. It's an ocean drake as well. The amount of slopes that come from this.
see Crow running all the way down to the bot lane. He is already like 15 CS down. That's the wave that's going to crash into the top
Oh
tower.
my
And
God.
ooh, Nero comes in with the Superman ult and picks up a
beauty
kill.
taken down, yeah. At this
Crow is
point,
going to be set behind again. It matters less here because he's up against the Lee Sin, yes, but still, it seems like Crow doesn't really care about winning lane right now.
Yep, he is already playing for his team, and it was a good pick on the Garen as well because he. I mean, if it were a Darius, it would have been even harder. And Ignite going in, does he get the kill? Yes. Another kill secured by the mid lane. You can see easily Nero is very comfortable in this Pantheon, and he is just owning the mid lane. At least the one he
The
wants to
strength
fight.
of the Pantheon in the early game, and that's gonna be a wave miss for the Silas, who is also 20 CS down, so
Yeah, and
not too great.
already.
So both team solo laners doing soft hints all over the map.
I mean, finally Garen goes there to catch up the wave, but already two
And
turret
always, you
plays.
steal the ult and just come back.
Yeah, two turret plays taken down in mid lane. There could potentially be a dragon fight down. This is a really hard dragon to take. Black and Pretty does go in for the kill. The flash bubble lands, but will they be able to convert it to a kill? Caitlyn just cleverly escapes with her. Okay, the Silas flanking. It's a very, very bad situation right now. The Pantheon could get a kill, but it goes to the Echo. Maybe
Double kill.
a sneaky Q coming in from Morgana easily gets him the kill now.
That ends up being a 1-for-2 trade unless Nero can convert another kill here. Garen is heading down over to the mid lane.
Oh my
And
god, that's a beautiful double kill! It
Nero
could-
coming in with the 1v3. What the fuck?
Oh, that's a
my
beautiful
God.
spear! The power of Pantheon down early game. This is exactly what you don't want to miss with the dark binding missed by Kranko. The early use of Black Shield. Absolutely beautifully, wait. The patient on this man is just amazing. He just waited for all those CCs, all those skill shots to come in and then just
Blocks
goes in.
everything with a well-timed Pantheon shield and takes down two people with it.
And the final spear
And
down.
oh no, not like
Angel
this.
Lotus? No, I don't think the Garen has any kill potential right now because, look at his items. If he had, one full item, maybe that could have easily been a kill, but
Really smart. The Pantheon goes top. Pantheon is 6-1. How do you deal with this guy?
yeah, I mean, you're against the most disgusting stun player in the game. And was it stolen? No, it was not. It was a good attempt
To
by
finally
Kranko.
get that dragon, they have had their eyes set on it for a long time.
You could always see this, right? This time around, they do have a little bit of a kill lead, but then there's no goal lead as well. Just ballsy going in. Garen does not have enough damage. You should respect the collapse right here. Will they get at least one? But no. It could actually become, bad news for CTK.
Garen at this point kind of feels like a support, and Irwin again gets found in the wrong place, and this might be the bot lane going down. Yes, they do.
The beautiful Morgana play by Kranko just takes the, gives the shield at the right moment, stuns the Varys in a nice black soil placement as well, gets all the kills to himself, but it still works. And the fruit of their labor, Angel Lotus gets to farm up some kills right here. He's happy. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be happy with building one full item, even though he might be slightly behind him. No, I think he's pretty fine. Especially after that double, the duo going on their favor.
Yeah, ADCs, both ADCs fairly even, sitting on 4.6k gold. The big issue is, of course, going to be this Pantheon, who is quite ahead of the curve.
He is.
Still, overall, as a team, TOK is ahead, even though
And
that
it's-
Pantheon is fairly fed.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that Caitlyn is very confident that the Morgana will shield her, and she's just decided to go for a heal instead of a cleanse or something of the ADC. So that could also be a dead Varys right now, but as you said, the shield bow comes in clutch, saves his life.
Yeah, so that's the shield boy, and Rengar isn't having the greatest game, so he doesn't have the most damage at all. So a bit hard for him to actually come on top on this fight.
Binding, that beautiful binding connected and almost like there's no contest in that. They should have used the tidal wave. A nice stopwatch coming in to save him from the tidal wave, and they do get the kill. Will they convert it to an? Oh no, Rengar still survives. That just was scary there for a moment.
Things kind of falling apart in the bot lane, and the lead grows for TOK right now. And I think the issue is again Gale Force Garen. Now I find this fairly sus. Garen going for all of this damage. Does he get the kill
Yes, he does. He does. He
Or
did.
does
He
he
didn't have
get
the
the kill?
ignite. He didn't have the ignite on him. And I think Silas was trying to steal the Echo's ultimate right there just to escape. And okay, 1v1. Caitlyn is just fearless at this point. Like, let's just fight. It could be a good thing for them. They do get the first, mid lane turret. They want to bumps the turret. They will
Let's see,
get
first turret gold.
First turret
Does
gold is
seem like-
already gone, but
Oh yeah,
they
first
do get
turret gold is
the-
already gone.
Does Lee Sin die for it too? But Morgana comes in plus the ultimate goes down. He's sticking on to him. It's a very, very bad decision. Like, you're a support, you're against a mid laner who's fed and you decide to die for that. I think it was a wrong call given in by the other team. Will they get it? The flash blown. Caitlyn ultimate does not land. Well,
Kind of ignoring the fact that there could have been more teammates for Soul Society right behind the two that they obviously saw, because nobody was really visible of the fact. You saw that Varus was down in the bot lane farming, so they should have considered the possibility that there were more teammates coming up to back these two guys. And while in isolation, it looks like what they did was just fine, trying to go for the Panther and try to get that 600 gold shutdown. What they were actually doing was running into into a 2 versus 4.
he is. And like you still, you should still respect the Pantheon, right? He's the most fed member of the team, and on top of that, your Lee Sin was already, taking a lot of damage, and he was trying to back off, and they already disengaged. That was like, a good point where you just say like, cut your losses and just be fine. And Anko decides to kind of flash for it and pays off with his life, and quickly convert it into a
We
2.
saw this game that Crow again chose to just completely FF his lane in favor of getting more pressure on the map. But the difference this time is that Garen is. Oh
It's
my
still
god,
useful.
what the
I
hell?
mean, regardless of not being in the lane or not, your Garen is still powerful. Like I said, that silence into that spin, you just have to take that damage. Nothing else you can do. Look at, he's absolutely fearless against the like 1.5 item reason. He's just going in, just get that Pantheon ult down, takes 2. Tidal Wave comes in, the beautifully stolen Echo ult by the Silas still could not save the team fight, and then just easy win for for the Soul Society there, and they get the second dragon as well.
So it's pretty much a case of, yes, last time he FF'd the lane, but he was Darius, and Darius really wants to get that early game win, which is kind of true for Garen as well. But Garen is a lot more forgiving in that sense that he
There's a
doesn't
beautiful
care
binding
about a
coming
lead
in.
as much.
There's a good amount of damage, but you could pay for the life, for your life a bit. I guess, Nami deserves to fight right there. And maybe Varus gets a kill. Yeah, he does. Oh, beautifully cleansed. Maybe another kill for the Varus. Yes, he does. But Caitlyn comes in clutch, takes one. And
We walked into a trap again.
I mean, once you're stunned with a trap, there's just no escape. Like, you just have to give up. That was like a classic case of overextension. Just backed off. They didn't back off the reason, paid for the life with one, but the Varus managed to, convert it to a double kill, at least until the Caitlyn showed up.
It's kind of what I think is like last time when we were giving all of these leads up, you were giving it up to Camille. Now, Camille is an extremely strong split pusher. You give her that sort of lead, and she's really able to capitalize on it. But Lee Sin is not that kind of champion. Lee Sin kind of, yes, he has a lot of damage in the earlier stages of the game. Yes, even
But
in the
it
mid
is-
stages.
It is still like, that one kick that could save your game.
Yeah, but you don't need items for a kick.
True. Like, you're not that much of a threat. I mean, Garen is gonna scale way better than Lee Sin.
Yeah,
even if you don't have items-
Camille Q does jack shit if you don't have items, right?
Yes.
Lee Sin kick is always so. Lee Sin tends to be more occupy more of a supportive role. So giving him that item lead doesn't really matter that much. Yes, the champion can do a lot of damage. It's a lot of playmaking, but the issue with the champion has always been that it's not consistent.
I think Pro is active. for the lethality build right here. Like, I'm not gonna be the tank. You think you can come and one-shot me in the top lane? Now I dare you to come. He's just gonna go in for that lethality, but I'm hoping it's gonna be an eclipse maybe. Oh no, already what do you call that? A mythic has been built, is it?
Yeah, he's gone for the Gale Force and now it's a Serrated Duck, so I want and a crit cloak, so he's going for a collector. So he's going ham.
I mean,
So he's going ham.
this is just overextension coming in from the mid, from the bot lane of TTK, but good teleport gets them 2 kills and another one is taken by the Death Forces. Maybe the Garen comes in clutch and takes down the Silas. It's a good
That's
team
a
fight.
triple kill. So on that fight, obviously go 4 for 1 in the favor of Soul Society. You got a triple kill on your Lee Sin. Is that what you want?
Yeah. Doesn't really
Caitlyn
matter.
dies. Caitlyn is not farming waves as far as dies as well. And
Oh, that's a
Silas dies as well. And now we have this Garen just running around like a maniac, doing whatever the hell he wants.
that's just classic Garen players.
This is Mundo Garen. Garen Mundo edition. Garen goes where he pleases, apparently.
Yes, he does. And especially with this Gale Force and Serrated Duck build, like you saw the amount of damage that came out in just a silence and a spin. And on top of it off, he's playing Ignite as well. He doesn't give.
This is Assassin Garen.
Yeah, he's a Rengar, but you can see him complete. Okay, Death Corpus tries to steal that. Oh, sorry, Black is pretty tries to steal that, but no, it was smited right on time. They do get the Herald, I believe. And they were chased by.
Yeah, Pantheon picks up the eye, so they do manage to secure the Herald over there.
Good for them. And look at that. They are not so far behind this time around. All the outer turrets has been taken, and the mid turret is considerably low. If the Herald could, hit it once, it's already gonna be down. And they are not, afraid to take these fights as well. They just they have their Pantheon as 10 in 1, and their Echo as well. Look at that. Almost 10k gold.
So pretty similar to the last game, where although overall the teams are fairly even in gold, it's a question of gold distribution. Last time it was on the Camille, but this time it's on a Lee Sin. Yeah, having gold is nice, but you would rather put that gold into the Silas, into the Caitlyn, into the Rengar. Whereas on the other side, the Varus is honestly doing fine, and gold on Pantheon and Echo still allows them to snowball the game completely out of control. And oh my god,
that, the bush Garen, the bush Garen is just absolutely annoying.
so this seems to be the same issue with last game. Dragon is up, Kranko steps up to get vision, but he's kind of just going in blind.
He did have a safety of his top laner, but it's just the silence on the Garen. I mean, he had absolutely nothing. You cannot see that coming. It was a flash silence as well. So
Yeah, but the issue there was his sweeper was on cooldown, and he could have checked the ward with a W, with a Q, with anything, and kind of goes for that ward. And
he
at
just
this
has
point,
a
kind of
false
you have to expect it.
false sense of security right there. Oh, my Lee Sin is right next to me. Let me just quick cash
This
it
is a false sense of security. My team is right here. Garen be like, nope.
Yeah, that was a very, very, probably kind of face palm moment right there for Kranko. And that flash silence as well. That's just okay, immediately going into the Baron.
Sneaky Baron time. But do they know that this Baron is being sneaky Baron?
I mean, they don't have a...
Oh, this Cryer's Bloom. If Crow pops this right now, he will know that. At this point, they should know that something is going wrong over here, but it's...
They are pinging it, but
they have started pinging it, but it's too little too late. And they... UK just gets a free Baron.
It was very, a wise capitalization of Varus did not have his blueprint at this point. So it's there's no way that they have vision down Varus. They could easily take it, and they do blow it. I mean, you would expect the Caitlyn to support them doing a Baron, but
not necessarily. It's 2023. Everybody does damage.
yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was half Morgana's damage. Just the black soil did so much.
I mean, honestly, a bit disappointing because they did have wards in the Baron pit that were disabled. And
Oh
if
my
you have
god, Echo is unable to use his ultimate. On the other hand, Garen just goes in for the kill. And okay, this just like at this point, has Cranko ever missed any one of his dark binding? Look at that flash and desperate stun coming in. Maybe the Varus 2 gets the kill. I think Pantheon should just back off at this point.
I think he's to back off. He's super low. Good blocks with the
Yeah.
shield, but yeah, now it's time to back off. Get a few sums, get whatever he can.
And there is a Caitlyn ultimate as well.
And pretty good fight considering that they were fighting into the Baron buff, so they traded even into the Baron buff.
Yeah, but like you should also like give props to Cranko, like all of his dark bindings, like not
Franco
one.
has been pretty on point with his dark bindings.
Yeah, like you would not expect that. Echo was not even able to press his, ultimate right there. He was probably spamming his R button and it was not going off. Like,
Get me out!
yeah, beautiful stun follow up CC by, I'm pretty sure the Silas stole Nami's ultimate as well and he used the ideal wave as well, right? Good amount of CC right there to just delete him off the map is what he could do. And I'm pretty sure that was a shutdown as well.
Yeah,
Down
but
to-
yeah, again the Garen just flies into the Morgana and removes her before she can actually do anything else at all. And now we have Garen split pushing bot, so the Garen. So
Yes.
fairly interesting game at this
And
point.
look at that. We were expecting a different
So
kind
very
of matchup.
obnoxious.
He went in for the collector. Like, okay.
I see a PF sword. I hope this is not an Infinity Edge. Oh god.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I think it's an Infinity Edge coming in.
Like, he is just gonna be that threat. Like, he could Gale Force flash on you and kill you anytime. So you might as well be aware of where you are. And aware, like,
What is going on here? If you had names hidden, I would say, is this Venom in the top lane? Hello. But then again, he doesn't have lethal tempo.
Yes. I mean, first strike is still good enough. I'm pretty sure he made a lot of gold out of that. With just silence. And Cranko again.
one
learning
shot.
his lesson.
This
Trying
time,
to use this skill.
yeah, this time they come in with the sweeper, so no more free crankos. The distribution of free crankos has been stopped.
Yes. He's learned his lesson at this point. Like, he has recognized Garen as a worthy competitor and he is just not gonna give him any opportunity. So once again, let's reset all the wards being swept. It's gonna be dragon time in a few minutes. So I think the other team has an opportunity to go and push mid lane, try to get some wards off, and you can see Garen already hovering over the Drake, and they're pushing down mid lane. So it's interesting to see that TTK hasn't gone to respond for the mid wave and then take Dragon through mid, but they do have a push down bot, so they're gonna come in from the bot side of the river, and Garen is already wrap around, try to get a pick.
Teleport's going down in the mid lane, so Lee Sin is here as well. Oh, Pantheon goes in the
Pantheon
blast
just goes
one.
in. Clutch.
That is a lot of damage, a pretty solid Varsal. Multiple people low. Oh my
look at
god,
that
good
thing,
plan
look at
by
that, he did
Dominic
not-
to avoid the Dragon Rage.
I mean, yeah, but then what, his Q follow-up was missed and he is missing consecutive Qs, but Paris is standing strong. Can he take down the Silas? He does have the damage. Yes, he does. On the other hand, the Rengar cannot do anything against the Monkey. It's just like absolutely. I think they did come up with good answers.
Nero, stop please. Why are you bullying people? Nero is a man on a mission.
He is
Nero
just-
has been so disruptive this game. That fight, they thought they had the advantage with the Lee Sin coming in from behind with the teleport. Nero jumps over the wall with the blast cone.
Yeah, and
Immediately baits out so many spells, pops the shield, survives, gets out. Meanwhile, Dead Corporal comes in from behind to try and land a Dragon's Rage into the Varus, sending him into his team, but Dominic recognizes that he is going to be kicked, flashes behind the Lee Sin, beautifully dodges the Lee Sin ult, so, and then Lee Sin is kind of just stuck there in the 1v3. He's able to do a lot because he's really fed, but then
and
at the
Nami
same
also
time, the
blocked
enemy
his
Pantheon
Q.
is in your backline.
Yeah, like I thought it was gonna be lights out by the time, there was a beautiful Pantheon Knight followed up by the stun as well, and they were already low. But then Lee Sin came in out of nowhere, landed the kick. Nami crucially blocked that Q coming in from the recent and saved. Like she just basically traded her life for Varus, which was a smart decision right there. And he was able to clean up a couple of kills around the fight. And immediately all the work done by Reese. Look at that Karen. He's just like daring people to come
My fault.
towards.
God, somebody stop.
And once again, they're trying to do a cheeky Baron right here. Another Dark Binding.
And this time they know that Baron is being taken down. Silas is stuck in that bot lane, so Silas won't be here. So it is a 4v4. They decide to disengage, and rightly so, the Echo comes in with his.
And look at the Garen.
Bubble.
Has absolutely no fear. He's just chasing the.
Look at the flash, Pepper.
Oh my god, that so much health and the snipe down by Varus. Now the ADC is out of the picture. It could be just a steal or no, or like the Baron is gonna go. Another bold step by that confidence. He tries to kick the ADC out, but flashes out immediately. I mean, it's just all around the map. The teleport was pretty late, if I'm like not wrong.
This might be Baron. This might be Baron for Soul Society. Beautifully played by.
The Pantheon, like
this match. If I have
Nero is just scouting for the Rengar, he will walk into him. He does see him, like absolutely.
And that
do
boom.
not want to give the steal to him, right? Like he's just hunting for you. Like Karen is just like, igniting and like does not give anything.
I think there's going to be a Pantheon ban next game.
And maybe he has overextended, but already the mid lane turret going out. Maybe he can get a kill, but look at that. They also like was that a DC?
No, disconnected.
Yes.
A summoner has disconnected.
But there's nothing you can do, right? At this point, you have a Mountain Soul and the Baron and a freakishly scary Garen on your back. Like he's gonna Gale Force it no matter what. You've already blown like most of your summoners.
That Garen is so very obnoxious.
Like even if he doesn't get a kill, doesn't matter. He's right in your face, silencing you. Just like the amount of patience that you have to go through to get out of that silence. You think it's just like a point, like 1.5 or something, but no, it's just like so much longer. Kind of hard. Like at this point, Caitlyn is the only one who has flash. He can get on top of anybody and blow them out of the map. It's pretty scary. Like Rengar, even though he has his
Especially considering that Garen has built 0 armor items.
Yeah. I mean, even if he did build armor items, you're not gonna crack it because like you can't use any of your spells, which is auto attack. I'm hoping that he dies. Could this be an overextension? Hero here. Potentially, yes, but he still tries to go in for the Morgana. A beautiful unwanted death right there by Nero. He should have backed off.
And decides to greed for another wave and gets to take the fast recall.
Yep, but it's still bad to them, right? They do have the Baron. They ideally wanted to push all through games with this, but Nero ends up going down.
They did get the mid inhib, so still pretty good for them. Now they just need to use this pressure and try and get more objectives on the basis of this.
Listen gets stunned by the Echo Gravity Field right here. Wait, is it called Gravity? It's Victor, right?
It's called Chrono Bubble or something like that.
Chrono Break. No, Chrono Break is his ultimate.
Chrono Break is his ult. It's the Echo Bubble, guys.
It's the Echo
We don't deal in precise naming conventions here.
But anyways, like an overextension for an overextension. To kill, give him right back.
No problem. This is what I said. Yes, the Lee Sin has a lot to go, but that's a Lee Sin.
And it's not like he is. He is mobile enough to escape from an Echo and a they're gonna be on top of you.
He can escape the Garen, but
Not
I mean, Lee Sin has the mobility, but he got caught up inside the bubble. Good stun by Ashley Crusher. The Rengar is kind of behind at this point. He isn't really able to get those. A very weird draft by TOK at the end of the day, and I guess it didn't really pan out. And yes, you got the shot. The Pantheon has been killed once, and he still has a 700 gold shutdown.
And look at that, he's already hunting the Pantheon, which is like
Rank could die here, no. Seems that he should live another day.
It has to be,
Guardian Angel on the Pantheon now, even harder to kill.
Oh my god, Cranko might potentially be caught here again.
Beautiful
That might
dodge.
be misses. A nice ultimate coming in from Cranko, but
That's two ultimates born.
Like,
Morgana loses her ultimate.
walk up.
And
Why even walk up like that? You already blew a flash, blew everything to disengage out of that fight, but you still went in. Cranko is just like getting caught at this point. Like, Cyrus does not want to take the fight here. There's this easy kill coming in from the side of Soul Society right here, and Pantheon's already in the base. Like, let's just take the tower and end the game, guys.
performance by Nero.
Yes. And his guardian angel is still up, like, it doesn't matter. Look at that.
Yeah, bad itemization. Bad itemization by Nero, but well played because his Guardian Angel is still up.
Yeah, you should make full use of it. Like, walk into the fountain and die, so you can use it.
Yes.
But anyways, I don't think the Rengar was a good pick right here. Like, I don't know.
The Rengar could have worked if he was able to snowball out of control, but Nero kind of just ran away with this game. The triple kill in the mid lane, and he was just so annoying in all of these team fights. The initial dragon fight, the 1 versus 3 by Nero gave him a huge lead, and then he just continued to dogpile upon them, build that lead, and it just completely snowballed out of control.
Yeah, and his damage is off the charts as well. Like, nowhere near. You would expect a Varus to do enough damage, but look at the Pantheon just like topping the charts right there. Just
Pantheon was critting for 1,000 damage with the spear.
And that triple kill that turned the tides of the game, beautifully done. I mean, I'm pretty sure he told his team, guys, I got this. Just play safe. I got this.
Like, guys, I got this.
Yeah.
Extremely well played. So we are 1-1 in the series. So it seems that we will be heading into a game 3.
Yep.
Pretty exciting. I think there's going to be a Pantheon ban. Just a hunch.
Yeah, most likely. And I'm pretty sure that they might try to ban more around the jungle this time around. Maybe get a different pick for the jungle, like Rengar did not work out. And Echo was also pretty strong this time. Like, you cannot forget the amount of, things coming at Caitlyn from behind the Garen Gale Force. Like, you do not expect this coming out in a semi-finals game. Like,
Definitely very unexpected. So in 10 minutes, we will be starting with game 3 of the semi-finals of the SMG Garena Farewell Tournament. This is Temple of Kings versus Society, and it is going to be match point. Do remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we will be back shortly. Stay tuned. Oh, welcome back, guys. This is game 3 of the SMG Garena Farewell tournament. semi-finals, and this is Temple of Kings versus Soul Society. Temple of Kings won the first game, but Soul Society was able to come back in game two with an incredibly strong performance with Nero, and we have cancelled champion select.
Once again, we're having some technical difficulties, I suppose. But this is the decider game, right?
This is the decider game. The winner of this game will move on to the finals. The loser will be dropped to the losers bracket, where they're going to have to fight it out to maybe get back into the finals.
Yep,
So
it's gonna be an interesting draft because I think a lot of times Katarina bot was given the option of playing Katarina, and he did take it up on the first game. Second game though, he wanted to go in for the Silas, which did not really net them a win. So it's gonna be interesting, what they're gonna play with. Will they get
the
their
main, the
favorite
main
champion?
problem that even in game one and game two, that the amount of pressure Nero had on that Pantheon was absolutely incredible. It wasn't that apparent in game one because Red Corporal was on the Camille. He had a huge lead. He had a huge lead in both games, but in the second game he was on a Lee Sin, and Lee Sin doesn't really. Lee Sin with a gold lead works in different ways. That Camille, who's incredibly strong in that side lane, whereas Lee Sin is not really that great of a side laner. So the question for me here is, because I see the Pantheon ban coming through. So the question is, what do they play once the Pantheon has been taken away? Because Xin Zhao is also generally something that they ban, but for the first time in this series, we do see a side swap where Soul Society is this time going to be on the blue side, and Temple of Kings is going to be playing on the red side. But yet again, an Aatrox ban.
Yeah, Aatrox is pretty much, a pick or a ban champ at this point because he's very, very strong in this meta, especially with the Hydra build as well. On top of the Eclipse, like he could go into the jungle, he could go top. I mean, he could even be played mid, right? If you play him well. So it's a very, very powerful champ. So they didn't want to take it out of the table. And surprisingly, Pantheon is not yet been banned. Maybe the third ban is going to be a Pantheon. I don't know.
Possibly the third ban, but if they do take away the third ban, Pantheon on the third ban, that could give Hecarim away to Soul Society.
Yep. Soul Society is going to get the first pick, so they do have a kind of an advantage.
Let's see where they go with this ban. Nothing banned yet. Zero on the
Finally
timer.
banned the
Katrina ban.
I guess
Taking away Catbot's signature champ. How very rude. And the Pantheon ban as well.
Yes.
Now I expect that they are going to take the Hecarim up for themselves unless they have something else in mind.
Yeah, right. Like it was a given that the Pantheon was gonna get banned this time around. They do not want to risk it. They're just gonna go with the safer option.
Interesting. It's going to be the Silas first pick. So taking that away from Catbot while giving the Silas to Nero. Interesting, but I expect now that the Hecarim is still open, I think Hecarim might get picked up by Temple of Kings over here, and we have a bunch of champions being hovered. Is it going to be the Kiana?
Oh yes, it is. It is gonna be the Kiana mid, I'm guessing.
It has been a while since I've seen Catbot on Kiana, and let's see. I personally, as an ADC main, I hate this champion, man. Is it melee? It's supposed to be melee, but the champion feels range, honestly. Can we remove this champion from game?
It's not just that, the amount of invisibility that you get is just insane on this champion.
Yeah, especially right now with all of the ability hits that you can borderline be permanently invisible on Kiana, and it's going to be a Diana in the jungle. So Hecarim is still open. So this is pretty weird. Nobody cares about the Hecarim anymore. It seems like, and the Heimerdinger slipped through the pig ban this time, so it's going to be the Heimerdinger pick. So I assume that's going to go into the hands of Irwin in the bot lane.
They just do not want to give any good ultimates to the Silas. I suppose they are also keeping in mind.
And finally, this is a very late Hecarim pick. I did not expect to see Hecarim coming in the third rotation, but it is what it is. And let's see what the final pick from TOK is going to be to round out the first set of picks in this draft. Going for the Kaisa, pretty a staple pick, pretty strong right now,
Yeah,
pretty
it is a
versatile.
very safe pick, and we have seen countless times Angel Lotus playing that Kaisa. Very, very, great positioning by him. Even when he was playing other ADCs, he does have a really good positioning advantage over the other one. So I guess it was a very, obvious choice right here. So are they gonna go for, a very engage-oriented support? And I would like to see Cranko play a Thresh or maybe a Nautilus.
Could be because that's what that you do want some CC to pair along with that Kaisa. But my concern is that if you go for such a melee, so Kaisa is already really short range, and you're leaning into a Heimerdinger, and Heimerdinger is exceptionally good at punishing champions that do not really have a lot of range in lanes. And as expected, we see a focus on DC taking away some of his carry champions at the same time that Garen has been banned away, so they do not want to deal with that
Yeah,
shit again.
exactly. You don't want to deal with the bush Garen. I think
Oh
Cranko is
god, not the brush Karen.
is
Anything but the
just
brush Karen.
is like no, please, can we just take this champ off the table? I'm wondering what kind of style that Crow is gonna play this time. Is he gonna go play for his
It's
team?
going to be a Soraka pick at the bottom lane, but I did not expect that. That's a really safe pick. The heals from the Soraka definitely help mitigate all of the poke coming down from the Heimerdinger to a large extent, but we really haven't seen the ADC picking, and we do see the Shen. So Shen is extremely strong right now, and Crow does pick up that Shen for himself, and now we have this. Now the combination that you wanted to see is finally here. We have the Hecarim ult into Shen ult.
That's gonna be an interesting one to follow.
Yeah, I expect some sort of hyper carry ADC pick. Is it going to? Oh! Is it the? It's the Tristana boys. You know I approve of this.
The Tristana Connoisseur himself.
Oh my god, Tristana really works well here, right? So Tristana is a champion that wants to go in and Azir, but it can't be the Azir. Kiana is mid, unless Kiana is not mid.
It could be a.
It's the Gangplank.
Gangplank into a Shen. I mean, Shen can still hold up his own, I guess.
So interesting draft. So I see something really Soul Society. As far as Soul Society is concerned, they have some pretty strong picks. We have the Heimer in the board. Heimer support is of course doing exceptionally great right now. Uh, Tristana is also very strong. Tristana is very good into Kaisa. It's Tristana has a lot of all-in pressure on that Kaisa Soraka lane, and Heimerdinger. A lot is going to depend on how much harass the Heimerdinger. At the same time, we have that Hecarim in the jungle, and we all know how powerful Hecarim is at this point. Uh, Game one, it was in the hands of Black Infinity. This time, it's going to be in the hands of HD Crusher, as well as taking away the Shen. So these guys are going to have an incredibly. This is an incredibly strong dive come with everything coming in. They could open up with something like you have the Heimerdinger alt grenades coming in at you while there's a Hecarim flying at you. Shen is alting on top of someone
But
ready
I
to jump
guess,
at you.
yeah, Gangplank is a good pick right here. Like, you can just, put your ultimate on that circle and then just say, you are not allowed to pass through this.
Followed up with a couple of barrels could be really nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Gangplank is going to take a bit of time to come online, and that Shen and Hecarim up in the top lane could look to shut him down before that. That the Diana ganks are incredibly strong in the early game. She's a champion that kind of relies on her ult to a fair bit, especially for CC because that's so easy. And CC is another thing that I want to do because there's really not a lot of CC on the side of Temple of Kings. You look at Kaisa, no CC, but well, most ADCs don't have CC. Kiana just has a stun, but it's not something that you rely on super hard. Soraka has a very situational route plus just the silence. That's a Diana ult with the pull in. So not a lot of CC for Temple of Kings. And usually when you see these Kaisa picks, you do want a fair bit of CC in that comp so that Kaisa is able to freely jump around. But
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure how this is going to work out.
I mean, it is gonna be up to like who's gonna get on the ADC, I suppose. Like, I'm pretty sure the Hecarim and the Shen's job is to just like, alt the Soraka or the Kaisa, get
There
them.
isn't too much peel for the Soraka and Kaisa, to be honest. Like Kiana, Diana, and Gangplank, these champions don't really offer a lot of peel. They're going to be doing their own thing. Honestly. Gangplank is just going to be trying to pop barrels, deal tons of damage. That's what Gangplank is. That's what Gangplank does. And there's going to be a lot of dive coming in, and that. And at the same time, Tristana is going to have a lot of range in the late game, so it's much easier for Tristana to avoid barrels, especially if Dominic chooses to go for the lethal tempo, he's going to have that extra range. So it can be it's far easier for something like a Tristana to dodge barrels than something like, let's say, maybe a Varus or maybe a Vayne, because they
Yeah.
generally are a bit farther away from the fight in the first place, and then Tristana is also really hard to get to and take down with that Kiana pick, and just catching out Tristana is pretty hard. So let's
Yeah,
see how it goes.
I think Kiana's job is to try to be as much, undetected in the fights as possible. That is gonna be the
Yeah, Kiana
challenge.
has to go for the backline because maybe he can play Peel, but I don't think it's pretty. It's going to be pretty hard to peel a Hecarim, Silas, and Shen running at you because the Tristana is and Dominic does take up the exhaust. He's gone for Halo Blades, not lethal tempo, so he's looking for a stronger early game right here, and it's going to be pretty hard to actually get to that Tristana and take her down irrespective.
Yeah, it is like, especially after getting one or two items right, Kristana just runs wild in the rift. Like, it's just three auto attacks to blow up all of your champions because you really do not have much HP building champions in the other end. You can see, even though
So,
you
so
have a
so
Soraka to
once
heal you, it's
So
gonna be
once she
hard.
hits that Q, once she gets that 125% attack speed, that Tristana is going to go nuts. And these people, there is no champion on that side that can actually maybe we see Jaksho Diana. I've seen a bunch of Jaksho Diana around, but we could see a bunch of that.
Hmm. Could be. Like, are they gonna go end up doing any kind of level 1 shenanigans right here?
We could see some. I honestly don't really like if you look at the side of TOK, there's not a lot. There's the Kaisa is strong level one, Soraka is pretty decent level one, but the other champions don't really do a lot.
Welcome to Summon
Yeah, I
Uh,
think on the side of TOK, they just want to protect their, entry points, and you can see the way spreading out and like focusing. But
30 seconds until
Soraka is
minions
alone.
spawn.
Like, could she possibly take
Ranko
it?
won't actually have vision of these guys coming in unless they take
Yeah,
a hard.
he is just
They have
chilling
no
like on the
idea.
river.
They
And
have
even
no
these guys have no
idea.
idea.
And
It could
they-
potentially be a blue buff steal right here if they don't spot anybody else.
I think
Maybe.
this could end up in a kill, honestly.
I mean, Primus turrets are a bit strong. Did Cranko even spot? I mean, I don't see any of the red
There
pings
were
coming
there
in.
were no pings. Cranko can't see them from there. But it
And
looks like they're just going to back off.
but now they don't have an idea that the Heimerdinger and Hecarim are positioned right in this bush. They could easily take the blue off. It could potentially be a 3 buff Hecarim, but Cranko spots
Akare
them.
was just standing outside of the brush, so he gets
It was a
spotted. Angel
mistake.
Lord is moving up. It's a queue, and it looks like they're going to be walking back to their own side of the jungle
They're just
and not
confused right
risk
now.
it.
Do they want to take the fight? Or do they want to take the buff? But it's already a delayed start for the Ekram. You can see that, like, he just want to go start his Raptors off.
Pretty some nice harassment by Irwin. He's wasting a lot of time over here.
Yeah, and it could potentially be an early level 2 for Tristana because I think she was alone.
Katastana is going to get an early level 2 because there was no one in lane and she was able to
Farm up.
soak up all of that XP.
And that buster shot, like the area of damage that it gives, that's just a sweet, sweet, cherry on top of the cake. He just gets to harass
Chopper
them.
is already out of mana, it seems. Chugging pots. Crow gets the level
Oh,
2
that's
taunt
beautiful
lands. Oh,
shot.
that's the Shen combo. That's the Shen damage.
If only
Shen.
he had a little bit more damage and he could have ignited and taken the kill. But I guess the Clank did have his oranges to, chug for extra health, so he didn't want to risk it. Another
It's
taunt
taunted
landing.
again. So
Damn.
Shen is really strong right now, and tank items were buffed in this patch. And Shen was already strong. Shen is even better right now, especially once he gets some of those items rolling. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, it seems that Catbot has a bit of an HP advantage over Nero. Not anymore, I guess.
Yep. I mean, Nero has been holding his own, right? Even with Katarina.
Oh, understand. Crow does not care. Ignite gets the first blood, dies himself, but this Gangplank is going to be able to teleport, but he is going to lose a few minions, and Crow can just walk back to lane because that wave is
That's a really good
stuffed right
spot.
under turret.
And baby Crow is decided to clap back this game
My,
around.
we have a futures market Gangplank in the negative right now.
And surprising, like usually I think Gangplank would prefer to go for a first strike because it's an easy farm against the Shen, right? But he decided to go in for that grass. Probably a missed opportunity right there for him to get free gold. Already Katarina bought pretty low right here, and
Nero is also pretty low on mana, so I think he should. I think he's pretty much just locked under turret here for now. And Hecarim is going to use this to apply pressure, get the scuttle. Bot lane seems to have pretty strong prio right now. Dominic is full HP. He hasn't eaten any harass from the Soraka, kind of. Not expected. The Gangplank doesn't really do much damage at this stage of the game, does it?
oh, look at that, those annoying Heimerdinger turrets just
Being incredibly annoying, and Kaisa is going to run out of mana here, and
I think
they
after
need
this
to
wave,
be
they might-
looking to
yeah.
recall really soon, but they don't really have much mana left. Angel's Lotus trying to push this wave, but Dominic is full on mana, and Irwin still has a bit left to spare. So
It's just that a matter of one stun landing from the Heimer, and then the Kristana just jumps in and follows it. Like you can't do anything against it. You just get blown up. Really nicely played in the top lane by Crow. Finally, he gets to farm safely under his turret. Will the Diana path towards bot to help out the Gangplank? I mean, the Shen is in a
Crow.
diveable spot.
I wouldn't dive a Shen, honestly. I mean, if he's super low, maybe.
He is already low. Look at that. Like even if
Yeah, but he just pops his dodge circles and sits there. What does Gangplank do?
Yeah, Gangplank's ultimate. I mean, it only blocks auto attacks, right?
But Gangplank is not level 6 yet, he's level 5, he's not going to hit level 6, he just
And look
he
at
recently
that.
hit.
Casually 1v2ing the bot lane. The stun
I
misses
mean,
from
it's not a 1v2, Kranko just took a bunch of damage and he's just trying to trade some damage back, but he has no mana, so he was able to capitalize on the fact that they used all of their spells on the Soraka, but Soraka is going to be out of lane, and ooh,
really
oh
nice.
my god, both mid laners whiffing their ults, very beautiful display. 2 flat ults, 2 misses.
Yeah, but I think ideally the Silas wants to stay here to farm out that extra bit of minions.
Yeah.
And he does. I think, like, the Heimerdinger really does not have much of an option to go. Like, I mean, he would probably prefer to stay down bot and keep the pressure on. While Soraka does have the opportunity to, move around and make some
I don't
plays.
think the Soraka can roam, because honestly, you're dealing with Heimerdinger, Tristana, and
I mean,
if nothing else, that's a bot lane that's going to destroy your turret. Going to obliterate it.
And look at that, they already have an invade in the top side of the jungle. Diana takes a couple of...
Black and Pity, he sees that Hecarim goes for the dragon, knows that he has a window of opportunity here to steal a camp. He goes ahead and capitalizes on that, but just the one camp, I guess.
But these are the small kind of leads that builds up towards the bigger goal differences. Look at that. He's already 37 to 42, but
That's not much of a lead, and
yeah,
to be
but
honest,
literally
he did get the dragon.
I mean, like, both of the junglers are not level 6 yet, and like, it's a really big power spike for Hecarim to get level 6. So, yeah, I think
There's a timing that they can look for there with the level 6 advantage, unless I. So, what's going to happen here is you see that Gromp is still up, so the respawn timers on his topside jungle are going to be out of sync now.
And look at that Crow finally respecting the top side, and he's just pushed past the river. Now he's just gonna ward up and probably try to get the mid laner off guard here. But again, it's a Kiana, so she's pretty much safe with all that. That taunt missing.
Slow connects from Silas. He has to use the ult to disengage. Is successful in that. We see Gangplank pathing bot to try and make sure. Yeah, Diana shows up mid to full, but Catbot should miss a bunch of. Is going to miss some XP for this, but Silas gets caught in the mid lane. Shen ult comes in to save the Silas. Hecarim comes in with the gang, decides to disengage. That's a Shen taunt. Misses the taunt on the Kiana. Actually misses, and
what is Crow doing at this point? He is just.
That's a double kill for the. That's a double kill for the Gangplank.
Yeah, like for no reason they had a good disengage right there with the Hecarim ultimate and the Shen's Stand United coming in, but they still decide to overreach for those kills and then die. I don't think Crow is having the best of the games right now.
I don't really know what Crow's game plan is. He seems to be just sacrificing CS for the sake of pressure. I think it worked fine against the Lee Sin because honestly Lee Sin with a lead is, I mean, it's not ideal, but it's better than a Camille with a lead, and I don't really think you want to be giving a Gangplank a lead.
Yeah. It's a 3-1 Gangplank, and what are you going to do against that? You could have to give that respect to the top laner, right? At this point, look at that. Even the bot lane, as you said, it was supposed to be pushed, but it is still good with CS. They're still even, and for no reason, you taunted Kiana under the turret, and I guess it's just showing, I can do this too. And already you
dominance.
Can see the CS discrepancy coming in every time.
Again, Crow is super behind on CS the first few. And it matters not only for CS, also for levels.
And look at the Gangplank already done with his Essence Reaver onto the double Spectre scroll, and I'm pretty sure that's gonna be a collector.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a collector. And it seems that the laners have swapped back to their original lane. Diana looking for a gank is a mid lane, not going to find one, gets spotted out by the control ward down in the river. Osiris continues to stay safe, get that CS, and still not a lot has happened in the early game. There is a fair bit of gold advantage for TOK right now, but you kind of expect that they have a few more kills and the Gangplank gets extra gold for being Gangplank.
Exactly, and you can't do anything, right? Look at that. There was an angle towards Soraka, but the Gangplank just dissuades you from going into that kill with just his ultimate. And you can see the loss of Pantheon right here. Nero couldn't make as much of plays as he did with his Pantheon. I guess he's just waiting for the right opportunity. It's still a good pick of playing Silas against. You have a really good ultimate to steal from. Even the Kiana ultimate, if used well in a team fight, could absolutely wreck the other team. And then there's a Soraka also, you could save a teammate. Probably even the Gangplank ultimate, laid right in the middle of the team fight. Look at that flash coming in from Kiana. That is, they couldn't really finish off the Soraka. The heals coming in, the spam of heals, and but the Tristana is still fed, do not forget that. He's still around to clean up the fight. Dominic finally goes down. It's still an aggroed Drake right there. Maybe Angel Loot is overextended, or they really couldn't get to him though. I mean, that was a really aggressive flash by Tristana, and they really, they didn't expect that, Soraka could tank so much more than they anticipated, and they finally go down. A flash comes in from
Forward by Nero,
like,
but nothing.
yeah.
I guess he gets the ult, and look at what's happening in the top lane.
Once again, like,
Plates, and all 5 of them.
yeah, the turret easily taken down by the Gangplank. Now Gangplank is sitting on a huge pot of gold. Like, look at that. Just from the lane.
900 CS in 12
Nine-
minutes. Now he can one-shot the wave now.
Yeah, 100 to a 44, it's nowhere near, and again Neo is overextending. I guess he has the Soraka's wish, so he can just use that to heal up and stay alive. I don't know what that angle for the fight was. I mean, they could have potentially won it if not for the Soraka just tanking up, soaking all the damage with her heals, with her Qs. And on top of that, the wish as well. They did not expect it. And also, not to forget that
We have
Tristana-
to also remember the fact that yes, the Shen was there, but that's a 40 CS Shen. He's down a bunch of levels. He's the same level as your goddamn Tristana. That's not a solo lane. That's a support Shen.
Yeah, and also, like, look at 11, Gangplank ultimate is going to be way more stronger. Like, you need that higher amount of shield from the Shen. Shen is just still at level 1 of his Stand United.
Turret plating will
Like,
soon
if he
fall.
could get more power on his shield, maybe that will help out for the Hecarim to stay longer in the fight. You could see, right? Like, the Hecarim comes in, he's silent, and he really couldn't blow up the Soraka. He just have to overextend a little bit.
Interesting pathing by Dominic over here. Just walks up to Angel Lotus, takes the isolated Q, and yes, he trades some damage back. But Soraka is just going to heal that up.
And look at this. This could potentially be disaster for the bot lane, but Kaisa just used his ultimate to escape. A beautiful Kiana ultimate coming in, followed in by the Gangplank. Oh my god, the Silence is trying to get his game back, but no, there is absolutely no damage in their team. They really need to win the team fight, but Tristana is absolutely waiting. And look at that. Soraka is completely untouched, and she just keeps on healing the team, and they couldn't even convert one kill.
There's not enough damage in here. Like the Hecarim is the only person who's was actually able to do damage. That the Tristana was out because she had just taken a bad trade, retreated back to lane, had to walk all the way back.
Like, casually
Gangplank
taking
is just. You need. Gangplank is incredibly ahead right now.
yeah,
Like if we can see the gold right now, I'm sure the Gangplank is what, like 2,000 gold, 3,000 gold ahead, at least.
he doesn't even have to be in any of the team fights. Right? That's the beauty of playing the Gangplank. Like, you just need to place your ultimate, and then you're already doing so much more for your team. At this point, I think they should try and total up and build up some kind of probably Lord Dominic's or maybe an immortal reminder to counter the Soraka's heal. You could see in the last team fight, like, they were like, at least this one kill, but no, the Soraka was right there next to them healing them.
That's a 10k gold advantage at 14 minutes. The Gangplank is 3,000, almost 4,000 gold ahead of the Shen at this point. This is just absolutely insane. I'm calling it. This is top gap.
I mean, they did come up with-
Crow's my boy, but this is top gap.
I mean, Crow couldn't do much, right? He is trying to play for his team, but look at this. He's just again
But at
getting
what cost? You can't play for your team at the cost of being below below in levels to the enemy bot lane. That's a level 10 Kaisa. The Shen is level 9. This is a support Shen.
At this point, it is fair enough to say it is going to be the support. And he does have only one item. And look at that. Naori's blades coming in. It's gonna crit a lot. And like, Shen has only one item.
And Dead Copula just playing so disciplined.
He is
He's
just
playing
like,
extremely disciplined. Crow has just been running around the map throughout the series. And last time with the Lee, we saw Dead Corporal punishing that super hard with the Kamir. The second game he was on the Lee Sin, so there wasn't all that much that he couldn't do. That's just not how the champion works. And this time he's on the Gangplank, and that Gangplank is so ahead. What happens when you actually have to fight the Gangplank? Remember, the Gangplank has not participated in a fight. He does have that teleport. He could join it at any time. What happens when you get hit by one barrel in from that? The Gangplank is almost on 10,000 gold, has 3 items, and if it crits, what happens then?
You can't really
That's
give-
the
I
end
mean,
of the team fight.
It's already a late game Gangplank right here. Like it's just mid game, but he's already in late game delivery. He's already finished.
Feels late game.
Look at that! Look at that! Could possibly be a kill on the Kiana. Finally, the stand United comes in clutch and saves the Silas. It could have been a 1-1, but
And
luckily
they
for
do
this-
get that shutdown on the Hecarim, which will be super helpful. Hecarim is still
Yeah.
a pretty strong
But
champion,
at
but still
this
level 9
point-
Hecarim.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he still hasn't finished up even one of his items. Look at the farm discrepancy. We just talked about this earlier on. Like, there was just 1 or 2 farm difference, and that gap has grown a lot.
Because they just constantly kept losing these fights. The Tristana in the early game is more of a big burst kind of champion, and as she gets more level, she really does need those items to really put power behind that rapid fire of hers. So they don't really have the kind of hyper carry backline that they need right now, because Tristana takes a while to get into a hyper carry state.
Yeah, and also, you don't have really strong enough tanks as well. Like, if you had to go front to back team fight, it's gonna be really hard. Like, your Shen is gonna be blown.
It's a
off
support
the
Shen.
map.
Ionian boots. He knows he's a support. And look at that. Gangplank
Like
chucks
one
him for like
barrel.
40% of his HP. That Shen isn't tanking shit. I think the silence is tankier than the Shen right now.
Yeah, fair enough point. Right here, beautiful ultimate used by the Silas. 1v1 again. Nero proves his dominance down the mid lane. I mean, he is trying to put the team on his back and get that W for his team. But let's see if that's going to translate into anything else. Maybe
side
he
of
could be the
Soul
one
Society.
to answer the Gangplank. Like, if he could get enough items, he could
Maybe.
still...
But he's still like almost 2 items.
Okay, Angel Lotus once again getting caught, but it's just a Hecarim and an underfed Heimerdinger. Like, what can you do?
It's a support, and that Hecarim, yeah, he got a shutdown, but look at that. He doesn't have his
This
mana
could
money.
potentially be a kill, but look at that beautiful Gangplank ultimate saving the ADC. At this point, they're just flashing their badges to them. And on top of that, Soraka is constantly healing. They just really have to pick those targets well. Like, you can't just jump in without targeting, the healer first. Like, she's just gonna save the ADC.
This is getting really rough for them, and I think Soul Society is really overcommitting to these fights that these fights aren't starting well, and you're already behind, so they definitely don't end well.
I think now it's just gonna be balanced. If you're not mistaken. They just have to play it very carefully. All of their outer turrets are gone. They just are down to their inhibitor turrets. The map is completely blindsided for the team of Soul Society, so they have to step into their jungle with caution. It's gonna be hard.
It is looking really hard. At this point, they pretty much need a miracle, because honestly, this Shen catches the Soraka, I don't care. That's a support Shen, man. He has nothing.
I mean, on top of that, Kiana's right there. She could just come in and save the day.
Shen is incredibly weak right now. He's finally getting to level 11. Gangplank hitting level 14 soon. You'll be looking at level 16 on that Gangplank. And honestly, it doesn't even matter, because he's just fed out of control right now. 3 full items on that Gangplank plus another cricket clock.
I think Crow has realized very late in the game that he just needs the farm speed.
More importantly, Crow needs to keep the Gangplank in check, and that's not happened. 21 minutes, 200, almost 200 CS. You can't leave a hyper carry to this game.
Yeah, and I guess their plan was to get more kills onto the Tristana, sacrificing the other lanes, but it really did not pan well for them. And it just like the unforgivable face check once again by Granmo, but he still survived. Don't tell
And
me
he survives with 1
that.
HP.
This is the power of Gangplank. Like I said, beautifully placed ultimate can absolutely wreck a team fight, and just exactly.
It doesn't even matter at this point. They are so far ahead. They are so far ahead.
Probably an
These
ignite would have helped, but I don't think they did have an ignite and they were in the game or something.
ignites were on cooldown. Shen had his ignite. Shen's a Lazarus.
Just that Tristana at this point really can't deal with any of the damage from Heimer. Is just gonna have to play with respect, go back to base, and that's an easy Baron picked up, so no shock there. They're just gonna keep sieging the inhibitor turrets. At least one lane is definitely gonna fall. Look at them, they're not even gonna back off. It's just Kranko who backed off.
Yeah.
And look,
And W connects and Kaisa goes in for the free kill.
what even can you do at this point?
Whatever had to be done a while ago. I think at this point they just pray for throws.
Probably if they could survive the Baron without losing all three of their inhibitors, that's a win.
Well,
At least
yes,
for a short
a
time.
win. A very
At
short
least
lived.
for a short time.
There
we'll
are
get
bounties on every single member of TOK right now. This game is looking to be a very crushing defeat for Soul Society at this point, and is it going to? For me, it's just that.
Look at that. The support has more gold than the top lane Shen.
Yeah, because Crow has just not. Crow. I can't even say Crow lost lane because he wasn't in lane.
Yeah, I mean, I do not know what the game plan was for Soul Society, but they clearly should have called out at least get the XP. It doesn't matter if you don't get the farm, you don't get the gold, but the XP on Shen with the extra shield that you give on your ultimate absolutely matters. Now he's only in level 12 to a level 15 game plan, and look at that, they're just face checking, but they don't care. They have a tiny way to heal up, and they can't get hold of the Soraka in even one team fight. They just don't have the damage to like burst her down as well.
Stana finally gets a Phantom Dancer coming in. Remember
And he's just taunting at this point, like, you know, come kill me. I'm just like here taking out your words.
Yeah, Kranko is just toying with them at this point. He knows that they really can't fight. At
It's
this
just
point,
a 2-item Tristana to a 3-item Kaisa.
this
I
4-item
doubt that
Gangplank.
He went for the Dominix as well as the Mortal Remainder. He does not want to give any chance to the Hecarim to even come back into the game. It's just crushing, you know, crushing their hopes of even getting back into the game. They're already down.
So, Temple of Kings, honestly, really clean play by them. Exhaust goes out to the Kaiser, but doesn't matter.
Radiant Virtue,
It
like
doesn't.
when you build that item on your tank, you should know how far behind your tank is. They do get a couple of kills on the Silas, but doesn't matter. Already down to their next turrets. Is gonna go down.
Looks like this is going to be GG's. Soul Society will be moving down to the lower bracket, and Temple of Kings, I think they were probably considered the favorites coming into this, and they will be moving on to the finals with an extremely strong performance from Gangplank with the questionable itemization, but it is how it is, and
I guess it's just like casually showing. Like,
it's
you know, I
casually
can-
showing up. And the next game will be Soul Society versus Ace Wyvern, I think.
I think it is gonna be at 11
Yeah,
p.m.
Ace Wyvern. So we will be back shortly with the next game. Do stay tuned, check out our socials. Do remember to like, share, and subscribe. And we will be back with more of the SMG Garena farewell tourney. Goodbye, Garena. You will not be missed? Question mark.
Maybe.
Welcome back, guys. This is the SMG Garena Farewell Tournament, and this is the losers bracket game between Ace Wyvern on the blue side and the guys who just played against Temple of Kings. It's Soul Society on the red side. The winner of this game will have a chance to redeem themselves and move forward in the tournament. And we are right now in game one, champion select. And joined by me is Hikari. What do you think of this draft so far?
I hate the Anivia pick. Honestly, though, I mean, it might be a good late game champ, but I hate playing against an Anivia. It's really hard to lock her down, and the amount of like zone control she can do is just insane.
Stupid bird.
Yeah, and the passive, not to forget.
Yeah, but an expected pick, I guess. Shah really loves playing that Anivia. It's his go-to, and already a Heimer, Vex, and Shen ban, so he does get that comfort pick of his Anivia. Xinjiao, Pantheon, and Lucian going to be taken away, so these seem to be the staple bans against Soul Society, primarily pinching the pool of their mid laner, but that does leave the Varus open, and they pick that up right away.
Yeah, it could be once again a Varus Nami right here. It's a Yasuo.
So
Interesting.
that's interesting. So what I can say is Nero this is actually a bit of an oversight because I believe I don't know if it's Nero or Shokya playing right now. So if that's Shokya playing, so the Xinjiao and Pantheon bans might be wasted, but let's see.
Yeah, but like once again, do you think Crow is gonna pull off a Yasuo and redeem himself this game around?
I wouldn't put it past him. I have not known Crow to play Yasuo, but
you never know what's
that
cooking.
man is full of surprises.
Yeah.
And Hecarim is open right now. We do see Caitlyn and Karma being picked, so pretty strong poke bot lane. So
it could also be an answer to the Yasuo. I mean, Karma is a really good counter against Yasuo. It could also be an
Karma
Anivia
is
support.
really good at locking down that Yasuo's. They have a lot of stuff coming down from that long range with the Anivia wall, the zone control. It gives Caitlyn a lot of space to just do her thing and pepper people down with autos. And pretty strong laning combination is Caitlyn and Karma doubling down on the poke aspect of that lane. And let's see what they do have the support pick to be able to answer that.
I love a good Yasuo Diana combo.
Yeah, so Diana combos, oof, disgusting.
Ah,
There's
Viego
a
ban.
Viego ban, and always nice to see Viego ban.
We've played 3 games and Viego was not even picked or banned in one of those games. I guess he was not a staple champion of.
I'm kind of surprised because I still haven't seen the Hecarim ban. Hecarim is still open.
It could be picked up.
And the Hecarim ban does come through in the end, so.
I think they might have heard us. Like, oh,
we
left Hecarim open, let's ban it.
My little pony shall not be gracing the rift in this game, and Alistar ban coming through. So interesting that they chose to ban the Alistar because the Alistar would actually be fairly easy to lane against. So I don't know why they banned the Alistar, but
I guess they just don't want to give Yasuo too many combo options right now. Like, you saw how good this guy was with his Alistar trying to disengage, and on top of that, if you are Yasuo, he can, absolutely. I am hoping for a Swain, but okay. It would have been spicier if there was a Swain. Not gonna lie.
It could be a Renata Glask.
Yep. It is a good pick, but I don't see any of the other, champions from the other teams running at them to actually make use of a Renata. Like, her ultimate really works well if the team is hard engaging on you, but yet to see some.
Yes, you can just use this at general CC, but yeah. They do pick up the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser is also fairly strong right now in the jungle.
Yep. I mean, like, it's also a very good top lane pick, just saying.
Could be a top lane or jungle. It's a good flex, but we'll know for sure because both picks are going to be in their side. I'm
Aatrox is
guessing it's
still
probably
open.
jungle.
Could this be an Aatrox game? Maybe. Oh, okay, in jungle.
So it's going to be Mordecai is going to that top lane and Kane in the jungle. So
What does Crow answer with? This time around, he should look forward to some kind
maybe Crow
of.
has already answered. Maybe it is a top Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, if fair enough, you could actually lane against a Mordekaiser as a Yasuo. But I'm
These
pretty sure he's
champions
gonna go
can be
with a
flexed around, and
tank,
it's
yeah.
going to be on. So it seems like it's going to be a Yasuo in the mid lane on top, and probably Diana in the jungle. From what, at least that's my guess.
Yeah, if Crow does not, try to roam earlier on, and if he actually plays with teleport, definitely an easy game for them because the on engages are scary. You do not have a shield or a Brahms shield to just block off the ons on. He can engage from a longer distance. So now, like, Yasuo has the
Yeah.
on
So
to help with the knockup. On top of that, a Diana is there. It's gonna be a wild, wild game
yeah.
for
So
sure.
really, really, really strong team fight comp coming in from Soul Society this time. So we have all of the knockups being dogpiled for the Yasuo, and then we also have the Varus coming in with his all run for so additional follow-up CC, which is always nice. Plus, really, really, really strong CC, very strong team fight setup. The other hand, we have a very decent composition coming out from Ace Wyvern as well, with the Anivia, with the Karma, with the Caitlyn. They have a lot of kite potential, but the question is, will they get to kite or are they going to be knocked into the heavens?
Mm. I mean, if you look at it straight away, right, they just have to not get poked as much before they actually engage and went for the fights. That's the that's the agenda for them. Like they have a really good engaging champion and on. They don't really have to do much. They just have to, get those angles with his on horn and then follow up by Yasuo's last breath. It's gonna be devastating.
Yeah, but
Um,
on the other hand, Ace 5 also has all the tools they need to really disengage. So they have the Anivia wall, the Karma with her move speed buff, and Caitlyn traps can be annoying when you're trying to chase someone down. So they have all the tools that they need
If
to
this could end in
kite
a
it out.
laning phase, it would be really beneficial to Ace Wyvern, I would say, because they have really strong laners. I mean, Caitlyn Karma is no joke. And on
They
top
do
of
they do scale up very well though, but I'd say the scale like Anivia is absolutely insane in the early game. Like you wanna engage onto Anivia, and she puts down that ult. You can't really walk through the ult in the late game. Just does way too much damage, slows you down. It's just too much of a detriment. Same for the Caitlyn. Caitlyn does kind of fall off a bit in the mid game, but in the late game again, very very annoying with those headshots and long range autos can do a lot of damage even before the fight starts. But the Mordekaiser, I guess, will kind of be just doing his own thing, Mordekaiser things, and the Mordekaiser can be pretty effective to counter this combo because you could have the knockup come in, Yasuo ults, and Mordekaiser just ults the Yasuo,
Hmm.
which
Does it
would
count
kind.
as the damage actually being done by the Yasuo if he just ults before he gets ulted out
I mean,
in
if he
India,
gets
right?
ult, because the last spread damage does come in at the very end, so if he just immediately ults him, whatever, because that would require the Mordekaiser to not be CC'd himself, but the whole Yasuo combo is not really about the huge damage that comes into last breath does good damage, but last breath is not really that known for its damage. It's more of a really strong engage tool with the CC with the CC extension. Your team gets to close in, your team gets to land everything because everybody's stuck in the air, and the if the Yasuo gets taken over, Mordekaiser just takes him over to Delhi and beats the shit out of him. That kind of gets counterintuitive because once the Yasuo is gone, it's just going to be the Diana on this. And this, like I said before, this comp is really good at kiting. So they put down the Anivia ult, they put Anivia wall, Karma move speed, Karma slows. It's those melee champions might not be actually able to keep off with them.
Mm. Yeah, like the other team is all about engage, but I don't see much of an engage coming in from the other team. They're just like, poke, 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 and then go in for the kill kind of comp. So it depends on what kind of build the Kane also, tries to pick up. Is it going to be the assassin? Is it going to be the Rast?
The Conqueror keystone. So it seems that it's going to be a Rast, which does fit in much better with their overall team with the Rast coming in, that's even more disengaged, and Rast
And
obviously is
Rast is also
super annoying to
tanky.
deal with.
Yeah.
It's all about extending those team fights, because the longer that Anivia and Caitlyn are alive, they're going to provide a lot of allies. Varus also does a lot of damage, but my concern is that there's a lot of zoning there, and this Varus might not be able to really get his damage out. But it's we see a few swapperinos going. It is going to be Nero on the Yasuo, so it's not Shokya subbing in for now,
Mhm.
and Irwin has switched over to ADC, and Dominic is playing support this time.
Maybe a different kind of flavor will actually, I mean, I'm pretty sure like Irwin would not have picked Renata. I think he would have probably gone with the Nami. You could see the hover over Nami. And then in the last moment, they decide to switch it to a Renata. So interesting. I have not seen a virus being paired with Renata so far. So
Yeah, and, I mean, it could work. Renata has the move speed, attack speed buff for Varus to help Varus kind of run people down.
hmm.
But
Is Caitlyn normally played with lethal tempo though? Hmm.
you can play a lethal tempo, Caitlyn.
And that's a first
It
strike
makes
karma.
sense. It makes sense because there's going to be that super tanky on the front line, and Diana also, depending on what she builds, could be bruiser slash tank. So very tanky, rather not a true tank, of course. So in those cases, it does make sense to go for lethal tempo. Probably go for a Kraken into something else instead of going like for a Gale Force into Storm Razor slash rapid fire cannon. But let's see what he chooses to go for.
Yep. And like double conquerors, you can see okay, a spell book on. And he finally picks up the teleport. Thank
So
God.
it seems like Crow this time is going to play a more standard laning phase instead of going for around the rift in 90 seconds.
Yeah, he is that on, right? He ideally wants to get to that high level so that he can hand out his items. That's
It's going
very,
to be
very
important for him to be
yes.
able to, start the item distribution.
Let's see if they're actually gonna go invade level 1. Standard start coming in from Team Soul Society. They're just gonna go in towards the entrance points. But you can see the other side is Wyvern trying to group up, trying to catch anybody. Maybe they might come across this Varus, but he does spot them, and I think he's gonna stay on.
Spotted out.
Oh,
Q
that's
does
nice.
land.
Yeah, he
Since
gets
he
good
lands a
amount of
Q
damage
and
out of it.
another Caitlyn Q, although I think Varus just recalls and cleans it up, doesn't really matter at this point.
But you got some gold on the karma. Like he got a first strike off, and he got some. I'm pretty sure some force. What is that?
See,
His support
Frostfang.
item gold. Yeah, frostfang gold.
Interesting that Soul Society chose to ward their top
Minions have
side
spawned.
jungle entrance near mid instead of going for maybe a deeper ward, because they did spot everybody down in the bot side.
Hmm. Fair enough. Like
Defensive
standard start.
ward.
I don't think it is wise for Diana to start like bot side. I think it's On is just gonna be happy if he could farm it up under his turret, and there is definitely not gonna happen. Much trade be happening on top. He can just build his own items at top lane. So I think gang bot would have been an ideal.
Yeah, but by starting bot, he does set him up for the dragon timing. So he should be up near bot side when dragon is spawned. So that helps as well. It also mirroring the start means that he can try and fight the Kane for Scuttle, which you want to do because Kane is not super strong in the early game before he gets his form.
Depends on the mid priority, right? Like who's gonna like it's arranged against a melee in the mid lane. Like no matter what, Yasuo needs his the dash through to come. Until then, he's just gonna be kept by the Anivia in the lane. He can't do much. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
but at that point, I think probably Yasuo should have priority by that point. Yeah, external factors aside, but Diana does not want Kane to get Scuttle for free, I assume. And so
Yeah,
far, it
and
seems that Diana is a bit ahead on the clear.
that's a really early, aggressive play by the Yasuo. As soon as he gets his dash, though, he lands all of those skill shots perfectly. But again, it's an Anivia. You can't do much. It's just like the passive alone. It's just
Good trade. So this is a lethal tempo Yasuo, right? So it's not a mage he's dealing with. So if he is able to egg her outside of turret, then he can actually take the egg down.
yeah, he can. But he also has his passive to heal from, so he has absolutely nothing to worry about in the lane. Just look at that CS discrepancy already coming in. Like as soon as he hit level 2, he just goes in for the trade, like keeps Anivia on his toes. But right now, he can just catch up the CS under his turret, so nothing's lost
He
yet.
can catch up with this wave under turret. Should be relatively even. Lots of trades going back on.
Oh,
Level
that's
3
aggressive
advantage
flag.
domination cracks.
He just the lethal the shield gives him a second chance at life, and they did take down first blood to Irwin. Nice engage, and like good thing he had a guardian. Oh my god, that flash miss though. Point blank.
Extremely aggressive, and the bot lane does seem to have taken a bit of an oof trade.
Oh,
Caitlyn
this
might have to
could be
recall here.
Again in the mid lane. Nice ball by Anivia. Can
Yeah,
they get
God.
okay? See, 2 flashes blown just with 1 wall.
If Shire is good at anything at Anivia, it's these fucking annoying walls.
And the Ken might, come into contact with Diana. It could be an easy kill, no flash here. Did he actually flash for that? Like, did he miss
I think
flash that?
Kane already used his flash.
Yeah, I think he flashed into this too. And I don't know why Yasuo is overextending right now. He's being walled out from all the sides, trying to use his twinkle toes to
A
get out of this.
communication flavor, a bit of a communication failure because these people were spotted coming through to the mid lane, and Nero still chooses to stay around.
Dominic is also roaming right here, but like this could. I mean, he is still somehow surviving. But,
Still alive.
He might finally go down. Okay, he
Gets
a
the move
bit of
speed buff.
speed
He's running away.
This is
Asagi?
so- It's a wild chase. And he gets his
Nero
passive.
Asagi's out of there, gets the move speed.
And a
From
guardian.
Renata glass, and Cage just spends 2 minutes running around chasing the Yasuo. So that
This-
gives Diana some time to recover from what happened down at the bot side. To do trade scuttles 1 for 1, everything looking pretty even after the entire clown fiesta that took place, bar the kill in the bot lane, which did go over to the support.
Yeah, I think that was a weird chase. I mean, if only Kane had his flash or like. But it was a good. I would say it was a really great play by Nero. I think he's just absolutely shown his ability to sidestep almost every spell. I think
Although he did get hit by everything, it looked like he dodged, but he got hit by everything.
yeah, the important ones missed. The Anivia stun missed twice.
Yeah, the
So he
Anivia stun
able
was
to get
done.
it. So he was able to get off. Like that was a wild chase. But Varys trying to get some farm right here. You can see Kane again passing down mid. Like this
He
could
gets
be a
caught
death.
out. This is not looking very good, but Kane is here, so a gank coming in. Renata buff used on the Varus. Are they going to be able to get a kill?
Oh,
But
finally.
he actually turns around and kills the Kane instead. Sword Art Online manages to trade kills
This could
on
be
the
a Sword
Varus,
Art
but
3.
he's going. This is actually
Dominic?
not super good for them because look at the creep wave. The creep wave is pushing towards the red side, so Caitlyn is going to be missing all of that farm, and Varus is just going to respawn, come back, and pick up that farm.
It's gonna be a kind of a disaster down bot lane. I think the timing was a little bit off on the gank. I mean, they didn't expect to I think Karma pulled the trigger a little bit too early. They should have waited for them to push in a little bit more. So, okay, finally Crow.
For them, because they managed to pull the jungler down to the bot lane. The jungler is a Kane, so he's not super strong in the early game, and they're
Look
able to
at that.
capitalize on that, kill the jungler, and Caitlyn blows ends up dying to kind of trade the Varus, but the wave is pushing for them. So overall, I think that's a great trade for them. And meanwhile, look at Diana. Diana is having a great time invading.
Yeah, and Crow is finally having good lane in top. I think he, roamed mid as well and got a kill for his teammate. He has an assist, and he cleverly goes in for that Spectre Scowl right off the first item, just to anchor a couple of damage from the Mordekaiser. So he is pretty good, doing well in this lane. And he did get his roam off right when his CS crashed in the turret as well. So good for him.
Crow is just happy to sit here, get farm, get XP, and be just that annoying, super tanky on. It's really hard to kill. And remember and yes, Caitlyn did go for the lethal tempo, and maybe
It
she's
looks
going
like
to go for the.
we might have a fight down bot. They are all hovering towards the dragon. Yasuo gets the first push and then comes to aid his team. Another stun lands. Could this be a kill? Yes. A little bit of an overextension.
Twinsy, completely out of position there. He was looking for the poke, does not respect the Varus ult, gets caught out and flash stun by Dominic seals the deal. And ooh, what do we have here? Meanwhile, Kane has been caught between a rock and a hard place, gets hit by the Yasuo ult, dashes out, pulled back in by the Diana ult. Oh, it's a game of ping pong here, and Kane is not happy to play the role of the ball.
Absolutely not. Like, it was just like getting caught with your hand in the cookie jar at that point. Like, you just went in for the Raptors and gave them a free kill. That is not what you want to do, especially when your team is already down 5 kills. But luckily enough,
Nero has been really huge for Soul Society, and giving him these kinds of leads in the early game. Ooh, fancy footwork by Nero, lands the Q, really good trades. Gets caught in the ult though, and oh my god, was that a misclick by Shahir? Shahir uses Frostbite on the minion instead of the Yasuo.
I think at this point, like, oh my god, Yasuo once again gets caught, walled off, and beautiful wind wall coming in to block his stun from the Anivia. However,
Comes
they
in
just
for
try
the
to,
assist, 3v3 in the mid lane.
like you already missed your opportunity and you shouldn't be going in towards all of this. Maybe no, but Renata ult saves the day. Another dead bird.
This bird gets just turned into chicken as he's cured by Nero's sword, and they try to get the kill on Nero, but Renata's revive coming in clutch that they actually do not manage to take down the Yasuo. Yasuo is now 2-0 and 3 picks up as his 150 gold bounty, and
Oh,
we might
it's
have a
1v1
case
bot
of
lane.
mid gap.
Yeah, it could also be an ADC gap right now. Oh my god, that disgusting Varus passive damage it took.
Can we have a look at this Varus? Is he maxing Q?
I think so.
Is this
I
a Q
mean,
max Varus?
yeah.
It is a Q max Varus.
And probably the Caitlyn herself did not expect that amount of damage coming through from the Q. What is the...
I think a lot of his inexperience is showing was we do know that Sword Art does not really play a lot of solo queue, but so some of that really does show as he's not super experienced about these matchups and not aware of what the enemy champion can do,
Could be
gets kind of
nice,
caught
yeah.
out there.
I think he probably thought it's a W max. Why is... I think he needs a jungler to bail him out right there. He is in a very clutch spot. Anivia apparently roams down bot while his minions are being pushed under the turret. Yasuo could easily get one plating at least from this. And he might actually get caught off in this rotation if he is not careful.
Meanwhile, we have a dive situation coming up in the top lane. On uses ult, maybe a bit too early. Mordekaiser dropping really low. Kane under turret, tanking turret shots. Is he going to survive this? No, he gets taken down. Meanwhile, there's a collapse coming in towards the top side, so Mordekaiser probably gonna die here. So Crow buys enough time for his team to be able to respond, and
Nice ult.
Flashmaster takes Dominic with him to the streets of Delhi. But that's not going to be good enough.
He didn't have much of an option right there. He could have, I mean, waited a little bit longer to ult. I mean, Granada had all of her abilities up. She just walked out of that, like, said hi to her ancestors in the Netherrealm and then walked out of that ultimate. Okay, maybe Irwin gets caught here, misses his
Goes for the
instant chase.
1v2. Oh
And a
dear.
beautiful stun coming there. The trap misses somehow, and maybe if they're patient, they could get this kill. Only one is in the hole away from the kill, but does not require that easy dive by the
Nero picks
Yasuo.
up another kill
But he can't
and
survive.
dies.
It's a classic Yasuo syndrome.
This is classic Yasuo moves. But it works because Anivia now is going to lose
Yeah, he lost
another wave.
her another wave and her passive as well, right? Like, so it's a lot more kill pressure. She does not have her flash as well, and Renata might get caught right here. Uses a preemptive flash, and on the top side we do have a trade back and forth from the on. Somehow survives the encounter at bot lane as well. This Mordekaiser though is doing a ton of damage.
In the side lane, we kind of expect the Mordekaiser to be able to win the 1 versus 1 against the On, but the On isn't really playing to win lane, right? He wants to get levels, he wants to get super tanky, he wants to be that super beefy frontline in for his team, and all he cares about is stopping Mordekaiser from actually taking turrets right now.
Look at that beautiful footwork by Yasuo. He does get done, and the Herald also comes in mid lane. They could get the turret, but the Ace 5 are collapsing downward, but they can't do anything much. I mean,
Oh yeah, so
why did
it's a
they
stun
say
to the
that?
face the moment you say, look at that beautiful footwork.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he can. No, yeah, I can hear you. Okay, does he
He's
get
like, damn, these
though?
casters, they don't tell me what to do.
Exactly. I mean, he could have potentially got caught there, but they decided not to collapse. Just heard the dragon go down, so they thought, okay, he has some backup there. Let's just not overextend again.
Smart choice now is Twinsy looks to make something happen in
Oh, that's a
the mid
beautiful
lane.
follow up, and he can't do much. He just has to go down. Did Yasuo already have a bounty on it?
Yasuo's bounty was down because he died to the turret. So
I
really well played by Ace Wyvern. Kane was doing raptors, Yasuo was
Wait,
unaware
this
that
is
Kane was over the wall.
yeah. This is the patch where they have the rod as well, right?
Rod of Ages?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's gonna be a huge help, like for the Anivia. It's just gonna endlessly scale right there.
Honestly, don't like that item. I think the anime needs to be making a Leandris.
I don't know. Maybe he thinks that he can probably, help scale. Look for a later team fight
Rod of
scenario.
Ages takes forever to come online, plus the percentage of damage from the Leandries is going to be super valuable here.
Maybe they might question their item choices later on in the game. Right now, they are used to building it. Maybe.
Used to
Another
building the new item on the patch.
yeah, it's probably in the recommended, and they just like buy it, and they'll be like, "Oh shit, I already got the or might as well finish it."
Especially considering the fact this Anivia
He
is
is just
behind
being
and
cornered. He's just being cornered right now. He can't do anything. Another fried bird or barbecue, whichever way you like it. I mean, not really needed right here. Karma just like shows herself for no reason and goes down. I don't think this.
beautiful Renata ult hits nothing. Just to be sure.
Yeah, just to be sure, in case if it might hit.
The Kane is still hovering, but I don't think there's anything to fight there. Anivia gets taken down in the mid lane. Karma was rotating out to maybe provide support to her if there was a goof up or
I
anything,
think
but didn't know that he got spotted on a ward. They immediately collapse on the Karma, so oof.
yeah. And the mid turret also goes down, right? This is where like your Anivia has to play extremely scared. She does not have her passive. She does not have her turret as well. So
This is what I call Anivia is scaling for the next game, because look at that. Tier plus Rod of Ages, that's 2 stacking items, and when you're so far and in the game, can you really afford to go for 2 stacking items like that?
I think they might have a plan. Like they have a good. They are going for the Rast Kane. So Kane is also building some tankier items. So I guess they are just holding it out. Let's just
Well, if the plan is to scale for the next game. Because that
Maybe
1-4 and 1's bottom line isn't looking super amazing with the 111 CS.
bot lane still have an opportunity to come. I don't understand why Karma is constantly, hovering down a mid lane and like giving them free kills after her mid laner goes down. But anyways, so it's all about the next dragon setup right here. So we're gonna have it. It's a mountain drake. I think it's a mountain soul.
Coming up in about a little more than a minute, so there's some time we see top laners being rotated to the bottom lane and the bot laners are going top in preparation of the Rift Herald. And yeah, we see Varus is, oddly enough, Caitlyn is going to sit in the top lane against this Varus. And Karma needs to kind of be here because the Yasuo could potentially just run her down. That is a fed Yasuo.
I think Karma is just pretty scared to walk in the river right now because they absolutely have no wards. And look at the amount of control wards out there. I mean, you can't do anything. And okay, that's a beautiful stun coming in clutch. He couldn't ult.
Stun
Maybe
coming
they
in
get this kill
frenzy.
and maybe they convert it into something. But Yasuo does have that immortal shield. So he does that. Can you connect the ace in the hole? Yes. Finally, Sword gets one kill.
Sora manages to finally get a kill. Beautifully played by Quincy. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Diana goes on the Anivia, and this Anivia is super behind. Kane comes in for the backup. Dominic flashes over the wall, grabs him with the stun, but Kane is still alive, dealing damage. Varus gets dodged. Oh shit!
Yeah,
Everybody is here. It's a party.
And Dominic still survives in all of that encounter, and for some reason Mordekaiser ults the Diana and he does get the kill. Interesting, both the junglers down. I don't think they might really go in for the Drake contest unless they have an on.
4 people are down from the side of Soul Society, so if they do go for this dragon, it's all going to be on this Caitlyn, who is kind of stuck here in the mid lane dealing with the on. And this Caitlyn went for the Gale Force, but doesn't really have the same kind of tank shedding power as you would expect from a Kraken.
Yeah, at this point, she really needs at least 2 more items to come online. Like she needs that. I think she's going for a Phantom Dancer second, or probably a.
Might be Phantom Dancer, might be Rapid Fire Cannon.
Yeah,
We'll know soon enough, but I don't know if Rapid Fire Cannon seems like the wrong call here. I would even say that maybe Storm Rage.
Okay, they cannot take this early. Come on, be serious.
They take that?
No, they don't. The Baron just spawned.
Oh my god, shot. Guess they didn't.
It was a pretty close.
Worth a shot.
Yeah, worth a shot. I mean, might as well. They don't have any objectives on the map. Apart from this beautiful top lane outer turret, Caitlyn tries to get the on here, but he's a very tanky boy. Against 3 though, he could go down. Like Crow always overextends. Like he should be like his team should give out a call.
But he didn't expect all 3 people to be there. His team was there right behind him, but they don't really have control over the river right now. Vision control primary with Ace Wyvern, so they kind of loop around, but that ends up being the difference between them being there in time and on just dying quickly.
I think they're trying to match the Yasuo with the Mordekaiser at this point, because like the Anivia really can't deal with it. A beautiful wall coming in and a stun follow up by the Glacial Storm, but you really can't block it.
This is the strength of the Anivia around these objectives with the wall and the really powerful zone control coming in, but it's a shame that the Anivia is so behind. Firstly, because has been eating gank after gank and dying to them, plus has set himself behind by going ROA plus tier.
It would be great if we could see the goal difference in the scoreboard between the players.
So there's a bit of a lull in the gameplay here. People just farming for now, going to the lanes. Nobody really going for anything at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's all like all the objectives have already been taken down. They don't have anything much to do. And also, as you said, the Anivia has built a pretty late game items, and she really wants to get those online as well. And she can pretty easily clear the waves with her Glacial Storm, so she was doing exactly that. For some reason, they decide to put both the mid laner and the ADC down mid. They should really be, capitalizing the side lane and get more farm around there. But they're very scared to go in. Look at the wards. They have absolutely no wards down board. And I don't think the Mordekaiser is wise to be pushed up this far with no vision. But lucky for them,
He does see he can spot the enemy team through his allied vision, but they do get engaged on the
that's a
middle lane.
beautiful Diana control. Come on, at this point, this bird is just food for everybody. But oh, he does have his passive. Nice wall and a stun follow-up dissuades the chase from the other team. But the Varus ultimate lands right when you recall. That is disaster striking once more. I don't think Anivia is having a good game.
Actually, the Varasal triggered the Anivia egg, and so he was stuck there.
Yeah, and like he should not have recalled right there. He should probably have gone to his tier 2. He thought he was safe and he just recalled and on just casually tanking 2 tower hits.
He doesn't care. He's a big on.
Yeah, at this point, you're right. Your Mordekaiser is gonna have to be that amazing split pusher for you. But he is being called into the swing fights. He could have taken a beautiful dash forward by the Yasuo and an overextension being punished as well. 2 kills easily going down. Will this be converted to another Baron here? They should really go for the Baron for the turret. I don't think. Yeah, they are deciding to go for the Baron.
They're gonna try and get both. The Anivia is back. Manages to trap the Yasuo in her ult. And that's an end.
It could possibly be like they can't finish this Baron hopefully by the time. Okay, never mind. They have a Varus.
The Varus damage is
And
very
they
good.
could get. I mean,
And it
Anivia,
looks like
come on.
Anivia gets caught by the Diana
Once
trying to stop
again.
the Baron. But this time there is no egg. Not that it would have saved her. Anivia gets taken. Both mid laners die for this.
And she creates the flash also. Like at that point, you should just concede. Like you know what? I got caught off position. Might as well not use my summoner spell. But
It takes quite a bit of discipline to accept that you have fucked up and not fuck up even more.
well, that's another spell blown by her. Really, another 3 minutes at least for that to be online and very susceptible. Very, very scary. And Varus is just casually throwing out his ult. Maybe get another, maybe it doesn't matter. They're already way ahead.
So uses that ult right before dragon fight. Ideally, he would have saved it for dragon fight, but I guess he was trying to get a pick in the mid lane for the
but
free dragon. Trying to chase down the On in the mid lane. On is happy to just stay here and waste their time because they get the dragon and the Yasuo goes in with the ult.
Like the on horn followed up by the last breath. Like you can't do anything against that. Anivia could wall them off, but a flash done by the Renata really can't do much. You have lost your flash, you have lost your passive. Just easy taken. Like already their main carries are down now. It's just like gonna be an easy inhibitor right here.
Tom has been really on point with these hooks.
Yeah, like they just are hungry for more blood at this point. Like they didn't even bother to take down the turret. They just like, you know what? Let's just kill these 2 guys as well.
The prediction seems to be true. We will be looking forward for the next game where unfortunately these few items will not continue stacking for this Anivia. But it seems that game number 1 does go to Soul Society. So that's them getting the win here. And for me, it's just all about that mid lane. Shahir just constantly getting caught out, is put super behind and the Yasuo is super far ahead, and after that he chooses to go for ROA into tier. And look at that, those items haven't even stacked up. It's 26 minutes into the game. It's too long.
The Yasuo and Varus has done the equal amount of damage. That's the highlight of it. I mean, like, you're a melee champion, you do the equal amount of damage as a ranged ADC, not to mention.
It's damaged by the Anivia now. I do agree. I will say that damage stats are at everything, but that's a bit
Yeah.
of a yikers. And
Yeah,
it
I
all comes
mean,
back to his itemization because you're building ROA, you're building Seraph's Embrace, and I what's the third item he has? I just see an amplifier. I mean, there is no
it is an
question of the
ample,
third. I just
yeah.
so far behind, 305 gold points, super behind, not really able to do anything. And Nero is on fire today. That's 4 games, 4 games played by Nero today, and he's done extremely well in all 4 games.
Yeah, he's just every single game he tried to carry his team. Like, you can't count this guy. You can ban his Pantheon, you can ban his Silas, but he always comes up with something or the other and just takes the game away from you.
Yeah, it's just so many bans invested into him, and he still managed to find a way to, make life miserable for the enemy team. That's going to be GG's. I do
Yeah,
believe this is best of 3, so we will be moving on to the next game in 5 minutes. So stay tuned and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll be back really soon. Welcome back to the SMG Garena Farewell Tournament. This is the losers bracket game. This is a best of 3 series between Ace Wyvern and Soul Society, and the winner of this series will move on to face
A woman's
Temple
life
of
on
Kings
set.
in the final. Soul Society is right now 1-0 in this series. So the
I care.
question question is if Ace Wyvern is going to be able to bring it back and take this to match point, or is Soul Society just going to be able to close it out 2-0? A very strong performance by Soul Society in the last game. What are your thoughts, Hikari?
I mean, they do have to come up with some kind of an answer in the mid lane. Like, Nero is just playing out of his mind right now. Either get a comfort pick or either get a counter pick down mid. So you are sorted. I think top, if it goes even, it's fine. And bot also was pretty evenly matched. It was just the mid and the jungle running wild. So they just have to come up with a counter for the mid lane and, they can have a chance.
Finally, but I don't know if this is good news or bad news for Ace Wyvern. Typhon is going to be subbing in for Nero in this game today, the second game in this series, and that means that he steals away the Anivia. So it seems that this might be a well-caused mid. I do think that Shahir likes to play well-caused mid, so it could be even mage versus mage, control versus artillery, Anivia versus well-caused in the middle lane, and they do pick up the Viego. Oh god, it's a Viego.
Yeah. You is just the annoying one of the many annoying champs.
One of the many annoying, amazing champs Riot has released in the past few seasons. Oh, I don't, because one champion spells are not enough. I get to take yours as well.
Yeah, like, I mean, it again comes to the way you play him, right? I have seen couple of Viegos in my games, which did not really, go that well for them. So, yeah, it all depends on whether he gets those resets, he gets those, flashy moments to steal really key abilities and, turn the tide of the games himself. He really needs that setup from his team. So let's just see how they're gonna build a team around him.
Definitely, definitely. This is more of a solo queue terror than something that's more of a concern in 5v5s where people will generally call him out and focus him down. But we do see the Varus pick being taken again by Soul Society. So they have been picking this Varus fairly consistently. This is the third time we've seen them pick up the Varus tray. So a lot of priority that they're placing here, and the answer is going to lie in the Tristana from the side of Ace Wyvern.
Yeah, I mean, Varus is a comfort pick. I suppose, for both the ADCs in the bot side. So they are pretty comfortable, and this has actually worked for them in both of their wins, right? It was a key factor that helped them, sustain that lead in bot side and not fall like too behind. So
Yeah,
I guess they
definitely a very, very strong champion down in the bot lane.
a respect Darius ban maybe.
You do not want to deal with that man spinning his axe running around. But it's going to be a rel ban, so two support bans. The Karma is still open, and we do know that that's quite a comfort pick for Twinsy, so we'll see if he decides to pick that up. Both teams going for the mid jungle and ADC mirror pick, so interesting. We see a Nautilus
Yeah, they
pick.
just don't want. They just are holding on to those, counters. Like, let's just see what they're gonna pick. I think top was doing fairly well in the last game, so makes sense that they want to save that counter for the last. So yeah, finally we get a game where we get both engaged supports. It's gonna be interesting if the Alistar. Yep, it's locked in. Alistar versus Nautilus. I'm not a big fan of Nautilus because his Q range is suspiciously suspicious. So let's
Yes,
just see.
the classic hook that misses but gets me anyway.
Yep. And of course, the Mordekaiser that worked really well for the other team is actually being picked up by Crow here. So what are they going to answer? Maybe
That's
Wukong?
that's yet to see. We will see because Mordekaiser, in a lot of cases, does seem to be a fairly contested pick between some of these teams. Especially, I've seen a lot of teams in Bangladesh place a lot of emphasis on the Mordekaiser, but it seems that they're going to try and counterpick that with the Nar and his brain damage. So it seems to be counterpicks galore with each team trying to constantly counterpick each other and outdo them. But let's see how it works out.
Yeah, Nar really needs to win the lane. Like, he is gonna have to get some early leads in the top lane. I think he was doing fairly well against Crow last time around. I think Viego should also be playing around the top side. I mean, bot, yeah, if you get a kill, it's good. Yeah, if they Tristana, Nautilus lands a hook in level 2, Tristana can easily decimate the Varus, but it's all dependent on scenarios. But top lane, they do have the range advantage. They can easily, chunk the Mordekaiser earlier on and try to go in for the kill. But on the other side, we have a Kha'Zix as well. I really don't think Kha'Zix has much value in the game unless if it is to assassinate the Vel'Koz. I mean, realistically, you really can't get on the Tristana. I mean, she's gonna either jump away or she's gonna bust a shot in your face and push you away. So I think it's more of a comfort right here. Like, early game lead in the jungle could actually lead you, early walls and get a victory on the Viego as well. And is that gonna be uh I don't know, which side do you think the junglers are gonna start this time around? Are they gonna both start red or is it gonna be, Kazakh starting with blue and then Viego at red? I think you're muted. All right, let's just see. Also, guys, please do like and subscribe to our channel. Do comment, do share, and follow us in our socials to be updated with the tournament and also any other future tournaments that we may be hosting. Good. I mean, a huge thanks to SMG for arranging this amazing farewell. We have been playing in Garena for so many years, and then we go out with a bang with their tournament as well. So yeah, and once we move on to the new servers, I'm pretty sure SMG has amazing stuff lined up for you guys. So follow us and support us. We just can't wait to get into this game. I am hoping for a quick 2-0 so that we can all head out to sleep. But let's just see. I mean, realistically speaking, it would be amazing if they could come up with some kind of a counter. And they did pick the NAR, so I'm hoping a more top lane heavy, top lane playing on the side of Ace Wyvern. Let's see. We will be heading into game shortly, and we are waiting for Potato to join us as well. So let us know in the comments who do you support, who do you think is gonna win.
Hey, hi, Gary Spartan here.
And we have Spartan with us, guys.
Yeah,
What do
so
you think of the comp? Who's gonna win? Who do you put your money on?
comp wise, I'll put my money on Ace One, but
Okay.
the player wise, I'll go with Soul Society.
Oh, you believe that they have a 1v1 outplays.
Yeah, I do. And the
I mean,
start,
they did lose their star mid laner. I mean, they're subbing in for another guy. So
yeah, that's gonna be a huge impact onto Soul Society's roster. And I don't know how much that's gonna impact in game, but let's wait and see how Shokya plays.
yeah, it's definitely gonna be. And look at that.
So, guys, please show some love for SMG. Kindly like, share, and subscribe our channel. and we hope will bring lots and lots of tournament for coming year. And Hikari, as you mentioned, Kha'Zix into this comp, I don't think it fits in. It's gonna be really crucial what Ash is gonna do with the Kha'Zix into that comp. You know how effective he is gonna be, and Anivia and Avelkos mid lane matchup is gonna be interesting as well. It's totally gonna be a skill matchup. Let's see who's gonna come on top of that as well. When it comes to bot lane, Alistair and Nautilus, I think Soul Society's bot lane might win over the Nautilus and Tristana. Let's wait and see how it goes.
sorry for that, guys. We had some technical issues with the stream, but we are back now. We are 5 minutes into the game, and two kills have been picked up by Ace Wyvern. So one kill is going to be on the jungler Viego and another on the mid laner. So other than that, everything is still quite relatively even. There's a 1k gold advantage, and we are just going to be waiting for this pause to end.
Yep, and I guess like we said, like the Viego is just already started with shenanigans in the rift, and you can see not just the kill, but he has a lead on the Kazakhs as well. He's finished his what do you call that item?
He's
Some,
finished his recurve bow, but Kha'Zix still has to farm his bot side. His top side is still up. So, if Viego does not invade, this Kha'Zix can catch up and be relatively close to him. So, obviously, we weren't aware of what has happened in that time frame, but it seems that Kha'Zix, for whatever reason, is a bit behind on his clear right now. So, even in the levels, we can see that Viego is ahead right now. I think, yeah, Viego is one level up on the Kha'Zix. What's interesting is in the mid lane, Shahir is a level down, even though he's up a kill. I don't know if he's super close to the level up threshold. He just has to get back to lane and catch the wave, or what is going on. But CS wise, they both look pretty even. So I think that's probably what's happening here. He hasn't got his wave yet.
and like we said, I mean top lane is pretty even though we said that they have to play more towards the top lane. I guess they did have an opportunity to take a kill at mid, and they did just that.
Tristana, meanwhile, has 2 assists. So, this is probably a bunch of invade kills, I'm guessing, because there are kills on the mid jungle. Unless it was on the. No, there's a death on the Alistar and death on the Kha'Zix. Probably something around bot lane. But yeah, Tristana is super happy to get that pickaxe in the early game. Varus, meanwhile, is still on the Doran's blade. I'm assuming he hasn't recalled yet. So once he recalls, he's probably also going to get himself an item buy. But yeah, Tristana right now walking to lane. I'm assuming Varus pushes this wave, goes back, takes a recall. Meanwhile, Kha'Zix is just going to continue clearing his jungle, and Viego is returning to clear his top side.
Yeah, and look at the amount of summoner spells blown. Like you said, I think this was an early encounter in the jungle at level 1. Look at the mid flash blown, jungle flash, and the ADC support as well. You can see on either side, it's like on down right there. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting how that's gonna pan out. Once again, Anivia flash down, early teleport down as well. It's gonna
I
be
do see that tier coming in for Nivea, so all we need is a Rod of Ages to have a turntable situation where now it's the other. Still the
Yeah.
Anivia, but on the other team scaling for the next game.
And interestingly, look at the Anivia's mastery. He's gone in for thunder. What is that?
Cute.
Yeah, elect and instead of like airy or like comet or something.
Yes, I guess electrocute on any is still fine. Gives you really solid trades as long as on your full combo, that is. So if you can get your stun up, you hit them with the frostbite auto, electrocute, big damage.
And I think we have a little bit of in the first kill that happened. The first happened.
Now we resume back into the game, and we jump back into the action. Wards get spotted out in the bot lane. I remember when those wards used to be super deadly because you place that ward in your top lane, teleports to bot lane, and then it was just party time.
It was once upon a time. It's been so
I'm
long.
I'm happy that that isn't a thing anymore.
So it
No
is
complaints
not
here.
fine. It's not fine. Okay, Anivia, once again, like you said, the missed flash on Anivia immediately translates into another kill. Happy to take that, become the bird, fly away. 2 kills for the Viego right now.
Yeah, obviously not super amazing, and Viego picks up another kill, and Vel'Koz does hit level 5. Mordekaiser is here to pick up this wave, so XP doesn't completely go to waste. He should be able to. We have Anivia pathing top, so good macro by Soul Society to make sure that the CS isn't lost to the towers entirely and they still get something out of it. But that Mordekaiser has not had a back yet, has no items, and is definitely feeling the brunt of the double flying tomb Vel'Koz poke.
And an easy dragon translated from the mid kill. Early dragon stacking is good. I wonder what kind of
And
rift it's gonna be.
Shahir walks up too far ahead, gets poked into tower range by Crow. So a critical mistake by the Vel'Koz. So this should have been really easy for him to just poke the Mordekaiser out of lane, but he chooses to walk up so
Little bit
close
too
to the
close to him.
Mordekaiser. Yeah, and instantly Crow immediately realizes the mistake, hooks him, and takes him to Delhi.
I mean, lucky for him, he did not have a bounty. It's just the Viego that has the bounty. But still, a kill is a kill. 300 gold up, especially before you recall. That was the thing, right? And you already have a huge
So
item.
now Mordekaiser
Yeah.
comes in with the blasting wand amplifying to him. He's going to be walking back to that long lane. And
And even though Nar has a little bit of a CS advantage, he really doesn't translate into like any kind of kills, and he's just down, item wise. So it could be interesting to see how this lane is going to turn out. Keep in
on his
mind,
first component, he's going to have that move speed, which is what Nar wants to be super slippery. Pepper people down with auto attacks, and a stun lands in the mid lane, and that's the electrocute wall. And a third of Shahir's HP is gone. We could be looking at a dive situation in the mid lane. Mordekaiser is looping around the back. Viego is in the jungle. What they don't know is Mordekaiser has sniffed this out and he's hovering in the jungle. He does get hooked in. Ultimate is not available. Gets chunked down to half HP. Use the blasting call to jump across the wall, and with that they're going to they don't get a kill or any summoners for that fact, but they do buy some space for Nar in that top lane, who is kind of happy to just continue farming away. He is a bit up in CS, but that should normalize once Mordekaiser TPs up top and catches this wave. But the consequence is that they lose a lot of pressure, and Rift Hell does get started up.
and look at that, Usana jumping right in to get in the kill, but exhausted, couldn't translate.
Ooh,
that.
Dominic is forced to blow the exhaust. Uses his E but misses, so Tristana pretty much gets away scot-free. I think he's more than happy to get the exhaust, or he is a bit
Classic
behind
Mythic
on.
Lapse Dawn. That was a flash in by. Oh, that deceptively short hook, but the Vel'Koz comes in and still gets the kill. It could easily translate to another. Do they get another third? And of course, the jump reset. You can never count that out. Easy 3 kills picked up, but apparently Tristana just got one of those. And
One
Viego
of them
got
went
2.
over to the Vel'Koz, and then Viego got a bunch of the skills, and yeah, Viego got 2 and Tristana got 1. So not ideal. So I assume the idea for the Kha'Zix was that, hey, Viego's doing the Herald and I can maybe invade his top side, but Viego just simply immediately paths back to the bot side. Vel'Koz has big priority over Anivia right now. He's up 77 CS, so Shahir is being quite dominant in this mid lane right now. He has 1 kill and 4 assists, and Typhon here is just stuck under his tower and just trying to farm up.
It's just the power of this bot lane, right? Like pretty much the Nautilus was not laning with the Tristana as well. However, like the moment Alistar leaves Varus alone and goes away to help his other teammates, like Tristana just makes use of that opportunity, pounces on the Varus, makes him blow a exhaust. And like you can see the power of Tristana right there. You can just leave her alone in the lane.
Tristana is so powerful in these 1v1 duels, and it's kind of expected that a champion can be flexed to middle lane. Very strong all-in potential, especially with that ult. And similarly, on the other side of it is that is also very hard to get to with the rocket jump and the buster shot. Uh, for now, Dominic seems to be doing honestly really fine. He is up a fair bit of CS over the Tristana. The kill kind of just makes it even Stevens, but we have a fight breaking out in the bot lane.
An overextension by Twinsy right there. He did not even have to contest that ward without knowing where the Kha'Zix was. He just walks in and do they convert it to another kill? On side, there's another skirmish going on. However, that doesn't translate to kill. A flash wasted, or would I say? I mean, he was not even pincered. I guess it was a preemptive flash. He did not want to get knocked up by the Vel'Koz. An easy triple taken in. Okay, at this point, Viego's dead to rights. He is just being abandoned by the Tristana. However, he does escape from the mist.
Around towards the Vel'Koz.
That was an easy maneuver by the.
Meanwhile, in top, Crow finds the Nart, take him to Delhi as well, smacks him in the face with that Nightfall hammer, and that's another kill for the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, Nars not so good going up against that Mordekaiser. The ultimate is so powerful. Like we said, that blasting wand coming in. Clutch for the team, and the Vel'Koz are being disrupted by beautiful
Anivia wall.
I mean,
That being said, really, Vel'Koz goes for the crown of the Shattered Queen.
what? The Herald doesn't even get a charge. Like, okay, that was a misplaced Herald, I would say. Like,
Herald actually, I think it's spawned on the wrong side of the wall.
yeah, and they thought it could immediately get a charge, but
It just was walking
it was
around,
just
and there were 4
CC'd,
champions hitting there.
yeah, I mean, I guess it was a Alistair knockup and a pulverize and.
But they do well. It's bad that they don't get the charge of the Herald pressure does let them go ahead and pick up their dragon for themselves.
It's gonna be a Chem Tech Drake. I'm interested to see how this is gonna be. Like, it's gonna give a lot of power to all the plants, I heard. And look at that, Tristana, as soon as she sees that Varys is just gonna jump on him, makes him blow the ultimate, makes him blow the exhaust. And on top of that, he does not have a flash, so yeah.
He blows the exhaust yet again, and he exhausts Tristana, tries to take the fight, but the moment you stack that bomb and pop it, you can just jump back right on. So it's really.
It's just a teasing at this point. Like, you have to blow all of yours, but I just have to use my jump. That's all I have to do.
That because they have really good vision control on the bot side. Plenty of wards there, so he can be fairly confident that he isn't going to immediately get jumped on as soon as he jumps in.
Yes. And look at the, Kha'Zix, like we said, he really does not have much of a purchase in this game. It's kind of hard at this point. He's trying to farm up, get his at least one of his items going. And Viego is already like to his second item, I believe.
Yeah, then Viego is super far ahead in kills. Crow already has his Rylai's Clashmaster 7 trying to pull off a kite, and look, it's Twinsy in the top lane. Not transformation comes in. Mordekaiser dodges the ult by transporting himself to Delhi.
Yeah, but like, you really can't get this champion. Like, you can't try to, gank Mordekaiser once he hits 6, because he's just gonna ult one of you guys into the realm, and then it's just a 1v1. But you can, however, try to poke him out. And
Now the Clashmaster 7 knows that the Mordekaiser ult is down and won't be available for a while. It's much safer for him to kind of just stick to the Mordekaiser and poke away at him, because he doesn't have to worry about him ulting him and then kind of isolating him into that 1v1.
Yeah, and look at that, like, look at the amount of roams the Nautilus get to make, just because, okay, you do not want to step into that burn zone. Just because it's a Tristana ADC, he's just being left alone to get all that XP, all that gold, and he's pretty happy down there. And Nautilus just don't even have to bother about the lane. A really good Nar pillar. Could he poke him out a little bit more to get some, damage so that he's at least diveable? Mordekaiser ult is not back up for a long time. But they make use of this window to take the Herald, and they actually might use this Herald to break down some of the turrets. Like, the first one was a failure. Maybe.
Interestingly enough, what I find odd is Tristana is also here at the Herald. Tristana was not needed at this Herald and he missed a wave at bot lane. And look at that, Varus is sitting on 144 CS. He's going to come back, that wave's going to bounce back and crash into him from the turret. More CS for him.
Yeah. And they did not even have to use the Herald here. Like, they could have just backed off and probably used the Herald on bot and gotten that turret. But I guess they really, really wanted to take that mid lane turret so they can
It's
push
always
up
great to get the
visual
mid lane tower.
Yeah. Oh, that's a
This
long
opens
way.
up the mouse.
And Nar could potentially, do some damage on the turret, but Mordekaiser steps back in. He is pretty comfortable sitting down and 2 kills. Although he does have a little bit of CS discrepancy, it's not really going to matter much because he's already finished one of his items and he already has plated steel caps as well, just to, mitigate that poke damage. But on the other hand, finally the Prowler's Claw coming in for the Kazakhs right there. And look at the goal difference. It's pretty much evened out. He's been farming non-stop. And once again, Tristana finds the right opportunity to go in, but she is being exhausted. On top of that, okay, she could potentially get in, but no, she is going to be given down to the Mordekaiser. Right now, they should try to disengage. This is a very bad fight for them if Mordekaiser decides to stick around. But Nautilus Q hits the wrong side of the rift. Vel'Koz gets caught, has to use his flash to get away from the wall. On the other hand, Mordekaiser also ults down the Nautilus. Nautilus wasted a flash and now he is gonna be prey to that Mordekaiser. Really strong performance coming from Crow in this map, just like redeeming his, misplays in the a lot of previous games that he had like a couple of bad series in this day. So he's coming up strong with that Mordekaiser and cleans up the fight. Luckily for them, the Viego did not, give away his bounty. He still has a bounty.
Yeah, questionable by the red side because red side was already pretty far ahead. And yeah, Tristana jumped on the Varus. But Tristana could really honestly just jump out after a while and I
So
don't
they
see
are
any
going
reason.
for that Mordekaiser. Will they give it to the Tristana or is the Viego going to get it? Yeah, finally it's taken by the Tristana. Put it where it actually matters, right? Even though the Tristana seemed very strong, you could see that she only had 1 kill in the end of the day and she did not have enough damage to finish off the Varus. Is that a steal by the Alistair?
Oh my, what a naughty boy. No, but he does fail to get the steal, and yeah, this is kind of like Tristana is now going to fall into a bit of a lull because this is something we see across all great ADCs where not so great after like a lot of them are really good at in the early game, but after a while they just kind of just fall into this period of we don't really have enough crit and everything to make everything work. And Tristana would ideally like to just sit back and pick up some farm. Is already doing fairly well, whereas the Varus doesn't care, right? Varus works off a lot of his base stats, base values. All he's just going to continue pumping out that damage. He probably gets his Guinsoo's and that's more than enough.
Yeah, and on top of that, he does have some beefy frontliners to play off of. That's a good, you don't really have to bother about hitting the ADC or getting picks. You just hit the front line and kill them first.
Yeah.
So Tristana is gonna have a hard time, even though she has 2000 gold lead on the Varus. She just should not be trigger happy and jump in before the fight even starts. Probably save the jump for sticky situation instead of actually
Honestly, most of that gold actually just comes down from the shutdown on the Mordekaiser. Like other than that, Varus is like 35 CS up on the Tristana, so it's basically just the Mordekaiser shutdown gold that came in. And again, that whole fight is so unnecessary by red side because you saw the Mordekaiser committing his teleport to the fight. Your teleport is down, so the Nar couldn't really join. And Nar is just getting free towers up in the top lane, so you just disengage. If you lose one person or just trade 1-for-1, that's fine. Your Nar is still getting an advantage in the top lane, but they chose to force that fight. They're a man down and they just get absolutely destroyed.
Okay, Nar has completed his infinity. Sorry, what is that? Triforce, I believe. And then he's gone
If that was
for.
an infinity edge.
Yeah, I was like. What? For a minute. Once again, trying to sneak in a Baron every time. Society tries to, make the play happen, get like unsuspected Baron plays. Maybe we can get this, maybe, but really, a bad decision seems to be coming on from them. Manar is in the fight, however, being exhausted. He is going to turn to Mega. Can he make it to Mega before he gets blown up? Yes, he does. And an amazing team fight picked up by Ace Wyvern. You do not want to feed that Tristana like that. He does get easy triple on that. And Nar gets a double as well. That is an easy Baron taken by Ace Wyvern.
The Anivia has also gotten a crown of the Shattered King.
I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter. I believe you can't do much. You have to sit out this Baron. You're already, all of your.
I mean, look at those HPs though. Look at all of those HPs. Twinsy almost dead. Clashmaster down to half HP. Tristana was just jumping around. You had that Leandris, that could have been the difference between all of these guys being like, hey, am I healthy enough to continue, and them being like,
I
oh
don't
fuck,
think
I'm
there were
dead.
many wards to teleport to for like the Anivia. She was just looking for a teleport angle, and before they could do anything, it was already over. I mean,
Was there around the backside? I'm not sure, but the main feature is the Mordekaiser immediately gets collapsed on. He ults the Vel'Koz, who just dumps a CC on him and then ults him from range and just buys time, just keeps buying time. So the Mordekaiser is just really low when he comes out of the ult, and they are fairly dependent on the Mordekaiser right now to do work for them, and it's going to be up to Crow to get value out of that, but that value won't exist in these 5v5 fights. He needs to be able to
yeah,
get
I
into
mean,
smaller skirmishes where that Mordekaiser is much more powerful.
exactly. And Mordekaiser also has to choose his target well, right? Like he can't just ult Vel'Koz, or he can't just ult like whoever he can find. Even Anar would be a problem. He just to go for the Tristana, or quite possibly now that Tristana has a QSS, I think the only option is Viego right now. Like you either take one of the most annoying champs, one of the champs that could possibly get one reset and run away with the team fight. You just have to ult that. And I'm pretty sure Viego is also trying to go in for a QSS. Or maybe he is not being focused by the Mordekaiser right now, so he's pretty happy sitting with just a stopwatch as of
Now that the cooldowns are off, yeah, that is a crown of the Shattered Queen on the Anivia. I don't really agree with the itemization. Like, what is the crown for? You build the crown so that you don't get one shot by some sort of pesky little news. What's good? Like Nar jump, you see the Nar jump coming for a while. Viego when fed, yes, does a lot of damage, but that's not like a Viego is more of a bruiser, not an assassin. It is a
well. That was
perfect
a beautiful hook by the Nautilus, and look at the amount of force damage coming in, and on top of that, Viego is gonna reset everything. Already the shield bow is being popped, and easy kill by the Tristana. If this reset goes to Viego, Anivia is in trouble right now. But Mordekaiser comes in clutch to save the day. Like I said, he has to ult this Viego, but look at that. And, I mean, he flash follows it, but on what cost? He cannot finish off this Viego. And a beautiful stuff.
Viego is just too fed.
And he gets the Mordekaiser as well, and a nice W over the wall. Gets the soul of the bird as well. I mean, like, it's just blow after blow at this point. I don't think they can really defend it. And he's just trying to blow the Anivia passive
really
here, I
is.
think. No.
I think Viego just leaves the Anivia because Anivia doesn't do anything.
Okay, a potential. Okay, that's a beautiful Nar ult right there.
This is a bit of a classic solo game.
I mean, exactly why I wondered they picked Kazakhs. Like, you fall off very hard. Like, you're practically not.
Kha'Zix is extremely strong, but for that they kind of need to split these fights up, and it feels like they're kind of trying to go in, whereas their strengths don't really support that. I would like to have seen.
If you had a strong side laner, maybe Kazakh's picks is justified here.
They
Like,
don't have the strong
Arid with
side laner
Kamil.
in the Mordekaiser. who was really strong up to a point, but has kind of just fallen behind because he's been trying to join these fights and make something happen, and it hasn't really worked out for him. Multiple fights, he's just been just kited around, and the bot lane is kind of just falling apart. Guinsu now coming up for the Varus, so fair bit of damage on there, but I think Varus still needs more items. Tristana is already like sitting on 3 items, has a QSS. So now that Tristana is back online again, she's going to begin shredding those champions. That's a lethal tempo.
And on top of that, a Kraken Slayer as well. Like she did not go for she can't. I mean, she doesn't really have to go for the blade. Sorry, Immortal Shield Bow. She just like had to spread the Mordekaiser, and on top of that, she also has a QSS to escape from the ultimate. So really well thought out team comp by Ace Wyvern here. I mean, you are picking a Mordekaiser against an R. That clearly translates like Ace Wyvern clearly said, you know what, we are only gonna look for team fights, and I guess the idea was to get the Mordekaiser ahead and try to put him on a side lane along with Kha'Zix and probably get fixed on the side laner. But unfortunately for them, they tried to team fight with a really strong side laner, and it really did not help them in any case.
Yeah, definitely. Possibly they could have looked at, and also something that I want to say is that they have the Anivia, they have the Varus. These champions are extremely strong at kiting. So what I'm seeing is they are trying to run into the enemy team, whereas they should be like, we want to be running away from the enemy. We need to create space for our Anivia and Varus to be able to kite. So this is instead of right now, it's a situation where Anivia fight starts, Anivia puts down a we have Mordekaiser running in, we have Kha'Zix jumping in, Alistar is also going in to support them, and then the enemy team just kind of backs off. They don't have to sit in the Anivia ult. Anivia maybe cancels her ult, maybe she has to put down that's going to be a 3 to 4 second delay between the next ult zone coming out, and it's kind of just like you're not playing around what your team comp is good at, which is kiting back and and they're just falling behind because you that's what the enemy team wants to do. Yeah, Nar is you want to jump into a Nar who's going to transform, he's more than happy. Viego, he wants to be in your face, he wants to smack the shit out. Tristana does not care. If you try to run a Tristana down, you have to deal with Rocket, then you have to deal with Buster Shot. Nautilus also does not care. So they're basically giving Ace Wyvern's team comp exactly what they want in this fight to succeed.
And that is an easy Baron taken, and they have no idea that it's going down. Even if they did, they had no way to contest that and follow it up.
They're so behind. They're 15k gold behind.
Follow it up with another soul as well. That's just gonna be GG's. I mean, at this point, it's just like they're hoping that their Anivia can scale, but I don't think so. I don't think it'll even go that far. And look at the
defenses. Is such a great item on Anivia. You need to have a really solid reason to not go Leandry. That item just does so much.
Yeah, especially on the percentage health. Like, look at the amount of health the Nautilus has. Look at the amount of health the Nar has. It would really help you if you had, if you have some means to shred that. Yeah. And also, on top of it, they have like not like Viego just has a Merc Treads as a magic resist. That's about it. It shows the amount of not least bothered about the
enemy. Because it's the crown of a shattered king. You have a tier item, so you've already built 2 items that don't really do damage.
And tier in itself is a very defensive item, right? Once you transform it into the staff.
Yeah, could we quickly check the ability power on this Anivia? Because I think it's going to be like 130
on the Anivia.
So look at that Vel'Koz. He has 413 ability power. Like, look at that 168 AP. You're doing base damage right now. It's 30 minutes into the game. You're doing base damage. That is the problem with this itemization. Yes, you need to be alive to deal damage, but if you're alive and you don't deal damage, it doesn't matter. Plus, they aren't really playing around the Anivia Varus. Every team fight, I just see Anivia has an ult. Varus is just like, hey guys, I can't do shit here because you're jumping around. Varus doesn't have the mobility to keep up with them. And he does not have the tools to stay alive. if they just turn on them. So
I
they need to
think
be
it's
kiting back with this Anivia virus. And the moment they do that, they would find success. But at this point, I feel like it's already too late.
yes, it is like they really, as you said, like the itemization on either of the Anivia players, like it's just it comes to that. I guess in these games, like last time the Anivia also tried to go in for the rod, and on top of that the clear. Now the same thing you can see. They're just pinning for the long game while
See, I think Rod is better here. I think Rod is better here, and I have very strong opinions on building Rod with tier. Like scaling. This is not scaling for the next game.
Varis
This
is
is
already down half HP. Can he survive this long range Vel'Koz ult? Alistair gets melted. And look at that beautiful knockup coming in from Diego as well. There's just like absolutely no way to win this team fight, but they do run into the fountain. Could they
Look
be?
at that 4 people are still alive. They have the zoning from
Why
the and,
would you?
and look at how close this team fight kind of was. If they were doing this from the start, putting down that Anivia ult, putting down the wall and playing around that, they could have found a lot of success because this is a team that's already 15k gold ahead, and they were able to do fairly well in this team fight.
Yeah.
But
And
they have
like,
not been doing that. They've just been trying to go in and or go home, and that's not what really is going to work
another
here.
knockup lands and Karzik goes bye bye. It's just impossible at this point. The goalie is just too much, and on top of that, they have multiple GAs on the other side of the team, and they're just throwing all of their abilities at them, hoping to get some kills. But no, it will again be 1-1 score equalized by Ace Wyvern, and we are going to game number 3.
Looks like we are going to go into game number 3. For me, it's all about mid-Nivea itemization. What is this? Like, there's almost no. And okay, Seraph Embrace finally completes. I think Nivea finally crossed the 200 AP. That Vel'Koz was sitting on 413 AP, and Vel'Koz has incredibly strong base damage stats. Right? That's why he's picked a support. Very good base. Look at the damage coming out of Vel'Koz. Compare it to the damage coming out from the Anivia, and this is a game where there have been fights throughout. The Anivia has been part of most of the fights, so I think damage here is relevant. And
Yes.
it's just a case of I find that they picked the Anivia into their comp, but they didn't really know how to play around the Anivia because it felt that they were still playing the style they did when Nero was around, and Nero used to come out with stuff like the Pantheon. He came up with the Yasuo, so that really funneled them into a dive style team comp where they dived into the enemy team and tried to take them down. But when you switch that out for the Anivia, the way your team comp behaves is significantly different, honestly. And I think that's what they were not able to play around properly. And that's why they ended up giving this game. But they're going to have a chance to redeem themselves. Game 3 match point for both of these teams. The team that will win this game will move on to the finals to face Temple of Kings. So, final spot at the finals is at stake here.
Yes, definitely. And we will be back with game number 3 in another 10 minutes. So until then, go grab all your snacks, wish your friends good luck, and come back to witness the final game of the day. And please also do like and subscribe our channel and follow us in all socials to keep in touch with this tournament and also a couple of more tournaments coming your way.
No. No. Yes. Yes. No. No. Yes. Yes. No. See, scene is like this, and this is still like. Okay. Now it shows my client. No, no, it's okay. I muted the desktop audio. Once that's not moving. This one. No. No, no, but in the stream, in the YouTube stream, if I keep seeing it showing my leak client, you get it. So it's showing this right control studio mode. Okay. Yeah, that's starting soon. Okay, okay. Uh-huh. I don't think I can change it. I'm not able to change it.
No, no, no. You are able to change it. It's just the fact that
Oh,
you
late.
can't see your preview.
Okay, okay.
Missing your preview is kinda bugged.
Okay, what I'm doing is I'm gonna hide everything then.
If you want to yeah, just go to the scene, turn off those, and now transition. You'll see the
been saying this throughout this series. This is the last game of the series. Whoever wins this is match point. So whoever wins this will be moving on to the finals tomorrow versus the OK. And pretty much this has been the same story throughout this series, and honestly even the series before this, where it's just been target ban after target ban. People trying to pinch champions of other people. We do see a deviation, small deviations like the Lucian ban and the Viego ban, but a lot of focus on mid laners.
Exactly. More carry potential towards the mid laners. Like you saw the last game, Anivia did not really get out much of the damage. So yeah, I guess none of the teams might want to touch Anivia again this game. Maybe we will
Anivia
see
is
some-
starting to look kind of like a bait pick at this point, because you go Anivia, you go you pick one out of ROA or Crown, you go tier, and you just never come online. That seems to be the story. So but maybe there's a world in which this game goes on to 60 minutes and those items actually start mattering. Who knows?
Exactly. But I don't think they might wanna go there, because like either you get to pick these long, late game champs, or I mean, at least on the side of Soul Society, they would like to pick some early game champs and get those early kills coming in for the mid lane, and then try to make more roams out of the mid lane. So that seems to be their playstyle. And once again, I mean, they prove us completely wrong and pick an Anivia again.
Yeah, I honestly not surprised. Shahid has shown a tendency to gravitate super hard towards that Anivia, and he does get the Anivia again, and it's going to be another Varus. So again, Soul Society do seem to like the Varus pick, and they seem to be picking that up a lot, even though it didn't kind of really play out that well in the last game because
Exactly.
Tristana kind of got fed in the early game, so it wasn't really super viable for Varus to lane into the Tristana. But looks like a Shen pick, so not something we've seen in the series so far. Like Shen has been open for a like we both teams have had ample opportunity to pick this champion up, and it seems that it's going to be Ace 5-1 going to pull the trigger on that, lock in the Shen and the Tristana. So these two champions are incredibly strong right now. So they're comfortable matching that Varus with the Tristana yet again, just like they did in the last game, and this time they're going to come in with the Shen pick, and uh this might be a Yasuo again for Nero. We already have the so this could be a comp very similar to game one. They have the Diana, they have the Varus, they have the Yasuo, and this time there's no Mordekaiser to really yoink the Yasuo away.
Exactly. Like I think they might have figured out, like, if we put a Shen, I think we can save the Anivia, you know, from the dive pressure. Just like give her that extra shield and extra amount of time to survive the team fight, so she can put out that damage. So it would be really hard to dive the Anivia right now, especially with the Shen once he hits level 6. That could be, probably in their eyes, it was the main factor that the Anivia was not a success first time around. So they, try to switch up, play around the Anivia maybe, and that'll help them a lot.
Yeah, Mordekaiser gets banned, Graves get banned, so both teams looking to take away picks from the enemy team, and we do see the Hecarim ban coming through. Hecarim again is super strong. Uh, Not much of a both teams have kind of not really prioritized this champion at all, but yeah, Hecarim ban does go through, and it's going to be a Renata ban, and that was what they ran with this comp initially. So looking to take that away from them, and that does mean that the Alistar is open, which was not banned last time. So Alistar could be another champion that works very well with the Yasuo and works very well against the Tristana, because that Alistar being there does deny the Tristana jump in, and the Braum does the exact same thing, and has that extra kill pressure. So this lane could looking way stronger than last time with the Varus Braum against the Tristana, and I'm honestly not sure what they're going to pick.
I mean, a good answer, even if they do, pick, end up picking maybe a Nautilus, Braum is still a good answer to Nautilus. Any engaged tank that you want to go, even a Leona, even, anything that you want to engage with, Braum is still a good answer with that Winter's Bite, with his passive, with concussive blows. You can really, really, stop that engage right on the track. So I guess, I mean, I was wondering when they'll pick up Braum, and they just proved it.
Yeah, so they do go for the Rel this time and the Y. So this time they're really committing to that dive minus that Anivia, Shen, Tristana, Rel, Y. Really looking to dive into that enemy team and do some damage right there. So they go for the Rel against the Braum, which is uh, better than going for these targeted skill shot type champions like Thresh and Nautilus, who really rely on hooking somewhere. Instead, going for something like the Rel, which is just really strong, shorter range engage, but really strong engage nevertheless. So they can maybe try to contest, like, just dish out. I mean, with the Braum Brain, you are forced to focus the Braum. So just picking that melee champion, the melee damage won't be negated a lot, and just try to punish the Braum, because the Braum is very strong at some things in the early game, but in many other ways is also really weak in the early game. And let's see how it goes, because another thing to consider is if the Varus doesn't have his passive running, he's not super fast at proccing the Braum passive. So that could be something that they look to exploit, and nevertheless a fairly tanky champion. So uh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a really,
Started.
really interesting pick here. With the Y at least. So they can probably focus more towards like priority targets on the Yasuo maybe if he's fed, and the Varus also
Like the
potentially.
Lilia pick a lot here, though. So very,
I
very
mean
good response
you
to a team comp that just wants to run at you. Okay, you want to run at me? I just toss out a bunch of shit and off to sleep you go. Disengage.
exactly. And also it works great with a AD mid and an AP jungle, right? So it just plays right into your team comp as well. So
So I really like the draft that's come out from Soul Society this time around. Whereas with Ace 5-1, there's some I see a lot of dive, and then there's the Vanivia, who
yeah, I
maybe
don't really know how Anivia is gonna fit into the comp. But I mean, this third time could be a charm. Like Anivia probably just is one game away from getting that win for her team.
So, guys, let's get in some stream interaction here. What do you guys think? Is Anivia going to soft tent yet another game by going for the most defensive Anivia ever award, or are we going to finally see a Leandry's torment on an Anivia? Maybe some damage coming out of that champion, because honestly, that champion does do a lot of damage if you itemize her for damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think Leandri is a wise choice looking at the team comp. On the other end, they have a Braum, they have a Yasuo, Varus. I mean, overtime damage really does help you there. It's all on the like you can't decide what they're gonna build, right? So it's just all on in their hands. Maybe they have a game plan. Maybe they will go Rod, and then follow it up with the Leandries or
I think Rod is also on the pick,
Demonic.
so you
Yeah.
can't Rod it to Leandries anyway. So
Oh yeah.
Uh,
So yeah, Rod and
let's see.
Demonic maybe.
As an ARAM Anivia enthusiast, it does break my heart to not see the Leandries, but hope still remains.
Like I said, they do have a plan coming into this game. Probably zone them off with the Nivea and then jump all in on them. It all depends on winning or losing the lane. Last time you could see that Nero just like decimated the Anivia in lane, just 1v1. Level 2 aggressive trade already blows the summoner spells and his egg as well, and then follow it up with a gank from your jungle. Easy kill on the Anivia. So this time around, I don't know. Maybe have to be mindful of level 2s. So I guess
So be
Shahid.
mindful of level 2s. We've seen this matchup play out just a while ago. Shahir on his Anivia and Nero on the Yasuo, as you pointed out before, and Nero was very dominant in that matchup. And the difference this time around is in the junglers. We are looking at Y at the side of Anivia and Lilia at the side of Yasuo. And the kind of the issues are, while Y does have a lot of damage, Y really wants to be level 6 and then gank instead of just trying to babysit this Anivia in the early game. So I think a lot of pressure is on Shahir to this time be able to actually lane against the Yasuo and lane effectively against the Yasuo, more importantly, because uh, ideally Y wants to kind of get her camps, get that level 6, get a super strong gank with the assault and battery, and pound someone into the ground and just work off that lead.
Yeah, exactly. You could get easily carried away, when you're early level laning against a melee champ. I can poke him, and then you're just pushed too far, can't get back to your turret, just lose your summoner spells. It'll come back to haunt you later. There is a
And
Zonia rush Anivia incoming. Maybe. I mean, we have not seen even one, like out of the two games, not one Anivia actually went in for the Zonias. Maybe it could help.
maybe. Maybe we've tried the crown, we've tried the rod of ages. Maybe it's time for Zonya's. Hey, maybe it's time for Infinity Edge Anavia. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe a rapid fire one as well.
Oh my god, we're just going too fast for you sprinters in the mid lane. It's looking more and more like solo queue.
Exactly. And top lane again is going to be a pain for the Shen. At least earlier on with that move speed on the Lilia. I personally hate laning against a Lilia just because you can't trap her, like you can't really hold her down. Even if you use your taunt, even if you perfectly time it, your CC, she still has that small window of opportunity where she gets that burst of speed and just runs away from you. It's really hard to catch her. Like it's a very
Lilia
slippery
is
pawn.
Lilia is very annoying into this melee champions, and Shen is a melee. Yeah, he could possibly land his taunt and look at, maybe try trading that way. And
A
Lilia does
summoner
have the
has
advantage of not
joined.
being super reliant on auto, so the dodge bubble really doesn't matter all that much to her. But let's see how it goes. Like if we look at Soul Society, that also means that they don't have a super strong front line, right? So against the dive comp, if they don't play very well, they could look at people being exploded almost immediately. But if they aren't on super duper on point with their disengage tools like the Brom ult, the Lilia ult, and maybe situationally even the Diana ult can be used to disengage Yasuo tornadoes as well. We'll see. It all depends on the players how they make use of it. Overall, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for Soul Society to get a lead in this game. Nero has been showing that he is able to really punish Shahir in this lane. He's already showed it in this exact same matchup. So, my eyes are going to be on this mid lane to see if Shahir can this time actually, try and match the Yasuo, because I think that's
Yeah.
going to be really important. And Nero has, throughout all of the games that we have watched today, Nero has been very strong and very crucial in Soul Society being able to get those wins on the table.
Exactly. Like, you did get your comfort pick in Anivia. You gotta show up. That's the only thing on the other side. Because last game he did probably have some items, but he could not really, make use of it. He was constantly being dived, constantly being targeted. Every time a summoner spell was down, you could see the bot lane roaming, the jungle roaming down mid, and like it was a hell for this particular champion to even lane against. Like once you lose your turret,
30
it's
seconds
pretty
until
much
minions
danger for you,
spawn.
and once you cross the river without vision, it's gonna be really hard. So I guess it would be interesting to see how he decides to play it out. And as soon as we say that, we might get some weird exchanges. Maybe they will take each other's buff without even knowing, or are they just gonna ward and back up?
Minions have spawned.
They are warding and backing off the bot lane, however, might get caught, or will they collapse on time? They
But it
decide
looks
to
like
cancel the recall.
Twinsy is going to spot out the Yasuo. If he decides to make a move, he would be pretty unaware of the fact that there's an entire team standing here, and looks like they're going to go for the steal. But two
And a
members
beautiful
have already
spot.
let out and engaged.
Yeah, this is exactly where Braum is good. Like level 1, you cannot contest this champ. And again, you blow a flash on your persona this early, it's gonna be hard. Look at that, concussive blows already tagged, you can't do anything. Like you have to give that respect to the Braum.
That being said, so much time wasted for the Diana. Yes, Tristana kind of questionable, comes in from the behind to do. I'm not sure exactly what the Tristana level 1 flank exactly does. Ends up blowing his flash for it, but his Diana is now super behind on the clear. Is he not taking his blue buff? I think he's starting at also. He's going to be starting at his wolves down in the bot lane, and
Couldn't possibly get okay, an early cleanse blown in by the Varus as well. Look at that. Once again, Braum lane proves strong because once you really blow off your stun, what else do you have? A taunt missed by
because it looks to me like they actually lost that. Tristana lost no HP there. Like Tristana lost some HP, but that's not HP she lost in the lane. That's HP she lost in the jungle earlier. Dominic super early on the exhaust, so Tristana hadn't even committed anything to the fight. Exhaust just wears off. They take a bunch of damage. And look at that, they're getting pushed in, and
I think it was
this
just
wave is
to
going to
put
crash
him
into
back.
tower.
And Shen is also patiently waiting for the wave to crash towards him. Okay, and that was a really bad mistake. A flash follow up by Crow. First blood down. Be a fatal mistake by Brom. Concussive blows. It's still yet to land. And look at that. Diana's already buzzing down bot. Just one hit away, but the passive expires. Could there be a re-engage here? Yes. And they do take a kill. This could easily convert into a double kill if only the Tristana would do just that. But the Guardian again
Like the
saves it.
Brom might go down here, and it is a double kill, and
Wow.
that's just level 3 advantage not being respected. They choose to continue fighting the level 3 enemy bot lane because their jungler is here, but their jungler isn't close enough, and they just take so much damage, and it's kind of a domino effect. Now Diana was already behind because she walked all the way down to the enemy bot side jungle, then goes to clear her camp. So she's late on the gank over there. That gives them enough space to kind of turn this fight around completely, and they invest jungle time into the bottom and get nothing out of it. So they go negative. So extremely
I think they
bad for them.
overreached right there. Like they could have just been content.
And look at this now. Why get scuttle for free? Diana
And
cannot.
double
Diana
scuttle as
cannot-
well.
Double scuttle, exactly. And Diana cannot contest it because she's just expended so many, and another engage at the bottom.
Yep, at this point you really can't do much because your stand behind me aren't gonna help.
It's a killing spree.
Yep.
And
That
Twinsy is so on point. He is recognized exactly like I said before. Yes, Brom has that shield, but Rel is very good. Rel is going to do more in just a straight up all.
She doesn't really care about like the front line.
Yeah, she
right?
doesn't
She's
really
just
care
gonna
about. She just dumps a bunch of CC and
doesn't
Tristana
care
just
if
goes
it's
down.
load. I mean, easy lane. You should be really scared with this Tristana again. I don't think Diana really wants to gank down bot. I mean, she should be trying to get the Lilia ahead. Already got one kill, even in CS. It's the lane is probably gonna push up top. She can easily clear this out and try to get a gank up top. But Shen again is playing very defensively. He does not want to do anything. He's just content with just getting to level 6.
Yeah, we did talk about this before, but that first blood by Crow, super impressive. He's laning against Shen, who is lane with Ignite. He instead has teleport. And he manages to get first blood and continues to bully the shit out of this Shen, gaining advantage over advantage. And again, in the mid lane, we see Nero trading into Shahir pretty
I think
hard.
it's a bad. Okay, he could right in time, but again, Vi comes in to save the day. She will, however, miss the last auto attack needed to take the kill, and Flash saves Nero finally.
They end up trading flashes, and I think. And
No,
this
they
is
did not.
perfect.
Like, Anivia still has a flash up, but
The
Yasuo does
Vi
not.
trades flash for Yasuo.
Oh yeah, and look at this. Yasuo just over. Okay, every time. Okay.
A bit
Could have
greedy
been,
over
yeah,
there.
could have been. I think he got down by just one minion auto or something. Definitely not they can because
He just got ignited by the Anivia.
that was just cocky play by the Yasuo.
Yeah. It doesn't. I don't think that kill matters too much, but it just definitely doesn't help because
I mean, at least
you
it
still
boosts-
don't want to give kills over to the Anivia. And I think honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Shahir chooses to go for the ignite in a matchup against the Yasuo because we don't really have all that much pressure against the Yasuo to begin with. Ignite. is-
Once again, now we do see a rod coming up.
Oh dear God. Yeah, so the kill basically doesn't matter.
I mean, like,
So
Maybe
we
it's
can
an early-
talk about
early-
how that kill turned the game in 30 minutes from now, guys, or 20 minutes, something like that.
it is an early rod though. Maybe it could do wonders around the 30
Now
minutes.
it's just a catalyst.
Crystal, yeah.
So now it's a nothing, soon to become a rod. But pretty solid lead for Ace Wyvern here. The back of their bot lane picks are super strong in the early game, Tristana and Rel, and they've been able to capitalize on that. And CS wise, still Irwin is still holding up, but Now Rel looks to roam around the map and apply trigger, and this might become quite similar to the last game where they just leave the Tristana in the bot lane alone to just
Palm it
farm
up.
up. And ideally, what they really want to do here is they need to. Tristana cannot freeze a wave because of her E passive, so they need to pull this bot wave. They need to catch a bot wave. They need to use the fact that there are two of them there because Tristana can't really engage into the Braum Varus with a 3 kill lead, right? If this was maybe 6 or 7 kills, sure, maybe, but not enough. So they need to freeze this wave right here and
And we will not
basically
get lucky.
force Rel to come back to lane and play lane against them because otherwise this Rel is just going to
Oh
be running
my
around and
god.
create issues for her team.
Chai once again getting caught with no mana. But he does have a jungler to back him up and he safely gets to the turret. And look at that. A nice taunt lands, but it doesn't matter. It's a Lilia. She's just gonna run around in circles and she's just gonna do that.
Link Master, but Crow just gonna pop some healing bots and continue poking.
It's just like a very, very annoying, highly mobile tank that's like you just have to take all of that. Wait for the right
Something
moment
that
to
usually we don't see because Anivia is generally a champion that after level 6 is able to get lane priority quite easily. Oh my god, Crow missing the entire caster wave. Shen trading into the really large creep wave might be a mistake and he does end up taking a lot of damage.
that Q misses, and that was a crucial point. Like, if you probably landed that Q, you would have had more
Said
damage.
Crow just jungler shows up, Crow's just like, yeah, I'm out of here. See
Yeah,
you
he
later.
finally has that champ where he can overextend and still not die.
And that's going to be a plate for the Yasuo, who's always more than happy to have that gold. And Rel
Already,
has finally made her way down to the bot lane. So for now, the Rel roams have been stopped, maybe temporarily. Although Rel roaming around usually is a bit slightly less effective than usual because of a low base movement speed.
exactly. And like, look at that. The only gold advantage that they have is coming from this Tristana over the Varus. And it's just that's the entire difference. Apart
Also,
from that, pretty much equal around the board.
Relia is fairly ahead, 400 gold up. Tristana significantly ahead, more than 1,000 gold up, and now probably
And she
even
has
more
double
with this
plating as
current
well.
plate.
I mean, ideally, would have happy to get that on by yourself, but yeah.
Crow isn't getting kills over here. He's really confining that Shen to his tower, shoving wave after wave, and it might look like he's doing nothing, but this makes it really hard for the Shen to ult out because if he ults out, he
And look at
has
this, they
to
have
be.
vision on the rel. This could be a Varus ult into a Bromalt, but no, they
There's
easily
no
back
team to
away.
follow up, unfortunately.
It's gonna be a dragon fight, and immediate stun by the rel. The stunner jumps out of the huge mispositioning. Maybe they could get just one kill, but no. Okay, there's a good turn from the position, but they could not
Meanwhile,
convert. But I
Crow
think
is
this is like
wreaking havoc in the back line, just running circles around them, absolutely decimating that fight. So, and they get one for none, and
yeah,
I guess
and like that's
it's even
exactly.
again. And Crow can teleport back to lane at any time here, and
And
three
he
people in the
finally
mid lane.
got
But why?
ultimate yet. Like, look at that. Oh my god, there's a beautiful stuff coming in from. Just focus on one guy. Finally gets the Yasuo down, and yeah,
No Superman 1v3s for Nero, but it isn't going to matter as Irwin comes in to
knows.
grab some of those kills for himself. Pro picks up one, goes for the dive, gets taken down by the turret, gives one to the Tristana. Is she going to get another? No. Dominic manages to run out with a sliver of health and quite a bit of chaos. I think overall, uh, 3 for 2 trade in that
Yes,
very
right.
extended team fight and a big wave pushing up top that Yasuo is going to be able to collect, so he's happy.
That fight was
Or not,
necessary.
or not.
You-
It's going to be Lilia who's going to have to TP to collect that wave. Yasuo just decides to head over to the mid, so a fairly decent CS lead for Crow, who did this Lilia was huge in that fight because he just came in from the top side, ran a circle around everyone, baited the Tristana E and God knows what, uh, creating really a lot of space for a team, which really does take a bit more to get access to all of its wombo combo with the Diana ult into the Yasuo ult into the Braum ult. But yeah,
That was a huge, like, she just basically created a huge round of chaos where they really had a good angle on the Yasuo and even the Diana, but they could not convert them into kills. They just had to respect that Lilia, just the ultimate alone, like, if she gets a 5-man split, that's gonna be disaster on the side of A's Wyvern, so they just have to give her that space and back off. Really coming
again,
in.
we're looking at a situation where Tristana is just solo laning against the Varus. Tristana hasn't spent her gold yet. I think she's going to go back, get those items, and once she gets back to lane with the item, which is going to be a Gale Force.
Interesting. Have you ever built Gale Force on Tristana? I've only seen.
I have built Gale Force once on Tristana, once or twice. I think it's super situational where I kind of like to build it against very specific champions like Rengar and stuff like that. With it really Rengar, maybe Kha'Zix, that really go ham on you. And a lot of people don't realize that rocket jump has a really long animation, so sometimes it's not really super viable to go and start rocket jumping around when you have stuff like Kha'Zix, Rengar running around. So Gale Force can be super useful when you really need that extra kiting power. But I am not sure. I would probably not go for a Gale Force.
Maybe they are worried about the Lilia or the Yasuo just jumping on you, and an extra escape tool is always welcome, I guess. But I would have also
I feel
preferred.
like rocket jump is honestly enough because you can buffer rocket jump the Diana ult. You shouldn't really be in the Yasuo space. Honestly, you can safely rocket jump out of that. You can rocket jump away from your creeps. It's all good. You can rocket jump the Varus ult. So that's really. I don't really see why he needs a Gale Force player because he's already going to have 10 Anivia, Viral, all of these champions can already peel for him super hard, and I
Ideally, a Kraken Slayer would have been.
yeah, I think in my opinion, Kraken Slayer would have been better here, but yeah, so far the game is actually pretty even right now. Soul Society is slightly ahead. It was pretty good because they were facing quite a deficit in the beginning of the game because the Tristana was getting a lot of these kills, and they have kind of managed to stop the bleed effect, and the Tristana has just been where she is. And Irwin is just sitting on and catching waves on this Varus. He's happy to get his items. The Tristana does have a
Doesn't really
fair.
have an item lead, though. I mean, even though she
Yeah,
does have a
does
little
not
bit,
have an item. Can we have a look at the gold on the guys?
it's probably some gold away from like a pickaxe. Probably get a pickaxe back. Rightly using this opportunity to take their herald while the top was pushed, mid was pushed, and they get the herald. They might use it on the mid lane turret to
Nice.
free up.
It is ahead a fair bit, but yeah, the gold is in her pocket right now, so that's why we don't see very many items coming through for her.
I think she wanted to go for the Coffee's hammer, but I don't think she had enough, so she settled with 2 long swords and a ward.
Yeah.
What is the
Varus,
item on Shen though? Is that the
that's
new tank item?
that's the brand new item. Reddit's favorite problem child, Heart Steel.
What does that do though?
Basically what it does is that you charge up a powerful attack within like bunch of time in combat, and then if you smack someone with it, it does bonus damage and gives you like a percentage of their damage as bonus.
Yeah,
XP.
fight going down in the mid lane, everybody running wild right here. There's a beautiful Brahma coming through, but slivers of HP down, but still goes down to the ignite, I believe. And then Crow overextends. He could possibly be taken down, but no, this is exactly where Braum shines. The concussive blows helps him to run away with like just. That should be so tilting.
Sword Art Online just completely does the classic Tristana move and of jumping to his death. He tries to jump to the side, immediately gets stacked by Varus and Braum Q, everything, and this is And there's really no point of going Gale Force if you're going to plan to get hit by everything anyway. So
Exactly. I mean, I wonder why he never went cleanse and he decided to go for a exhaust over cleanse. Like cleanse would have been an amazing spell in this game at least. Like you could cleanse so many things.
yeah, he can cleanse a lot. Maybe possibly relying on like I personally would not bother going cleanse here most of the time because I can I'm gonna just be like, yeah, I'll just rocket jump buffer it. But uh, you can't rocket jump buffer something if you don't have it.
And there comes the TP that we all fear is already 10 minutes past. So yeah, you can TP down bot lane right now to minions and yeah, the very friendly layer is running at you.
Uses rocket jump to achieve nothing. Doesn't have rocket jump.
I think they're just like a little bit impatient. Okay. Could this be an easy kill taken up? But no, I don't think Lilia was even tanking that.
Yeah, that was not even close.
If he had probably altered the Braum.
I think Sword Art really needs to put the reins in on himself, stop wasting his rocket jump because he's kinda running it down right now.
Yeah, he's completely being impatient.
And his team
look
is
at that.
super reliant on him because well, he was the 4-1-1 Tristana and now he's just died twice in a row. So him being down is not super. Yeah, he has the Gale Force, but he still does a fair bit of damage. Honestly, right now, Sword Art really needs to be looking at farming, getting past the kind of
Third item, right?
crit lull and get to his third item where he starts dealing really solid damage again. Phantom Dancer going to be coming in, so once this is completed, he's going to get another decent spike and damage. But he's really looking for the 3-item spike right now as the Tristana.
Yeah, and Shen also gave away another kill to Yasuo at top lane. And look at that Yasuo, close to 200 CS in like 20 minutes.
Yasuo has been having the time of his life. He's got turret plates, he's got a bunch of kills now, and he's gonna go back, he's gonna get some items, and he's going to start. He's gonna become a real menace in the top lane because that Shen is super behind. Doesn't even have completed boots, and the Lilia right now is being super obnoxious. Has completed demonic
don't even
embrace,
know.
sitting on a leeching Leer.
Oh, and look at that very early Baron started. I mean, it's a virus and Yasuo, really fed Yasuo, he just melted down. They do have an idea that this is going down, but it's just a rel and a Y. They really don't have anything to stop. Maybe, I don't think it's wise to take up the fight even. Maybe a steal, but Diana spots her with the Q and will he be able to take this fight? Yes!
Gets stolen.
Oh my
He
God!
seasoned Y ult on the jungler, locks him up, is unable to really contest, and we have the he manages
But
to steal
then
the
why
Baron.
would you stay back for the
The
fight?
proceed-
Literally everybody dies except for the Tristana. Okay, that was
That
not
was a
really-
bit sad, and you saw that people were just standing in the Anivia ult there, and this just comes back to the Rod of Ages. Why?
Yeah, if only like you said they had the Andes.
Why Rod of Ages? I don't get it.
We should probably interview him after or both the Anivias what we're going through their minds while they were
I
building
just
on
have
Mage.
one question for you,
Exactly.
Leandris.
Yeah, even though that was a really beautiful Baron steal, it really doesn't convert into much. Maybe saves them for a couple of more minutes.
I mean, I think it's okay because getting the Baron kill itself gets you a bunch of gold itself, and they still have the Baron buff on the Tristana. Better than just giving it away. It's not super ideal, but it's not ideal, but it's better than just giving the Baron away in a sense.
Yeah, it would have been a disaster if the other team got it. So I guess they prevented, the game ending in 30 minutes. But it's still gonna be a long climb for Ace Wyvern. They just like have to find these picks. They just have to get their Tristana on the third item. Hopefully a Lord Dominic so she can shred through a couple of...
Yeah, more items, more good on Tristana. That's pretty much what we are looking at, and we have the Lilia jumping around, and
Doesn't matter, like you can't really catch it. Look at this.
so that's already all of the rels engage tools missed on the Lilia, and now
And he's
Lilia
just taunting them, coming in forward, just queuing them casually. And look
it
at that, he's
flashes
gonna land
past
the.
the Anivia's stun. Crow
And
is absolutely smurfing right now.
oh my god, a beautiful Diana follow up as well. They are already low. Anivia has to run a beautiful Marathon to follow up, and they clean out 4 members. My
Crow,
god, the
that
Tristana is
is
wondering, guys, what is happening here? Can
Crow
I
is
just
being
calm?
absolutely disgusting right now with those side steps that Lilia plays, just always being just slightly out of range of everything.
I
Oh
mean, you
god,
could see the
he
frustration when when Rel just like try to flash and like use like stun, please stun, and then she just casually runs away. None of the like summoner spells used from the other end except for
Yeah, I
the
mean, and I mean, honestly, even if they land that stuff, what damage is there? That Anivia is sitting on
again
Seraph
a
and
rod and oh my god, a staff.
yeah. So can we get a quick AP check on the Anivia?
Yes, please.
We need to quickly do an AP check on the Anivia to find out if we are meeting protocol for standard amounts of ability power over here.
I
So
mean, it would be interesting if people could like.
Anivia sitting on 237 AP, so way better than the
I think a little bit of that
Once
early rod will help around the.
yeah, better than Crown of the Shattered. Honestly, still less than.
I don't think. Oh my god, a beautiful shutdown going down to the Shen. Maybe he can get the tank items a little bit sooner. But look at that, Lilia already coming in and Brom is gonna follow up. I don't think they want to take this fight. It's gonna be a 5v3 even if they do. And Brom
Yeah,
gets caught up in the wall and Lilia is just trying to weave around. You do not have flash, you don't want this. Maybe they will. Anivia finally gets a shutdown on herself. Like she gets like 700 gold out of that exchange.
And this is where I'm going to. Sword Art has auto attack just so many times this game. If he had this fight, if he had that Kraken Slayer, that Brom would be dead right now.
Exactly. And like
He hasn't
look
used
at that.
Gale Force. He didn't even use Gale Force.
Maybe
Or-
it's a Brom, but no, he just like thinks it's only a Varys. Can be Anivia though. No, look at that. He's just hitting her through her ultimate, and it's just a disaster. It's just a disaster.
That's going to be the cast for today, guys. Leandries.
Yep. Always remember to build Leon.
He's going for a stopwatch. So, I think Shahir just doesn't realize that. Doesn't
doesn't have
realize the
enough
issue
damage.
there. Avaris just stood in your ult and autoed you down.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
And you choose to go for stopwatch. You think the problem is the stopwatch there?
Yeah, he
It's
thinks
gonna
it's
kill you
survive
2.5
little bit
seconds
more,
later.
yeah. Probably after your stopwatch comes online.
Yeah. So, interesting itemization by Shahir over here. Very questionable, honestly, and we need to see a death cap or a white staff really soon because the Sunny is not dealing damage.
Yeah, exactly. And look at that, like they on top of it, he's just gone in for the ring as well.
Yasuo has more AD than Anivia has AP.
And look at the CS also. It's like,
297 AD on the Yasuo, and probably even the Tristana has more AD than
A
he has
summoner
AP.
has reconnected.
and Varus is also back in the
Okay,
game.
not
He's-
not the Tristana at least. That would be really sad.
They really need some items on their Shen as well. Shen has
This
been
has
sitting
more
on-
AD than Anivia has AP. That's what we are looking at right now. No.
at 253. I mean,
The green smite Jack Show Diana is 40 AP behind the Anivia.
oh, wow. It really is a mystery why they go in for those items. But anyways, Varus is also back in the game. He's got 11 kills, a 700 gold bounty on himself. And look at that. Even if Anivia is gonna build a more AP, look at that. Brom already has a locket ready. At this point, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's just really it's starting to get really rough with this Anivia because they had an amazing start, super Tristana super ahead, but Baron fight. Anivia ults the pit, people just stand in the ult, and again we see that down in the bot lane fight. Tristana again gets Tristana syndrome, jumps right at the Braum. Braum shield comes up. Braum is going to proc his passive with the help of the Varus. It
I mean,
has to
Tristana at this
immediately get
point,
out.
so many, deaths could have been avoided. Just very, very impatient jumping in with the only escape tool that you have, and like below, like without even realizing that there was another Braum right next to him. He just thought, oh yeah, this is solo Varus, I can probably 1v1 him. But even then, I don't think Tristana can 1v1 the Varus anymore.
Just coming in hot. We have Divines under. I am not exactly sure if that's what you want here. So those champions aren't really tanky. Like if you look at, I mean, maybe except Diana who has one tank item.
I mean, maybe a Triforce on Y would have been.
I think Triforce might have been better here.
Yeah. But anyways, he does have the cleaver for a little bit of armor
Black
pen.
Cleaver is great. The Bramble West also amazing. Varus and
think
Yasuo. Even
Shen
Diana
is-
loves to auto. But for me the two key points here are just the Rod of Ages and Nivea. Why and
Or
Gale
they
Force
have to buy
Tristana, do you
more
really
time.
need it?
Yeah, they have to buy more time for this Anivia. I look at that Shen also does not have enough,
Braum just walks through the Anivia ult.
and not even like 15% of his health is down. It's like 10%.
Anivia does no damage right now because it's just really sad, honestly.
I think the next team fight is gonna be a make or break because it's gonna be Baron time. Soon as one of them dies.
Yeah, and this is not like Mana Mune, right? Because it's when it
The staff is
converts
also
to
not fully,
Muramana.
yeah.
When it converts to Muramana, it gives you bonus damage, but
Staff
Seraph
is
gives
just a
you a shield.
defensive, yeah. It's
It
just
gives you a
defensive.
shield. You're going to shield yourself and die a bit later.
I don't really think you need that many defensive items. You have a shield, and then on top of that, you decide to go in for a stopwatch and a Zhonya's.
These are great. Stopwatch is great on Anivia. Staff one stacked is great on Anivia, but the underlying reason behind that is you have this ult that you put down, and because of the damage the ult does, it's not really viable to sit there and just stare at the Anivia. And if you take longer to kill her, that means she's just burning you down with that ultimate. But it doesn't matter because the ultimate isn't doing damage. It's just a slow field at this point.
And once again, the Baron's being started by. On the
Both top
other hand,
laners are stuck in the bot lane, but
they're
we
just
do have
waiting
a
for the
contest.
moment. I think it would be a good idea for the Lilia to back off right now and probably look for a TP angle. If they, I mean, Ace by One are pretty confused. They don't know if they want to go in for the Dragon or the Baron. In the end, they decide to split up, but Anivia is being blocked by the Braum. I don't think she can even get near the Baron, and the Baron's already down.
And they instead decide to go for the dragon instead, so they will get the soul point while
They're already
Um,
picking up top lane, and look at that. Cleverly, Crow backs away, buys another Zonya.
Dragon
and
is
then-
taking a while. Dragon is
Dragon
taking a
is gonna be
lot.
hard. I don't think they can even take it, but yeah, they have Smite comes right on time. Can the Tristana get out?
Hey, Tristana jumps over the wall right into the Lilia.
Yeah, and on top of that, a Braum
Oh, God.
and followed up by the Yasuo. Look at that. Casually, Braum is just walking in your face using the control. Nice wall.
Nivea ult does nothing.
And then Lilia is still out there trying to. Look at that. He's just walking.
Use
Look at
Zonya
that,
now
not
and you
even-
just die.
Oh my god, that ultimate did nothing.
Your ultimate doesn't do anything. Yasuo and Braum just casually walk. Yasuo doesn't even have any magic. The Varus at least has a wit set.
Yeah, and probably trying to get a kill on the Braum. Maybe we could, yes, but at this point, really doesn't matter. Okay, Diana is also tanky herself. Look at how much health Diana has.
It's just a dark shot, Diana. He's just playing for his team at this point.
In the end, I don't think Lilia Shenrik is gonna help out with Anivia to not prioritizing damage. And look at that, Tristana does not even have a time to breathe. As soon as she comes out of the base, gets last breath by the absolute. And on top of that, Lydia is just out there trying to get her kill. Finally,
This
sadly, no Anivia wins today.
no Anivia wins today, and no Leandry's Anivias today either. So maybe there's a trend there, a bit of a trend we see over there, and it looks like Soul Society is going to claim the second finalist spot, and we are going to be having the finals, a rematch of the semifinals, TOK versus Soul Society tomorrow. So, are we going to see a repeat again where TOK go decides to smash Soul Society? But it could be possible they get back, and actually, the Anivia dealing the highest damage in her team,
Okay,
which
that's
is
sad, yeah.
interest, which is honestly really sad because the
No,
Anivia was
at that
actually dealing a
point,
lot
I
of
think
damage.
at that point, I think they just walked into her ult, and that was only
Yeah,
the
people
damage
were
that
just
we felt.
ignoring her and walking in around.
Yeah, and probably Tristana didn't even get much of time to auto because
Yeah,
honestly,
Tristana just jumped in and died. So,
yeah,
uh, honestly a lot of mistakes here by Ace Wyvern. I think it was their game to lose with with the lead they had in the early game, but just way too much defensive itemization on Anivia for no reason, probably. And Tristana Gale Force, I didn't even see him use Gale Force, honestly.
yeah. Maybe like you said, it's entirely down to the items, right? If they had prioritized a little bit more damage over trying to be more defensive, maybe they might have taken the win. Who knows?
Possibly, possibly. But anyways, that's going to be it from us for today. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. Follow our socials. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't done so already. And we will be back tomorrow with the grand finals of the SMG Garena Farewell Tourney. See you there tomorrow.
Good night, guys.
Good job, boys. Good job. Very good job. I
Guys, I need to start painting people. I will painting you to win the Leandries of the Garena.
Bro, I started laughing in between. I don't know if it's there in the stream. I was like, what the fuck? Bro, come
Guys,
down.
is fucking depressed at a point.
Bro,
Guys,
bro, let's go ask Shahir itself, Nakam.